yourself to simplify. Tears of if you wanted me to live, if you want me to forgive, if you want us to pretend like we're civilized humans, if we always need to make the trust is inside, the evil feeling on me, flashing lights on my mind. Why the death and my culture? Why can hate on through my heart? Why the ground that made us fight? Reach and the earth, illness and fear and love. We'll be for always loved. I'll never do this now. If you wanted me to speak, if you wanted me to think, if you wanted me to carry all our dreams, the truth we live, it's who we live through. Inside me, the light I do for me. Wide awake, my voice matter. Why the truth never matter? Why the truth still brings through natural point genius? Unless the fear inferno, counter clock we roll, clock we reload. Tick, tock, replay thoughts. Forget me not. I'm inside the emphatic lie. I bite off your skin, exposing the ages on your wrist. Hello, how may I help you today? Please, I want way to get to heaven. Pagoda upon velvet seats, sceneries were passing by. Not so different from our home. Not so different from our home. Then I realized some was heaven. Could be the source of my torment. Eyes allowing yourself, allowing yourself to simplify. The tears of blood.
everyone! Welcome in, welcome in. It's so nice to see all of you, and I am very excited for the next session of our TTRPG, where we last left off. Meru, Nix, Pryor, and Kai had made it through the fallen nest of District 12 and crossed the border into K Corp's District 11. While they were in District 11, quite a few things happened there. They witnessed a scene at the border, though they did not intervene. Pryor did some research into the healing bullets that L Corp uses, discovering the green fluid inside of them that appears to be whatever K Corp's singularity is, or a byproduct of it at least. And we also had Nix, Meru, and Kai decided to go on a shopping trip together where they ran into not a familiar face, but someone who recognized Meru and Kai at least, and claimed to have known Meru's sister. The 4 department heads are now on their way to Calw, known as the holy site of Nest K's prosthetic industry, in hopes of finding a lead on how to give their L Corp branch facilities AI assistant, Ange, a body of her own. And we're just getting ready to get started here. We have the 4 managers. They managed to acquire an RV thanks to Mix's bargaining skills. And they're on their way on the road to Calw. And I guess we're just getting ready to get started here. But if our players want to introduce themselves and describe the current state of their characters, we'll start with Meru.
All right. Hello. Hi. So I'm Meru Online. I'm a Cyber VTuber who streams here on Twitch. And I play Meru, who is the former control team department head. And honestly, he's kind of wishing that he never agreed to go along with the other department heads, on this journey, I suppose, out of the last remaining L Corp facility. He's got a lot on his mind as they're traveling to Calw. Namely, the knowledge that his sister is alive and doing well somewhere in the city. So he's been kind of keeping to himself, as they've been driving. A lot of, the dramatic staring out the window. But yeah, he's kind of he's just all up in his head right now. Not exactly feeling too great, but very introspective right now, I suppose.
Absolutely. Hello, everyone. I am Pryor Year, and today I am playing Manager Pryor of the same name. The former head of the training team at L Corp, running away from a bloody past he is now trying to atone for and face head-on. He has since, in his time leaving the facility, been challenged again and again with the crushing realization that the world moved on without him. And though he is trying to change the world, it has not stopped trying to change him. Countless times already in their journey, they have managed to find themselves in situations where Pryor has pushed against his nature, the nature of the city, the nature of this world. And while sometimes, often enough, it has worked out for him, on the road to Calw, he finds himself still confronting that pit inside of him, that deep emptiness that says it will never be enough, that the bodies he's left behind, that he's trampled over to get here, will continue to number more than any he can save. But he has a goal, and he has an ambition, and in Calw, he may be able to help Ange. He may be able to help himself. and he may be able to find a little more peace on his journey.
Hi, I'm Kai, Kai Calypso, a C-Money VTuber. I play Kai, manager of the same name. He was the manager of the safety team and is currently struggling with hiding the truth about Maru's sister from him because he is the only person who picked up that there might be more than meets the eye. In terms of what she is currently up to when we met a mysterious woman the other day. And also worrying a bit about Pryor's mental state when he tried talking to him to let him know that he thinks that he's doing the right thing, and his response was perhaps a bit alarming, but at least he got his carpool karaoke time with Mix while everyone else brooded in the back of the RV.
Yes. And Mix is the one driving the RV at the moment.
And in the back, the rest of the managers, I think, have a moment to reflect on what will happen next.
That they do.
Pryor looks out the window to seeing the signs and the trees pass by, their deep shadows crossing his face, the dying sun in the distance. Or is it rising? Pryor's not even sure anymore. He stopped sleeping when the sun went up and down back in the L Corp facility, and the longer he spends on the surface, the more he forgets that most people have a consistent sleep schedule. Maybe the laws of the backstreet will pour that back into him. But as he turns to Meru and Kai, he keeps his voice low. Calw, the city of prosthetics, and the greatest nest in the city. I'm not gonna lie. Do you really think they'll know much about robotics?
I trust Maru's judgment entirely, and he seemed very confident, at least that, from the knowledge that he had, that it would be a place where we could at least get some leads on Ange. Isn't that right, Maru?
Well, I mean, it's probably going to know more than any other place would. I would imagine, at least.
Pryor nods his head solemnly. Well, regardless of that fact, we all know the taboos of the city. It is against the laws of the head to construct humanoid robots. What we're looking for is, and we should have zero confusions about that, is probably going to be very illegal. And out here, the head sees and knows all. Every word and every whisper could be taken back. So whoever we're looking for and whatever we find, it stays between us. Do we all understand?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And Pryor will roll his shoulders and rest his head on the back of the cool glass. He is burning up. But the slight tug and tightness of the thorns around his head, it's no longer comforting. It's a burden he's wearing around his skull. He shakes the thought. No, he can't think of penitence like that. Forgiveness is a blessing, and it's one he's thankful to wear so openly.
And Mix, the one who is driving the RV to Calw as you continue down the road, would you like to both introduce yourself as a VTuber and introduce Mix and what they are doing at the moment?
Of course. I am a goober. That's me as a VTuber. But as a character, makes
I believe your audio
Mm.
might be slightly low.
Mix, yeah, you're
the
very
thing
quiet.
is that
Oh,
the
okay. Well,
game
you're...
is already wacky. Hi everybody. As a VTuber, I'm a goober. There you go. But as a character, Mix is complicated. It's quite complicated. My goodness. But I guess long and short, as a character, Mix is someone who trying to survive. There you go. As they're driving the RV, they're at the current state, they're not doing well. They're kind of got a 1,000-yard stare, sort of, but it kind of goes away after a bit. They kind of just snap out of it. It's more of a thing that happens every now and then, but it's not permanent.
And as you're driving, Mix, and as you're all traveling along through the quiet woodland path toward the village, you all see the lush green trees, so unlike what all of you are used to, especially after working for so long in the sterile halls of L Corp, where no plants are seen. It's a comforting sight, or rather it should be, for in the distance, you all see an ominous billow of smoke that seems to be rising from your destination. Managers, how do you respond?
Prior, with his head pressed against the window, squints over the horizon, and then slowly raises his head and then his leg. He cracks open the window to pull his head just a little further out to gaze. And all the eyes on his face dilate. Oh. Safest nest in the world. My fucking left ass cheek. Shit. Manager. We might want to go faster.
There are a lot of managers in this car.
Only one of them's driving.
Well, I have a name.
Manager Mix, could you please step on it?
See, that's what I like to see. All right. And Mix will hit the pedal to the metal.
Mix, as you do
Yes, sir.
so, and the car speeds up,
Mm-hmm.
as you start to draw closer to Calw, you all see a wooden sign with the words Calw scratched in. There's an arrow pointing toward the road forwards, but you all see ahead of you a line of guards.
Oh.
Their attire, however, is nothing like the K Corp border security you saw
Mhm.
back while going through the checkpoint.
Gotcha.
They're clad from head to toe in rusty armor with faded coats of white and wielding these bloodied hammers.
So can I run these people over? Because I've kind of learned my lesson from the first time, right? Like I try to help someone, and then Kyle was like, "Hey, you really shouldn't do that." And then we, got attacked.
Would you like to try to run them over?
My intent here
Oh my god.
is not even necessarily to do bodily harm. Like I'm not gonna be here running them over and then backing up and be like, all right, let me make sure that these guys are dead. My intent is to just burst through. It is just to get past these guys and get going. So if that's possible, I mean, I'm just gonna floor it. I mean, even if I don't succeed, I'm just trying to get past these guys. But yes, my intent is just to get through. What would I roll, Mr. DM, sir?
You know what? You can make me a dex drive. A dex drive roll, it would be a DC 5 because these aren't ordinary civilians you're barreling through. They are in a lined wall of metal armor, and they are very intent on not letting you pass. So DC 5, dex drive.
Gotcha.
Anyone with drive can assist you.
All right, that's cool.
Which I don't think anyone has but you.
I would. Yeah, I really need to get lucky here.
You got this.
I don't even think I can use
Desperation?
desperation because it doesn't count. Mine's inquisitive. It doesn't.
Yeah, I would say it wouldn't
All right.
count here.
All right, Mr. DM, for one Scooby snack, could you lower the ob? I'm kidding. All right. So unfortunate. All right, gang. Bad news. We are not
Okay.
going to run them over.
I will give you this. For even though the DC is 5,
Okay.
for each success, if this influences you wanting to willpower, I will say that you can do some damage to them before the encounter begins.
So
Because running into them is going to trigger a fight. I will let you all know now.
Okay. Are we talking physical damage, emotional damage, financial damage?
Physical
I will
damage. Physical
I will
damage.
reroll. No, you're so real for that. I will reroll.
All right. Yep. Remember, you just right click on it. Willpower roll.
I
Oh
do.
shit!
I do.
Oh my god.
So
Oh my
here's
God.
the thing: is that I succeed because I'm built different.
Because they're
That's-
built different.
That's 3 10s on the dice and nothing else.
Oh my god. Wait, is that crit?
That's a
It
crit.
is.
That's a crit with 3 10s.
Okay. Okay, well, first things first is I'm
Deja
just
vu.
gonna change the music real quick.
Yeah. All right. For anybody who's familiar with Initial D, that's what's playing right now. No, I'm kidding.
Honestly, that's real. So, Mix,
Yes. Sir.
this wall of guards is standing right in front of you. And you hear them start to say, "Halt! You may not use this road." You are going to take one of them out automatically. I will let you know now. They're starting this encounter down one man. How would you like to describe Mix maneuvering the vehicle and absolutely just wiping out one of these Inquisitors?
Well, I think Mix sort of just sees this, and so fun fact, specifically, the area under the hood and near the front wheels is the most deadly when running someone over. Don't ask me how I know that. But Mix basically, they see these people in front, and I mean, they don't even need to say anything. There's clearly a roadblock here. However, sort of knowing what Kai has been saying, and also because normal people don't just like roadblock the road here, and they don't look friendly. So in Mix's head, they're basically like, okay, I have to get us through this as best I can. So they immediately like start flooring the gas like fully. Shift into gear, and then they swerve, and it looks for a second that they're trying to like go get off the road and try and get around them. So I imagine the knights are like, okay, well, I guess we'll just move to the side. However, Mix immediately using that at the very last second swerves back to the right and manages to barrel through at least one of them. Obviously, big metal hunking guy. It's gonna force the RV to come to a stop. I think if it's a crit, though, I can at least, if it's all right with you, Mr. DM, sir, I can at least mitigate the damage to the RV. Like, it's not going to flip over or anything like that. Is that fair to say? Okay.
Yes, because of the crit, you're able to do this without damaging the vehicle or
Cool.
anyone inside the vehicle. That
Cool.
said, are you all wearing seatbelts? I should probably check.
No.
I hope so.
Meru doesn't.
Everybody else does, but Meru doesn't.
Okay, Meru goes flying a little bit, but...
But yeah, so the RV swerves and like catches one of the knights underneath, and I mean it's like it's several tons of weight. I mean, I don't care what kind of armor you're wearing, like you are getting crushed and killed. At least massive bleeding, and you're gonna die shortly. But yeah, like the RV like skids to a stop and like basically like dragging this guy and his body all over. It's basically like turning him into paste, and there's just like a massive red streak across the road.
And the remaining Inquisitors immediately get into their formation, into battle, not even seeming to acknowledge the one who has fallen. And I think that's initiative that we're going to begin.
I will say, Mix does, like, once they come to a stop, they take a breath, they look around, and then they say, I don't know why I did that, but I think we're gonna have to get ready to fight. Because, like, they didn't even know what they were doing. It was just instinct. Like, they were just like, okay, what would Kai do?
Right, yeah. What would Kai do? Prior feels the jolt, grabs onto the handle, and plants his feet as he feels his shoulder almost pop out of its socket as he is, like, forced back and then over the bump. He looks bewildered, not even furious for a moment. And then as he glances out the front window, what we've hit, Prior just says, Shit. Good job! And he's gonna draw life for a daredevil. Prior does not seem to have mercy or satisfaction in his eyes. He knows what they're fighting, and he's suddenly very, very angry.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
So I think in order of initiative, we usually go close range, then long range. So we'll start with... I'm just checking who has higher awareness out of Prior. I think you both are tied for awareness. I would say Prior's got higher dex, so the initiative will be Prior, Kai, and then I think Meru and Mix are... Oh no, Meru's got higher awareness, so Meru Mix. So then they will go. Then the Inquisitors will go.
Okay. Prior is going to open the combat inside the cover of the RV by empowering his ego. He is going to run his fingers along Life for a Daredevil and try and activate its enhancement to his physical capabilities.
My goat.
What's our desperation currently at?
I would say your desperation at the moment is... Desperation desperation free. I'm gonna say
Free?
I think that's where you all ended up. And now with the cowl situation, I mean, I think free's a good desperation number for all of you.
I am going to throw desperation on this, as Pryor is an entrepreneurial, and empowering his ego is part of his design philosophy. If that would be acceptable.
Alrighty. That is acceptable to me. Goddamn.
Hey, we don't mess around. We don't mess
all
around
right.
here at Manager at
Pryor
LLC.
brings his fingers along the blade, and a little blue flame ignites behind his head for a moment before it fizzles out. And Pryor is going to leave the RV. He's going to make it to the door, pop it open, and he is a blur. With the speed of crumbling armor, he lashes down to the ground beside and draws himself up into a defensive stance. His mouth is twisted into this grimace that is almost pained looking at these Inquisitors.
All right. And is that Pryor's turn, I believe?
That is Pryor's action and his movement, so yes.
All right, so Kai, you're up next.
Hi, Kai was wearing a seatbelt, but he did feel himself slam against the wall of the truck when Mix ran over someone muttering, "What would Kai do?" under their breath. Which is definitely an emotion. But anyway, he, upon looking out to see what the hell is going on and seeing a whole bunch of armored, clanned with armored people, and one of them seems to be dead, a pancake crushed underneath the wheels of our truck, knows that we're about to... What's a kinder way to get our shit rocked if we don't lock in to fight them? So he's he already sees that Pryor's taking initiative. He's gonna get out of the truck and just get ready to fight these dudes. I assume that I can't actually swing for anyone at this point because I have to get out and get my bearings.
I would say you can go for one of them.
Yeah.
I'll let you.
Yeah,
I'll let you charge.
Your movement would be to leave the RV, and you have your action free to attack, unless you would like to use your action to get your safety equipment up, or if you want to just go straight for starting to fight, so Pryor isn't out there alone.
You know what I'm gonna do for my man. Kai doesn't have all that self-preservation instinct that they talk about. Kai will go for the closest. This man right here.
This one right here?
Yes.
All right. If you're attacking, it is going to be a DC 4 to hit this Inquisitor.
From Pryor's guard stance, he suddenly drops low, spins, blading himself off completely, and in the space he was a moment before, Kai comes through, claw already outstretched and going. Would you like to make a called shot, or are you just going to go for center mass? Center mass is probably a good pick in this, that we don't know how strong they are.
Okay.
Yeah, called shot is if you're I'm going for the head, or I'm going for their weapon, something like that.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, no, I'm just going to go. I don't think that Kai's that coordinated yet. He did he probably hit his head a little bit when the truck ran over someone. That tends to be kind of a jostling.
The difficulty for the attack would be
4, right? Or...
Oh, yes, DC 4. Also, we have a resolve. So, you all know what you need to do to grin and bear it, and the next person to take a red damage attack will be able to half that damage because of the shield.
As the blood soaks into the ground and the scent of the copper fills the air, I'm pretty sure all the managers feel we won't end up like them.
Yes.
So sorry, just DC4, my regular die.
Yep.
Are we using? Okay, cool.
Are you using what?
I was
Yeah,
just wondering if
you
there
can
was.
you can use Claws of Cobalt. And
Yes.
it will have Cobalt scars and your artifact enhancement.
Yep.
Okay.
So make sure to click those modifiers.
Gotcha. All right. Manifesting. Okay.
Oh gosh.
See, nothing but net over here.
Oh my gosh. I think you kill this guy. I'm pretty sure you kill this guy. Let me just
Yep.
double check on that. Yeah, you're doing +3 aggravated red plus the margin. That's 5 aggravated red damage. So, and it's taken normally. Yeah, this guy is dead. This guy is
For my
dead.
man.
How would
For
you
my
like to
man.
describe taking down this Inquisitor?
Kai is acting purely on instinct. He doesn't know who these guys are. Like Pryor, at least seems to have a clue. He just knows that this is someone that is very close to Pryor, who is not as much of like he's very strong, he's very capable, he's very good at dodging, but he can't necessarily take that much damage, and Kai would happily throw his life away to negate any risk of Pryor getting hurt. And so his first instinct is to lunge at this man, or this armored person. Claw's already out, and he's just gonna take one big swipe across his entire abdomen. I want to say he gashes enough into him probably to pull out, like good chunks of a lot of his insides, which tends to kill a person instantly, because he's now missing chunks from, heart, lungs, all of his intestinal tract. This is kind of like a meat puppet that's been ripped in half and is just holding on by, like, the fact that he has armor holding his body sort of in a shape, but if he wasn't in armor, probably would just be split in two.
Yes. And I imagine the corpse collapses over, still clad in that armor, though the part where you've ripped through and the meat that you've ripped out is concealed as it falls forward. And that's 2 down. And Meru, it's your turn.
All right. So, Meru was definitely not wearing a seatbelt. So when Mix ran over the armored person, he fell out of his little bench seat in the RV, and he may have bumped his head a little bit, not like enough to like hurt him, but like, just a little bump. But he recovers pretty quickly, sits up, realizing what happened, and then he like groans in frustration, and grumbles, "Why does everyone in this damn group function under a hit first, think later? Pains in my ass." But of course, he's not going to just not fight. If the others have already decided they were gonna start swinging, he knows the drill already and how this group functions. Even if he doesn't like it at all, and has made that pretty clear. But he grabs Magic Bullet and he hops out of the RV, so he can join in and help the rest of them from potentially getting hurt. Though he does kind of wonder how well Magic Bullet will work on a heavily armored person, because he's never had to fight someone like that before. But I would say he probably is gonna go for...
These two are in a line, if that's what you're looking at.
They are in a line. He'll go for them. And you know the drill.
Yep, you can. Magic Bullet.
Yep. Alright. Let's see. Composure firearms, right?
Yep, Composure Firearms, DC4.
DC4, alright. Well, don't fuck up, Meru. Fuck! No, it's fine, because we have this fun thing called a willpower reroll.
We do.
Now how do I do this? Okay. We're fine. We're literally gonna be so back. We're back.
All right.
A hit's a hit.
A hit is a hit. Meru is doing a total of, and I'm just checking to see, I believe that is, it's a margin of 1, and then is Magic Bullet, you've got a +4 modifier, I believe. So that would be 5 aggravated black damage that you are doing to both of them. Which does kill these two. So how would you like
Oh,
to
shit.
explain magic bulleting them?
I mean, Magic Bullet does as Magic Bullet does. The portal appears out of the barrel of the gun. And with a little shot of, like, blue electricity, a bullet flies through the air, and puts holes through the first, armored person. And as they fall, you can see the bullet start going through the second one. And it's pretty quick. There's not really much to it. And they just kind of collapse.
And there's still one left standing as those two collapse onto the ground. Mix, what would you like to do?
Well, the rush of taking this initial life has helped, and makes us sort of like think, just taking in a deep breath. And I think for a moment it looks like they're gonna hesitate, but then they grit their teeth, drawing solemn lament. And I mean, at this point, they've exited the RV with everybody else, and they are. You're gonna start shooting.
All right. And you can make those attacks.
I shall. The first attack will be kind of nice. Hopefully it hits. What is the difficulty to hit? 4?
DC 4, yep.
DC 4, okay. Alright, so here will be the first one with all the cool modifiers.
Ooh.
Holy
Shit.
shit!
Goddamn.
Oh?
Is this black damage or white damage?
Oh, I should have said black.
Black damage? All
is-
right.
This is Mix no longer holding back. This is Mix who has learned how to mourn. Ooh.
Yep. So Mix,
Mm-hmm.
that's gonna kill them.
Oh.
You all have a feeling that these were the border guard. They do not look like they were equipped to handle ego, such as you all have on you. So don't worry about that resolve, Duke. It will still be important, though, because trust me, there are much more Inquisitors waiting for you all. But Mix, how would you like to finish this Inquisitor off?
I think Mix steps out, and they have drawn both of their pistols, and I think their POV, I mean, they see. I mean, I'm sure Mix at this point is seeing several butterflies.
Oh, yeah, no. All of the you see the butterflies around all of the corpses. You can see there's like a trail of butterflies leading into the town as well. And there is most definitely a butterfly fluttering around this Inquisitor who stands before you.
Gotcha. I think Mix sort of calmly stares, and it's something that like takes only like a few seconds, but like to them it's an eternity. And as they stare, they see like the shadow of what looks to be someone dressed in a suit with a coffin next to them standing behind. And Mix takes a deep breath, raises the black pistol, the black solemn lament up, and just fires one shot. And I think as it fires, the behind the bullet is just butterflies trailing or it's like it like leaves a butterfly trail as it just flies through the air, and then it's like it's a thing where Mix sees it as just like suddenly this knight steps back and falls in the coffin, and the funeral procession just takes them away. To everybody else, it just looks like, I mean, yeah, the knight's been shot and falls over dead. But
Yep. And yeah, to the rest of you, you can all see the body still, but next to you, it looks like the body's been carried off and away in the procession. And you all have won the encounter.
Prior heaves life for a daredevil, and as he does, the little fire behind him extinguishes as he suppresses his own ego. He looks down at the bodies, but all the eyes on the center of his chest and on his face are looking in every direction for danger that Prior might not see himself. But he relaxes his shoulders and turns to Mix, and there's actually a warm smile on his face. Good kill.
Mix stares and for a second just sees the funeral procession and just stares and then blinks, and it's just Prior. And nods and says, I tried your way this time. And then looks over at Kai. No stopping for hitchhikers, right?
Kai kind of looks horrified right now. Not by the killing or whatever, but Vix's very sharp attitude change that seemingly happened for no reason. And it seems like it was his fault, and he doesn't quite know how to take that yet. Mix, are you... Are you okay?
Not really, considering the circumstances, but I don't think any of us are. Not that we really have the luxury to just sit around, so we should probably keep going.
I will take that as an answer and just kind of shut up and go with it.
Prior does lean down over the bodies and goes, N Corp. This is the one place. You know, I can't say I don't expect to find them here in the same way that one does not expect to find roaches in your food supply. You know that's where they're going to end up. But it's a really bad sign if they're there.
Would you all like to make me a DC 4 Wits Awareness check?
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I have 1 wits. And
You
that's
can-
it.
If anyone has a dot of awareness, you can choose to assist someone. Rip Prior.
Rip Prior.
Prior's
Prior
never been
leads
aware
down.
of anything.
Prior is focused on these bodies because his thought process is another corporate war happening? What the hell is N Corp doing within K Corp's border?
If anyone wants to help out Meru, I got 7 dice.
You know
right
what?
now.
Yeah, I want to help out Meru, because I don't think I'm going to make that roll.
Let's go. Alright. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. And is Mix rolling at all for Wits Awareness? Or?
No,
No.
got 1 dot of wits. Might as well not. I can't even help.
All right, so Prior doesn't see shit. Prior, you're too focused on these bodies, who are most definitely N Corp Inquisitors. Meru, with Kai's help, you hear a sound it's very hard to notice, but you spot one of those K Corp drones is buzzing around the border here, just watching and waiting. Almost like it's recording or filming all of you. And as you look around, you notice it's not the only drone either. It seems like there's a whole circle of them around the perimeter.
Great. That's great. I think Meru will narrow his eyes behind his Justicia wrappings. And using, like, he's gonna, like, use Magic Bullet to, like, point over at the drone, and he'll say, guys, am I the only one seeing drones around here? They're not supposed to be all the way out here, right?
No, you're right. What the hell?
Maybe coming out here was a mistake. There's just there's too many red flags out here right now.
I mean, you couldn't have known.
I came out here a few times with my family. It was for my father's business. I remember what this place used to look like. Something's not right. But I don't know if I can turn back either. Especially not after, you know, what we just did.
Prior looks towards where the drones were pointed out and then looks back to the group. I don't know for what purpose K Corp would simply be watching this. But we have our own objective, and it might just align with K Corp's. If for whatever reason they can't interfere with whatever N Corp is doing, then our interests may align. We need something from Calw. And it seems we're gonna have to fight to get it.
I guess let's get back in the RV.
I'll drag the body out from under it first.
Yeah.
There's a sound of twisting metal and squelching flesh, and Prior tears what's left of the N Corp Inquisitor from underneath. When he returns to the RV, his arms are stained red up to the elbows. But as he comes in, he simply says, "Blood washes easily out of ego. I've done it enough times." And he heads to the bathroom to do so.
I think while that happens, I think as everybody's about to step into the RV, Mix will look over at Kai and they say, Kai?
Yeah?
I'm okay.
Kai nods. Okay.
I'm sorry if I worried you.
I trust you.
Mix will just step into the RV and they just don't look at you. When you say oh.
And I will let you all know that as you're driving, you see that you probably shouldn't drive the RV all... Now, you could choose to drive the RV right into town square. You have a feeling it may be better, for the sake of the vehicle, to park it on the outskirts and walk into town yourselves, but that is up to the four of you to do, just because it looks like one of those things where, like, the town itself is kind of cut off from the roads, but there's like a little area on the outside. You're also not sure what the Inquisitors might do if they find an unmanned vehicle too close to the town.
I'll have to hide it. Or at
I won't
least-
make you roll to hide it if that's what you're worried
we'll
about.
basically just have to park it up far away enough. Thankfully, it's an RV. It's sturdy enough to be a little off-road, so we'll probably just park it somewhere a bit more covered, at least by natural, by like a big old, behind like some big old rocks or something. I don't know, bunch of trees, and then I guess we'll just walk the rest of the way.
All right.
God damn, Silent Hill ass looking place.
I was gonna joke like, there are literally tire tracks. Like, I would.
Okay, but we can just cover them.
Yeah, I would say, as you're walking, you probably cover up the tire tracks.
Yeah.
So, you all begin to head into town. I presume. I don't know if any of you discuss anything as you're starting to head in.
Prior is deadly quiet, and as he is, he inhales and exhales. N Corp goes after those. This town is going to contain some things we aren't going to like to see.
Right. You know, I whenever I came down here, I remember it was a nice place. There were some other kids around. I played with them when I was little. Had nothing better to do while our parents were talking business. But the way this place is now, it's... What the hell is going on down there?
Nests are a place of safety. But it seems they're also made of material that can burn.
I didn't ever really know them that well, but they were not bad people. They were good people down there.
And let's try and salvage what we can.
Right.
And as you walk down, the smoke you all spotted before on your trip covers the entire area. You can see fires raging, and in the center of the square is a giant tree that's lit and on fire. A familiar song welcomes all of you, followed by the sight of trees festooned with horrifying ornaments, if they can be called that. Internal organs and mechanical parts are hung from the branches, and it's not clear how many of them might still be alive. You can see bodies that have been bagged and impaled with nails, strung up as decorations. One of them writhes and struggles in a futile attempt to free itself from this prison, and you can hear its lungs sputtering with this mechanical noise that almost resembles a plea. All around you, too, you can see none of them have seemed to spotted the four of you yet, but you have a feeling that if you get closer, you may want to stealth your way through, but you can see more of those Inquisitors patrolling the area, stringing up ornaments. And there are two over in the corner who are near a pile of prosthetic bodies piled up like a landfill. You can hear pained moans coming from that pile, but the Inquisitors seem to pay it no heed as they keep jamming nails through each of their victims' chests over and over again. What do you all decide to do?
Well, I will say when Meru sees this, every single warning bell in his head starts going off.
Yeah.
He does not like this. Sorry, my throat. So he kind of like naturally like takes like a step back, because he wants to run. He wants to just, he's like, oh my god. He wants to leave so bad. He also, like, when he sees like the prosthetic bodies that are being, well, tortured, it's almost like you know when you see someone getting hurt and you can almost like feel their pain.
Yeah.
He like kind of cringes, for lack of a better word, because he has prosthetics. He's not liking this at all. Like he has a prosthetic hand, so he can kind of feel almost like pain in his own like wrist, like where the metal meets his flesh. And he kind of tenses up and in a low voice goes, you know, it's never too late to turn around. Just saying.
Prior watches this all, and there is this brutalist expression. His shadows are covering his face, but all his extra eyes are sharp, keenly drinking in every angle. No matter where Prior looks, an eye sees where he doesn't, and he drinks in the horror without a single ounce of reprieve. There's nowhere he can turn he doesn't see something. Do you really think we can leave now that we've seen this?
I sure as hell could. I don't want to become like them.
He straightens his shoulders further and sinks his emotions further down into his heart. We have a mission. Someone here knows something. If we can't save them all, we'll save someone important then. We can't do anything for the dying here. Outnumbered, trapped. There's got to be someone here who knows something. I refuse to believe we've seen all this for nothing.
Fine. Fine. Okay.
Kai, Mix, keep your eyes open. Walk with confidence. And if anyone tries to touch you, do not hesitate.
Kai is taking all of this in a shocked silence. The nails being driven through the chests of the moaning bodies is definitely something that draws his attention. You know, he's seen organs splayed out before. It's not something completely new to him, but like, you know, torture isn't something that he's the most accustomed to, or at least not torture for people that don't seem to be enjoying what's going on. And there are piles of what looks like corpses but aren't. Just, you know, wheezing their last breath, suffering. It's not a nice sight to see. And he definitely hears Meru, but can't be brought to acknowledge it.
And welcome in, Raiders!
Welcome
Much
in.
like-
This is horrifying.
Much like the people of Calw didn't say, "Welcome in, Raiders." Uh, Prior asked to stay focused. Sound of squelching flesh and metals being driven into chests cannot faze him. The thorns around his head, his own penitence to bear. He can't turn his gaze away from danger. So instead, he turns his mind towards what matters. He follows the screams and tries to see if there's any sign of a robotics area, somewhere that maybe some people might know something about their objective. He blinds himself to what he cannot change, what he could definitely change, but he is choosing not to. Because the managers have asked one thing of him, and that is to not endanger them, to focus on the mission, and that is what Prior is able to do.
Alright. So, I will first say, I need each of you to make me a stealth check. A dex plus stealth. At DC free.
Uh-huh.
And I will then say, if you're looking around, for any of you looking for something or someone in particular, looking for any sign of, like, who might have been a robotics expert that lived here. Meru.
I
Oh,
can
no.
willpower. It's
Oh,
fine.
no,
Who
you
needs
can-
willpower?
Oh.
Well,
It's so over for all of you. Oh my god.
Now, in terms of knowledge,
No.
what were you saying?
So, I was going to suggest making a different roll here, and I think this will be a very funny roll if you allow it, considering everyone else has failed.
Yes, please. What were you going to make?
Could I roll a persuasion composure to move through town like Prior belongs here?
You know what?
Instead of trying to avoid view, Prior knows how he looks. He is a man on a mission. His footfalls are heavy, and he carries himself with the weight of a life he's left behind, and he knows if you move with enough confidence, people just don't bother you.
I will.
You should have said that sooner. I could have helped.
I will allow that. You all did need to make your own roll. I will allow that at a higher difficulty because you are interacting with them, so I will say a DC 4.
Absolutely. 100%. Would Prior's fame help him with this role?
Yes, your fame as a big brother will help you with this.
I have an idea of why I failed, by the way.
What, you have an
perfect.
idea of what?
Of why Mix fails, but keep going.
Yes, don't worry. You all will absolutely get to those parts. Oh shit. You succeed.
Wahoo!
Damn.
Wahoo! And I will say you still all can make those wits awareness checks when you're looking around for people. If you want to make those first, the way I'll resolve things will be I will start with what happens with Prior, and then I'll ask each of you how you fail. So if you all want to make wits awareness before we get into the failures.
Sure. I'm so sorry, what was the DC again?
For the wits awareness is DC 4.
It's
Prior was
awareness.
closer to me 'cause he wants me.
That doesn't exist.
Okay, well... Nice job, Meru.
Do
Wahoo.
Prior or Mix want to make a wits awareness?
Prior,
I have a 1 dot in wits.
That's, I was like, I had, yeah, I mean,
I
you
can't
could see my die pool.
unfortunately.
what's the difficulty?
It's DC 4.
Well, if I crit, it's possible.
It's okay, believe.
Meru
Come
has
on,
also
escalators.
already succeeded.
Yeah.
Just in case you don't want to roll. I just figured I'd put it out there in case you
You know
did.
what? To keep to limit the number of dice rolls, Prior will not roll. He is too focused on. He can't be perceptive because anywhere he's looking that isn't dead ahead could break his flow.
All right. So, I will save Meru's roll result for when I get to that stealth. But Prior, you are successfully able to maneuver around. The Inquisitors even, like, some of them even, like, wave to you almost. As you're going through, they just seem to pay you no mind. They seem to, like, accept that you're here, and they seem to almost think you are one of them. I mean, clearly you're not dressed as them, but as if you belong here.
The family resemblance never really goes away.
And for Mix, Kai, and Meru. So, I imagine you're all traveling near each other, but I'll start with Mix, then go to Kai, and then go to Meru. Mix, you have an idea for how Mix's stealth is broken. How would you like to describe that?
So these poor people are suffering, and they need some help. And I think maybe Mix is just wants to put an end to their suffering. So Mix is trying to do a little bit of euthanasia, and just trying to like end their lives so that they're not dying in a incredibly painful and slow way.
I imagine Mix stops to try to help the one that was wriggling, actually, that you saw before, that was strung up as an ornament and nailed, but still emitting pleas through their mechanical lungs. But as you go to do so, you hear, "Halt." Kai, do you have an idea for how you get spotted, or would you like me to describe?
Kai might, in a way, fit in terms of the blood on his hands, but his face very clearly reads the horror that he feels, or the deep disturbance that he feels upon seeing some of the sights in this town that he's not. He's seen people die before, but this is a little bit more torture than he's used to, and I think that is very clear on his face, and that is something that can very easily be spotted by someone who, is jaded and used to seeing these things, or is used to doing these things, and they're like, who's that? Like, who's that bloody twink? He looks terrified.
Yes, they see the look of horror on your face, and they know that you don't belong here. And Meru, first off, with your successful wits awareness check, you do see among most of the houses here seem to be townhouses, seem to be people's homes. You do see among them there is a robotic shop that is on fire, but it looks like not everything has burned down. However, as you are walking, and thank you for the follow, thank you, do you have an idea for how Meru is caught? Or do you want me to say how he is?
Well, I can just say that I feel like it's a small town. I feel like there's not many places that you can, like, hide to stealth your way through. I mean, everything's on fire.
Yes.
And unfortunately, like, Meru does have kind of the sort of appearance that stands out. So he doesn't... He knows that he can't just go try to, like, blend in or do anything like that. He's kind of just stuck, standing out like a sore thumb. So that's totally why he failed his stealth.
And as the three of you fail your stealth, and how close to each other did you all stay? If you want to position yourselves on the little map here.
Absolutely. Oh.
Pryor is hanging out with the guys that we may or may not be fighting right now.
Like, unironically, considering Pryor was just walking among them, this is probably not an unrealistic positioning for him, as terrible as it is.
Yeah.
Let me think. In my opinion, I think we're relatively closely huddled together outside of Pryor, who's just balling. Like,
Pryor is literally just among their formation. He has no idea that everything's going horribly wrong.
Yeah, I will say the rest of you can clump together if you want. I guess Mary's a little bit back there. Pryor, however, you are right in the middle of it, in the thick of it.
oh my god.
And
Always doing this. SMH.
he wandered off again and got lost.
I love my oblivious old man so much.
You all hear, so Mix, you heard the halt. And the other two of you also hear similar sounds. And then there is the heavy sound of footsteps. Pryor, you chose the worst place to be.
Pryor!
Because from one of the... I'm sorry, I'm just he was waiting there. He was waiting there and you were right next to him the whole time.
Oh my god.
From the shadows and the fire, there is a huge armored figure that approaches, clad from head to toe. And this figure looks different from the rest of the Inquisitors. They carry a sword in one hand and a nail in the other. And instead of the usual helmet, they have almost a face on their mask, which they wear. And actually, I don't know if that, now that I think about it, Pryor, they're not hostile towards you. So nothing there is silent.
Yep.
But I imagine this probably does startle you as you hear them walk past. And they look at the free trespassers and say, "This is private property. The one who grips will be here soon, and trespassers aren't permitted. The nailing judgment is being carried out and preparations made for her arrival. If you turn back now, and you assume their eyes, you can't see them, but their gaze is on Mix and Kai. A fine is all you will have to pay. Except for you." And that figure looks right at Meru, who is in the back, behind the other two. You can't see this figure's face. None of you can. But you can all feel the killing intent behind the mask it wears as it lifts the sword and the nail and starts to approach the other Inquisitors crowding around. You must be cleansed. And I will say, they will act first. Would it be fair to say Pryor is caught off guard in this initiative because of the fact, I feel bad though because you did succeed, so I don't know if it would make sense for him to then be able to react. So I'm trying to think
I would say Pryor is caught off guard, but if Pryor strikes against them, they are caught off guard from Pryor.
Yes, I think that is very fair. That is very fair. So I will have the order then go Kai, Meru, Mix, and then Pryor. However, none of them are targeting Pryor until he attacks them, and they will be caught off guard by Pryor attacking them. So, you all do have a moment, though, to position yourselves as this figure approaches and to answer it, because they are going right for Meru, And they don't seem as concerned with the two of you, almost as if they're waiting for an answer.
Kai's going
Oh.
to stand defensive in front of Meru, obviously. This is one of those moments where he's like, God, I wish I had Prior's ability to make heroic speeches right about now.
Yeah.
He hopes that the silence speaks for himself as he stands in front of Meru and kind of extends his claws out a little bit in the defensive or the offensive, I guess. Kind of as a gesture of there is absolutely no way that I'm leaving here without everybody that's with me.
They look to Kai. And they say, so be it. For he who shan't repent is not granted rest beneath the earth. And then look to Mix to see what their answer will be.
I didn't realize the Inquisition was given leave to burn down random towns now.
I am simply a tool for the one who grips. We follow our mission that we are tasked with.
Right. Well, I just think isn't it a little much? I mean, this isn't even this is K Corp territory.
They all begin to approach. And they simply say, you are given one chance to leave. But the cleansing begins now. As they use hammers, heed me, and all the N Corp Inquisitors in the area you see gathered around them. There's almost a fire that seems to alight. This excitement as their weapons tremble to spill the blood of the heretics. And they bow their head for a moment. A prayer's muttered, and the three of you feel this guilt dig in at your insides. You who have been branded the wicked. Mix, Kai, and Meru, can you all make me a DC 4 Composure Resolve?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
We can willpower. I'm doing great today.
You're doing fantastic.
Yeah, it's fine. Watch
Yeah, yeah.
this.
Well,
you're
I'm not
good.
doing so hot, but maybe
Okay, I'm
I
close.
can-
I'm a willpower.
Maybe I
Alright.
will willpower.
I can do this. I'm goated. Okay.
All right, Kai has succeeded.
Unfortunately, I do not. Just one off.
So you are gonna be taking 1 aggravated black damage. Mix, you can choose to take that as willpower or as health damage.
I will take that as health damage.
All right. And they stand from their kneeling position and get into a battle position. And the Inquisitors move forward. So let's see. This one is going right for Meru.
Ooh, I am going to say,
Yes.
was was their first turn not Hammers Heed Me, or is that both what this character
Both. They are
Oh,
they
boy.
are able
Just
to do
double-checking.
both.
Just
No.
double-checking.
Thank you for double checking. That was both of their turns.
Oh boy.
The hammers were all stationed here, so yep, that was their just a little passive, let's call it.
All right, in that case, go ahead. The hammer time.
It is hammer time. All right, this one is going right for Meru. I know Kai is in front though, so I will give Meru. I'll lower the DC by 1. However, they have the fanatic condition. So usually the DC would be raised to 6 because of fanatic. It's back down to 5. So you can make me Meru a Dex Athletics at 5.
All right. Let's see. Okay, we could get this. It's a DC 5 Dex Athletics.
Yes, DC 5 Dex Athletics.
Got this. We don't got this.
Who
How much willpower? I mean,
Who needs willpower, right?
yeah, who needs it? Who needs willpower?
Do
Who needs
remember
it?
you have the shield up, thanks to Duke. So that red shield hasn't been resolved yet.
Did they do red damage?
They're about to be doing a lot of red damage.
Oh, a lot of red damage.
Well, not
But
a
it's gonna
lot,
get
but-
halved.
It's gonna get halved.
Well, actually.
Right?
Oh,
Oh,
yes,
no?
because
Never
of the
mind.
shield. Well, because of the
Oh,
shield,
okay.
it will be halved.
Yeah, that's okay. Okay.
I'm gonna willpower because Meru really doesn't like getting hurt.
Go for
He
it.
would absolutely try his best to dodge. Let's. Yeah, we got this. Oh, critical. Yeah, we're
Go.
Oh, yeah, you dodge. You dodge,
back.
no
Forrest, go
problem.
back.
And the next one comes in. This one also is doing rough nailing. So same DC 5, although that will be a DC 6 because you've dodged 1 attack so far.
Oh, I'm dodging again.
Yep, they're all coming at you.
Oh yeah.
The Inquisitors want you dead.
Okay, no, we got this. We got this. So okay.
Oh
Dex,
no.
Athletics, DC 6. We got this. We'll just hit all of them. I mean, how much damage would this be doing?
This will be doing 2 plus the margin in superficial red damage. It will be halved thanks to the shield and anything your ego does, but you will not be having superficial, like, you will not be doing the normal half of superficial because they are fanatic. Which means all superficial red damage done by them is unhalved, unless it's something special like ego or a redeem.
We do have a redeem at least.
You do have the redeem.
I think I need my willpower. I've already used 3 points. I think I just have to finally take a hit.
Right, so they are doing 4 superficial red damage. That does get halved, thanks to Duke and the resolve. So that would be 2. And then Magic Bullet's ego does mean that you endure red damage. So, aggravated damage is half, so that actually doesn't help you. So you are taking 2 red damage.
2 superficial red?
Yes, 2 superficial red damage.
Owie. Okay.
You also have been inflicted with nails.
Oh,
Don't worry about that.
I won't.
That'll be important later.
I won't worry. Oh boy. Ow.
The third one also runs in
Oh, yeah.
and is also coming at you with rough nailing.
Okay.
So this time it would be a DC 7.
Okay. We got this. We got this. I have a quick question. I totally should have
Yes.
asked earlier. Does my desperation count here?
Ooh, let me
Yeah.
double. Yes, you're Marshall.
You are
it
a
does.
Marshal.
It does.
What is our thing at right now? How
Free.
many dice?
Free. So you have free extra dice to add on.
I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna use it. And hope it doesn't bite me in the ass. Are you kidding me?
Oh, no. Wait, wait, it doesn't say overreach, does it?
No, not an
No.
Okay.
overreach.
Good. Okay,
No.
so you're good. You did fail
Just
though.
Did hit margin.
I'm gonna willpower this time.
That should only be against difficulty 6, not 7.
Oh yes, yes.
Oh. Okay. Well, I'm still gonna willpower this time.
Oh gosh.
Listen. What am I supposed to do?
No, do it. No,
And
yeah,
hit?
you're real.
Oh my God, Nia came in clutch. Okay, so this will be halved thanks to Nia protecting you.
Oh my god. Yeah.
So
3
I think.
have to 2 to take him to your tracker.
Yep. So you're taking 2 red.
Oh my god. Okay. Ow.
And
Ow.
there's 2 more Inquisitors left.
Oh.
Also, you have another stack of nails inflicted on you.
Great. This is great.
The last 2 Inquisitors, hang back a little bit and begin to preach. And the 3 of you can make me a DC 4 Composure Resolve.
Oh, good.
Sure.
You can make me 2 of those rolls as they are both preaching.
Wait, DC what?
DC 4 Composure Resolve.
Okay.
Okay, goat.
We got. You said do it twice.
Yes, do it twice because there are 2 of them.
Fuck.
Oh, wow.
I'm not willpowering.
They are doing, just so you all know, they are doing 0 plus the margin in superficial white damage.
Oh.
So that's 2 superficial white
Oh.
damage to Meru.
Oh. Wait. Wait, maybe I should willpower.
So okay, so sorry, it's just regular halved superficial white damage
Oh,
too?
yes! Oh, this is regular, so you do half this one. You do half
So you
this
would
one.
either if you just take it, you take 1 willpower damage, and if you willpower rerolled and succeeded, you still would have taken 1 willpower damage. So there
I'll
actually
I'll
is no difference.
I'll just take it. Okay.
Alright, Kai, Mix, I need those 2 willpower rolls from you both.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh, what the hell?
Difficult DC 4.
Yep, DC 4.
Well, this isn't gonna go well. Yeah.
Oh my god. Willpowering.
So very sorry,
No?
it's composure plus resolve, not your willpower.
Yes, Mix. Composure plus
Oh,
resolve.
you little goober! You said willpower.
No.
I demand a refund. I got you.
Ah, fuck. I still didn't. Oof, okay.
Do I re-roll that?
Another roll.
You both might just want to take it because it is only.
Yeah.
You would
I
vote-
might just
Because
take
neither of you are weak to white, I do believe.
Yes,
Yeah,
you
just-
both, I believe, endure white.
Oh, okay. Well, I got 1 success. Out of the 2.
Yes.
So.
I think. Yeah, we're so back.
All right, so Kai failed one of those. Kai, you succeeded on one, you failed the other one, so Kai, you're taking 1 superficial light damage. And Mix, you...
Failed 1 by 1. There's actually 1 more roll, Mix. Another.
Oh,
Yes,
there's one
you
more.
have one
Oh,
more,
my bad.
Mix.
My bad.
White damage is willpower, right? Sorry.
Yes, white damage is willpower.
This is unfortunate.
So Mix, you take 2 willpower damage, and Kai takes 1 willpower damage.
Ooh, all 4 boxes are filled.
Mix
Not
is
good.
impaired.
Yep.
What do you mean, yeah? Then why are you taking enjoyment? Yo! Guys, this is the real Cinefun.
True.
He's sadistic.
So true. Real Cinefun on display. But that is all the Inquisitors. They have all moved. And now, Kai, it is your turn.
I don't think Kai's been this surrounded before.
Yeah, you two are very surrounded by a wall of bloodied hammers.
Which is very cool, so it doesn't really matter which one I choose to attack. You know, I'll go for the guy right in front of me, I guess.
All right.
Meow.
It is to hit DC 4.
All right. Sorry, I'm just, looking. Okay, yeah. Cobalt Scar 2, right? Or no?
Yep. Cobalt Scar and Artifact
Artifact
Enhancement should be.
Okay.
Yep.
And you said DC 4?
DC 4.
Okay. Oh, please. Oh, no!
Oh.
I mean, I don't want to run out of willpower, too.
It's up to you if you decide to willpower or not.
I'm gonna decide not to.
All right. So you go to swipe at this soldier, and your claws for once just bounce off the armor.
I whiffed it. Oof.
I'd imagine because you're putting so much effort into protecting Meru from the encroaching horde, it makes it so you can't attack with your full strength.
Yeah, no,
which-
Sorry.
Oh no, please go. Please go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think maybe Kai was more expecting to be a shield, and so with his, I don't know, I don't think that, he was more in the flight reflex, on the fight or flight scale. It was a matter of protecting Meru that he's there fighting, because this kind of seems like a match that, he might not be as well equipped for as some other battles in the past. And also, though he obviously cares about Meru, this is in defense of someone that he doesn't have that, like, when it's prior, there's definitely like a higher level of like a need to protect. Meanwhile, with Meru, it's like a want, and I think that there's something that doesn't quite unlock in his brain that gives him that critting ability that we've seen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Meru, it is your turn.
Okay. So, question.
Yes.
When you said that Meru's inflicted with nails, does that mean he has nails in him now?
Yes. So Meru, you see from where they struck with their hammer, there are gashes that are left, and there are these little nails that have been embedded in your skin, marking you.
Great.
And you see two of them.
Great. Meru definitely yelped out in pain when that happened. The fact is, when you have a long-ranged weapon, usually you don't like taking pain. You're not usually good with that, like, actual, like, combat. So, Meru definitely, he's not doing great. He stumbles back a little bit, and he almost wishes that Kai wasn't trying to protect him, because now he has to be careful about where he's shooting. But he's also internally a little mad because, yet again, he was like, well, maybe we should leave, and no one wanted to leave, and now they're in a situation and he's getting punished for it. He's a little mad, but he's going to do what he can, try to ignore the pain from the nails sticking in him. He can't really pull them out because he knows better than to try to pull out something jabbed into him. And he tries to ready magic bullet to maybe go for, I don't know, this one? Because
you can go for that one. That doesn't look like anyone else is in that path.
Yeah, because he could do this, but then that'd be Prior and Kai in that path.
You would hit Prior and Kai both.
Yeah, I mean, unless Meru did like some cool thing like over Kai's shoulder, but I don't think they're close enough for that yet. For that like combo move, but he'll go for this one right here.
All right.
Let's see. Composure, fire.
And the nice part about Kai being in front of you is that technically none of them are in melee range with you. Kai is keeping them apart, so you're not firing with strength plus firearms.
True.
Yep.
That
you
is
get to
true.
use your regular.
Actually, can I do something first?
Yes, you may.
Can I Justicia?
Yeah. Go for it.
Yeah, let me how do I do the thing? Is it this? Yeah.
Yes. I'll let you know their willpower is 2. Oh, sorry. 1/2 their willpower is 2.
Okay, so difficulty 2?
Yep. For the composure resolve for his difficulty 2. I assume you're doing it on the one you're about to hit.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. With you know what?
God.
That's a crit. I'll let you do +2 to each hit against the target.
Okay. Do I have to change anything with my roll from that then?
I'll say it's the damage, not the 2 hit. So it'll be when you do the damage, you do an additional point of damage.
Cool. And what is the difficulty for the shot?
But for the shot, it's a DC 4 to hit this Inquisitor.
DC 4. All right. Well.
Are
Are you kidding me?
Oh my god.
Are you kidding me?
Oh my god, that's so crazy.
Oh
No,
my
no,
That
god.
was so many dice.
That's
No,
so...
no, I don't
This
care.
is like-
I'm impairing myself. I don't care. Listen.
Magic bullet cannot miss.
Magic bullet cannot miss.
No, we're fine.
Guys.
We're fine. We're re-rolling. I'm impairing myself. I don't wait. Actually, what does impairing do? Impairing do again?
-2 to all your mental and social dice pools.
Guys, I'm begging a healing ampule.
We're fine. We got this.
Okay.
Please,
I
chat.
believe
Please,
you.
chat.
There we go.
We're back. We're back.
Oh,
We're back.
okay. Well, you are killing. Sorry, what were you about to say,
One down.
Fire? Yeah,
No,
this one
one
is down, knowing how much damage you do and knowing what their health is, and with the Justicia added on, this one is definitely down. So, how do you want to describe,
Well, like I said, Meru's not very happy right now. So he probably, I would say the one that he ends up shooting is one of the ones that actually hit him, you know?
It was.
Yeah. So he's pissed. Justicia goes off because he's mad that one hit him because he specifically tries to avoid pain. So the through his the wrappings over his eyes, you can see the teal blue like almost like wisp of smoke that bleeds through the cracks of it as he aims magic bullet and just completely silently just fires at the Inquisitor's chest and strikes right through the heart, and just like the ones from earlier, does a one-hit KO, you could say. Unfortunately, can only
Yes.
hit one, which is not ideal, but he's happy that that's one less that he has to deal with.
Yes. It collapses to the ground, and at that moment, you all see a K Corp healing drone. One of those drones you saw before, except this time the drone, for a second, seems to glitch, and it heals you all. And Nia, is that sanity or health damage that you are healing for them? I believe it's sanity, but correct me if wrong.
It'd be so funny if we were in one of those situations where it's like, actually, health. Hee hee.
Nia,
Yeah, my
sanity,
goat.
please.
Sanity.
Thank you.
My goat.
All right, thank you. You all
so
heal.
goated.
You all heal. A point of sanity.
Thank you so
Oh.
much, goat.
And Nyx, it is your turn. Now I will let you know you are in melee range of the middle hammer.
Yeah.
When it comes to your guns. The other ones though you can hit without penalty.
Well, I haven't given my answer just yet.
That is true. You haven't given your answer just yet. They have all gone past you. The AO3 have affected not the AO3. The AOE have affected you.
AO3? Wait a second. They have
AO3,
affected me.
oh my God.
They have affected me.
That's what the white damage represents, is the fan fiction.
That's real.
Like,
That's real.
Actually, the Inquisitors are just pulling out their one who grips self-ship fan fiction, and they're
Oh
just
my
like
God.
showing us, and we're like, ah!
Real. Guys, viewers, fan fiction, please. But I think talking is a free action. So
Talking is a free action. I will give you that.
what do I even say to this man? I mean, I'm assuming he's just watching his nights at work. Their nights, to be fair, I don't know.
They are watching them. You're not sure what their gender is. They are watching them, but it does look
Yeah.
like they are about to join the fray. It looks like they were rallying them.
Okay.
Wait, this is actually really funny. I'm so sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but I will let you know, Mix, that your pool for firing your guns in melee is the exact same for firing them at range.
We're so back. I think Mix looks and asks. Oh, well, I don't. Okay, gosh. Haven't you done enough already? I mean, what's the point in wasting more lives than you already have already?
This is not a waste. This is our mission. And if you will not stand by, then we will have to cleanse you too.
Mix just at this point, basically, Mix has to give a yes or no. And Mix sighs. I just say one last thing before I give you my answer.
Permitted.
Mix looks over towards the knight right over here. That's directly in front of Kai.
Yep, they've got that hammer and the nail, and look like they're about to bring it down upon Kai and Meru.
Fuck you. And they're going to challenge that that knight to a Snow Queen duel.
All right. So, both of you exit this plane.
Yeah, basically what this looks like for people who don't know. Mix basically there's frozen scales on the left side of their face, and they take their left hand, tap it, and then clasp their hands together. Domain expansion basically. And then they basically both bodies sort of turn into ice and then shatter and then disappear.
And then does Mix get their attack against the
Yes.
Inquisitor now that they're locked in the plane?
They do. Mix, you can now make your attack against that Inquisitor.
Yay!
Remember, you get +2 dice to this because of your ego gift.
Yay!
Yep.
So just to describe again, this sort of ice realm, it's just in this giant room that's just encased in ice. There's sort of in the background there you can see this sort of it's like you know how you see in medieval things, medieval movies where they have a tournament, have this big tournament arena. It's kind of like that. Just frozen sculptures up in the stands instead of actual people. But yeah, Mix is going to, and thank you, Child of the Galaxy, once again, my goat.
Yes,
Also giving me.
the necklace
Sorry, what were you gonna say?
glows. Oh, I'm just gonna let you know
Yeah.
the necklace glows.
What is the difficulty here? Also, this is going to be black damage.
Yes, black damage for your first hit. The difficulty is DC 4.
Gotcha. Well, willpower.
Oh,
Willpower. Jesus.
Oh no! You also do have a second attack. Don't forget about that.
I do.
Really
Willpower
good
time. Max 3 is insane.
You do. Okay.
Oh!
Okay.
Let's
okay.
go. We're so back.
All right.
Oh
go.
my gosh. All right, so you are doing um
That'd be
Plus
2
3?
aggravated black. Oh, right,
yes,
plus 3.
plus 3. So 3 aggravated black damage. This
And then go ahead.
no, I was just going to say, yeah, you have your second attack.
Okay. Please.
They're almost dead. They're almost dead.
Oh my god. I don't have any willpower to use.
Oh, goat.
Wow.
Well,
Mary, what did you do to me?
they are on the verge of defeat. You can see as actually, if you want to describe how the gun hits them when
Yes.
you're locked into battle in this arena.
So at this point, they are literally, like, you know, only a couple feet away. I imagine the knight's just confused and like turns around, or just like looks around wildly, just looking for Kai and Meru, and then Mix just fires the first bullet, and it just like probably hits like in like the small hole of the armor that's like around their neck, and you can already see like they can hear like gurgling and like coughing noises as you know. I'm sure you know basically they're starting to bleed from the throat, and they turn around, but I imagine they managed to basically like you know, because people in Limba's company are crazy. They basically managed to parry the second bullet right before it can hit them.
Yep. And
Damn, you guys are tough.
You got a second bullet though.
No, I shot the second one.
the
and
second one missed.
Oh, my
The second
fault,
one
my
was
fault.
parried. First one
Yeah.
hit, second one missed.
Got
The
it.
Inquisitor
Sorry.
says nothing and gets into a fighting stance. Which brings us to Prior. You also do have a chance to say something, because Prior, what have you... So I imagine at this part you hear the fighting because of the fact that Prior was right in the
He was-
midst of all the Inquisitors when he saw them running.
Mm-hmm. He's had the eyes on his face have watched this, and his body for once was too slow to react. They are still outnumbered, and Mix is nowhere to be seen, at least taking one of the Inquisitors with them. Prior isn't as skilled of a fighter as he is a dodger, and right now they're not going for him. They're going for Meru, and he doesn't think he can stop them. Which is why I would like to propose a bit of a creative possible answer, taking for the fact that they currently think Prior is among their ranks or their allegiances.
Yes.
I would like to roll improvised gear to potentially create some not so beneficial gear.
Ooh.
Uh,
I'll allow that.
Perfect. I will roll. You will, of course, be the ultimate determiner of the effect this has, but I am going to add my desperation onto my gift from containment.
Go for it.
We're overreaching.
All right, so the danger is going up.
And that's 8 critical success.
Goddamn! All right,
No.
so you're basically trying to make a gift that will have a...
I will tell you exactly what happens, because
please
with
do.
a margin of 3, Prior can retrieve it instantly. Because of his speed
Yes.
crafting, and because of his other perk, he gets an extra copy of it for each margin, which means he has 4 of them. Prior reaches into the containment unit and digs around for a moment. He knows exactly what he's reaching for. It's items that he means to dispose of but doesn't. And in a quarter of a second, he pulls out these open cans of soda and tears off a label on each of them labeled "Bad Batch, Do Not Drink." As he retrieves a open can of Well Cheers as a result of a bad work result with employees. and without missing a
Oh.
beat, he moves to the Inquisitors, and with the authority and leadership in his voice, he just says, "Drink up. You know, here in the middle, we know how to make a good damn drink." It's not an augmentation. It's just a healthy dose of good old middle hospitality. And I would like to... I probably can't reach all 4 of them, but Pryor will try and hand the drink out to the 3 of them around him. I could make a manipulation leadership roll if you would like, if they would resist, perhaps. But they do... I do think that they might take the assistance considering Pryor's reputation.
Yes, these 2 will take it right away. I will say manipulation leadership if you want the middle hammer to take it.
Oh, I will certainly try.
But these 2 will take the well cheers.
Will my
Lad, what? Sorry.
Would my
What?
fame assist?
Yes, your fame will assist you.
I'm sorry. Well, cheers?
Yes?
Huh? Okay, context. I went to go get a snack. What the? Huh?
Don't worry about it. Do I
You can
have a
watch
set
the
difficulty?
Set difficulty on for convincing the leader to take it.
Yes.
I would say it would be DC free.
DC3. All right. And I get my fame. Oh boy. Okay.
Yes, because actually, now that I think about it, they recognize you because they work alongside a certain woman.
And the reason the danger increases is Pryor loudly declares his affiliation as he convinces them uproariously to take a drink. So now in Lobotomy Corporation, Pryor, as the leader of the training team, knows Well Cheers' MO fairly well. One of the most important things and the critical things is you cannot drink a soda from a bad batch of Well Cheers, as if you do, you'll get dragged away. That is because, of course, drinking the soda immediately puts you to sleep, making you vulnerable to the abnormalities pull.
Yes.
The skill I would like to debuff is melee.
Ooh.
Any additional effects on top of that, of course, are up to you.
Their melee will be debuffed. How much is it debuffed by as a result of your roll?
It would be 2 dice, so 1 success, or 1 difficulty, rather.
All right, so all their melee is debuffed by 1 then, which cancels out the fanatic.
I would also say if certainly if it doesn't instantly put them to sleep, I would certainly say perhaps it makes them lethargic. Perhaps in addition, it makes them no longer fanatic.
I like that. They feel this lethargy sweep over them, and all the Inquisitors will lose the fanatic condition. In addition to having that -1 to their melee. So all their difficulties have now gone down by 1.
It tastes like cherry.
Not grape?
But like, you know what? Actually, yes.
It has to be
no-
grape.
no-
It has to be grape. I'm sorry. I'm Well Cheers' #1 biggest fan. It has to be grape.
So, you know what? Actually, you're correct. It would taste like grape because that is
Oh my
the
God.
most likely answer. That is the most likely work that would cause a bad batch.
Yes. So, I'm going to put a little effect on them so I remember that. Oh, not the dead effect. They are
I'm
affected by,
Hey,
they are affected by the Well Cheers. All right. And they still think you're one of them, Pryor.
Yeah. Just a bad batch. Listen, the soda tastes great. It's just doing its work.
Yep. They drink the soda, and they do not seem to realize at the moment just what the effects are. As we return to the middle hammer.
The middle.
They stand, and Mix is out of their way. They're going right for Meru.
Hey.
I did not choose that guy because I did not think I could deal with him in a fight. So you two.
Probably for the best you did not choose him.
Question though, because Kai's kind of obstructing him, so I feel like there has to be some sort of penalty if he's trying to get
It will
past
be
Kai.
a DC 4, thanks to both Pryor and Kai. It is a DC 4 Dex Athletics,
Okay.
as they raise the nail.
Okay. Great.
I believe in you, goat.
All right. Let's see. Dex Athletics.
You pass.
Woo!
So,
Yippee.
yeah, the nail starts to come down, and how does Meru dodge this?
I would like to think that so one of Meru's little fun prosthetics, I say fun kind of sarcastically right now, but are the little horns on the top of his head, which help him with his alertness, and so he was able to sense the what is he called, the middle hammer?
The middle hammer, yep.
Middle hammer. Coming for him. He's we've already been through round 1 of this fight, so he's a little more prepared for these attacks. So he was able to quickly, while being, he probably is standing kind of like on the balls of his feet also, to kind of make him a little easier to move around. So when he's swung at, he's able to quickly just push off the balls of his feet and kind of hop back a bit to dodge the attack.
All right. And you also notice as the nail comes down, their movements are more sluggish than they should be. And the next Inquisitor, the one who is not... This one still has Fanatic, I just realized.
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't get all of them. My bad.
This one does move forward and swings at you with the nail. And this DC is going to be, it would be DC 6. Kai is, oh no, but it's the second attack coming at you, so it is DC 6.
Oh, do note, a second attack wouldn't increase the DC. It decreases Meru's dodge dice by 1.
Oh, my
Oh my
bad.
gosh.
Okay, so then it is going to be DC 5, but your dodge is decreased by 1. Thank you.
Also, remember that you can add your desperation onto this.
That's true. Wait, so how many dice am I rolling, not counting desperation right now?
1, 2, 3. You'd be rolling 5 to dodge with
I'm
your minus
using
1.
desperation. Okay, so it's 4 desperation dice?
Desperation is still at 3, danger
Yes,
is
the
at
danger.
4.
Danger and desperation don't always move together.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Danger
Great.
danger is how screwed we actually are. Desperation is how screwed we feel.
Yep.
Mhm.
Okay. Alright, well. Oh, shit.
Oh.
Oh.
If you overreach, you will go to danger 5. If you despair, I think you'll enter a panic.
You know what?
What?
I feel like Meru would be at a point where he'd kind of panic.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna make us go into danger 5. I think I'm simply gonna panic.
All right. So,
So what do I do?
Meru, you
Yeah.
fall. First of all, this attack hits you, I will say, because
Yeah.
that was
Yeah.
1, total 1, difficulty 5. So they're doing. Oh, and they're a fanatic too. They're still fanatic, so they are doing
Wait,
2
shit. How much damage is
less
that?
4. They're doing 6 superficial red, which is not halved, but it is halved by... No, it's not halved by Magic Bullet. So yeah, they're doing... They are doing a lot of damage to you.
Great. How much?
So since it's superficial, I would say what they're doing is... your health tracker is now filled with superficial.
Yep.
Yep, that would bring Meru to 4 aggravated, 1 superficial tracker, 1 away from going on to Death's Door.
Yep.
We're doing good. We're doing good, guys. Wasn't this a great idea to come here? And to not listen to me? That's fine, yeah.
Pryor's doing just fine. Pryor hasn't taken
I'm glad. I'm glad.
Pryor's doing great. He just had drinks with the bros. He's
Yeah. I'm glad. All right, so... Ow, and ow. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, Meru's panicking.
Meru does also have another nail stuck into him.
Yeah.
And with the panic, I would say, is it appropriate to say that right now Meru just wants to flee?
Meru is completely in like his like I'm going to die. I need to leave. He doesn't care anymore. Like he wants to leave. He wants someone to save him. He wants something.
So I will say that your despair condition is that to do anything but try to run, Meru will take basically a penalty to do anything. Because I think you're already taking a penalty because you're impaired. So that'll be another.
Oh no, I'm not impaired anymore.
Yeah.
Oh wait, you're not impaired physically anymore?
You're physically impaired, not willpower impaired.
Yes, yeah.
Right, yes.
So to do anything but run will be an extra additional penalty on you.
Okay.
He's not having a good time. You do have another nail stuck in you too.
Oh.
Thankfully though, these Inquisitors, given how far away they are, I don't think they can probably reach all of you as they start to encroach. They don't know where their friend went. But you know who they can hit? Kai.
Yeah. I'd happily take it for Meru.
Alright, so you can make me that DC 4, because it goes down by 1. Dex Athletics.
Okie dokie.
God, poor Meru is having an awful time. I'm not expected to go south this fast.
Is desperation valid to use if only because he sees the state that Meru's in? Is there...
Well, here's a question.
Please.
Here's a question. You don't. Here's a question for you specifically. Probably not against the Inquisitors themselves, but this big guy, this middle hammer. Does Kai get the sense that they are entirely human?
The middle hammer? You aren't sure. You're not sure if they're entirely human. They seem... Now, what they seem to you may be different from what they actually are, but I'd imagine with the power they are radiating out, and the fear you're probably both feeling given the situation, I will say for the middle hammer themselves you can use Faithful on. Unfortunately, the ones coming at you aren't that. So you can't use Faithful for the ones coming at you. But you can for that one.
Okay. So, sorry. I understand what you're saying, but does that mean if I use it, I'm only attacking that guy? But if I don't use it, then I'm not attacking. Sorry, then I'm
sorry. Apologies. You can add your desperation against the middle hammer, but you can't add your desperation if you're attacking anyone else.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, or dodging anyone else. So
okay.
I don't want to overload your options, but just to discuss
No, you're
some
fine.
cool features you have. You could also split your dice pool to hit both of them and add desperation against the middle hammer. So splitting your dice pool is you, rather than rolling your full pool against one person, you say I'm rolling this many dice against that person and the rest of the dice against the other person.
Right now, I think,
Yes.
yeah, that is really cool though. I'm just rolling a Dex Athletic.
Yes, right now you are dodging because it is their turn.
Oh, right. Right, sorry.
But
I
no,
forgot.
that's sick.
Sorry, I forgot it wasn't Kai's turn. No, go off.
No, you're
Okay.
all good. Yes, so they're both coming at you. It's DC 4 to dodge both of their attacks.
All right. Meow 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 meow. Ah,
All right.
So
I-
good today.
can I?
Do you want a willpower?
Can I? Meow. Please.
I mean, you can. That is your
I
choice.
don't think this is going to work. I'm sorry to put out negative energy, but the computer is telling me. The gods are telling me. I'm still gonna do it.
No, listen, that's one less physical damage.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you also are having this because this one no longer has Fanatic. So it is doing 4 superficial red damage to you, but it halves to 2. So you are taking 2 red damage.
Okie dokie.
Oh, and Kai's barrier wasn't popped yet, I do believe.
Oh?
Or has
Oh,
Kai already taken
did-
damage at the counter?
Did we all have the shield? Because yeah, if so, then mine hasn't been.
No, your shield wasn't popped yet. Correct.
So one superficial red at the end.
Sick.
Yep, and then you can make me another DC 4 Dex Athletics, but this time, you're minus one of your dodge pools. One of your dodge dice.
Oh, sick.
Yeah, so 6 dice.
Dex Athletics.
Oh, sorry, not
Minus-
6 dice. Sorry.
Okay.
That's sorry, I forgot. 3 dice for you now.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, Kai, you also do have a stack of nails inflicted.
I mean,
Well,
you know, that's 3 superficial damage. That's not too bad.
no, I mean my health is actually pretty good right now, so I'm
Yeah, that will be, if you decide to take it, that will be,
I'm taking it.
Alright, you're taking it, so that's... Yep, that is 6 down to 3. And you have another stack of nails.
Fantastic.
Fantastic.
Alright, and that leads us to the last Inquisitor, who is stuck with Mix.
Yep.
They are not doing well, and this one is still Fanatic. They're going to try to attack you, and you can make me that DC 6 Dex Athletics dodge.
Well, hopefully they can't.
my
hit
God.
me.
Jesus.
They miss. They go to drive the nail through you, and it just misses. They're not used to this arena. They're not sure where you have brought them. And Kai,
Metal-
it is... Oh, sorry, what were you going to say,
No, I was
Mix?
gonna say the metal is cold against their skin and the ice is slippery under their feet.
Yes. And Kai, that brings us to your turn. You currently have 4 of these guys all around you. Meru is dying and panicking at the moment.
Awesome. Okay.
And Mix is gone. Mix is gone.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not looking good.
Oh man. I'm just trying to think if there's anything I can do to.
Now, what Pryor brought up before, if you wanted,
Yes.
you could try to split your dice. It will be harder if you're splitting your dice, but you could try to take out 2 Inquisitors of the fray around you. If you split your dice pool in half, or something like that, and try to get 2 attacks off.
I'm sorry for potentially asking a very dumb question.
No, not at all.
Cobalt Scar in my artifacts?
Thank you so much, Mari. Thank you, thank you.
Hi,
Yes,
Mari.
what about Cobalt Scar?
Is that something I could use right now, or like?
You're not currently physically impaired.
Okay, sick. I'm sorry. That's a silly question.
No,
No,
I was
no, you're good, you're good. I will
Alright,
let
cool.
you
I mean,
know when that activates.
The question is, could Kai scar himself to activate his own ego?
You know what? If you want to scar yourself to activate your own ego boost, I'll let you do that as a free action.
Yes.
That would
yeah.
be you automatically take 4 superficial damage.
Mhm,
Yes.
mhm.
Yes.
All right. Hell yeah.
Would you like to describe scarring yourself?
This is just the kind, like, this is actually just him, like, attacking himself, sort of. Okay, Kai uses his, this is probably very unsanitary, his bloodied wolf paws to claw into his own face and neck. Not to a lethal extent, quite, but he's gonna be very hurt, and he is only doing this because he feels completely desperate like, in the situation, there doesn't seem to be anything else that he could do. He doesn't think that he has the raw strength by him, by default to cause enough damage to the people attacking to get anything done. He doesn't want Mara to die, and he doesn't want anyone else to. He has no clue where Mix is. Probably, then again, Mix did disappear with Mara that one time, so maybe there's some sort of a clue, but he doesn't know when Mix is going to get back. Pryor's not even involved in the situation right now. This is just him and Meru against 4 different people right now. This is a last, like, desperation, this is very much something that he is doing because there is absolutely no other option in his eyes.
Yes.
So, meow. Okay. With that being said, if I were to split my die pool with this, would it still deal the +3 on
Yes.
both?
Now it does +5 egg if you hit, and you have a dice pool of yeah, you have a dice pool of 9. Each one would deal +5 damage, so you could split it 5 dice to one, 4 dice to another. Or you could just, or you could split it, like, all you would need is a margin of 1 on either to kill them instantly.
Yep. That's all you need, and it's DC 4 to hit them. So you can do 5 dice toward one, 4 dice to another, both at DC 4.
Okay.
Just need a margin of 1.
Okay. So I'll just roll 5 dice and then roll 4 dice.
Yep, if
Okay.
that's what you want to do.
Okay.
And we also will have a grade 9 fixer that will be showing up.
Yeah.
Wahoo.
Someone in Calw has decided to fight back, I suppose, seeing all this blood and conflict.
Okay. Meow. 5 die. Cobalt Scar. Blah 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 blah. Meow. Oh, come on.
The
got
dice
the
are
willpower?
not on your side.
What the fuck? Okay.
Helping hand. Please help us.
Listen, I'm going insane, right? Can I willpower this one and then go for my second
Yeah.
roll? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I will allow it.
Please. Meow. Okay, it's something.
That's a hit.
It's there.
You're doing 5. It kills this one. They are dead. They are dead.
Okay,
How would you like to
sick.
describe killing that one?
Kai can't see much. Since he clawed at his own face, his vision is sort of red. He's, wildly swinging out at something, and he hears loud metal being scraped open, so he knows he did something. I don't know that he knows that he killed this person. It just kind of sounds like a really like when a car is like really slowly pulling against, like scraping against something, like before they've completely pulled off of it. It sounds like a car hitting a mailbox like really slowly. But that's the only thing that Kai that's the only, he can only hear what's happening. He doesn't really see much of it at this point.
All right. And Kai, you want to make that second attack?
Yes.
And I believe this one would be made with...
This is 4 die
Yes.
and DC 4.
Yep.
Come on.
Oh my gosh.
They hate me, bro.
Do you want to
committed is
use that
Kai?
last willpower point?
It's a 50-50 shot.
Yeah, sure. Whatever, man. My
Yeah.
life's over.
Come on. Manifesting.
Manifesting.
Please.
All my swag.
You got this.
No!
Oh!
Okay.
I cleaves through one and swings like a feral animal at the other, who just manages to get out of his grasp.
Yeah, even lethargic from the soda that they've been given, they manage to step back and evade. And
Oh, I'm so sorry,
Mario,
Mario.
it's your turn. You are currently in a panic. You want to run. You want to get out of here.
Yup. So, Maru, it's definitely been a while since he's been this injured, given that he fights with a ranged weapon. And usually doesn't get too close to the things he's fighting. Even back when they fought Ange and the whole thing with Judgment Bird happened, he didn't get that physically injured. I think the last time he can remember being this hurt was probably back when he was in the back streets. Because, he lived alone on the streets for a few years. So he got into his fair share of difficult situations, you could say. And this is definitely bringing him back to that point in his life. I don't even think he's even fully in this moment anymore. Like, he's not seeing Calw as Calw, and he's not seeing the Inquisitors as Inquisitors. He's, like, fully, like, back in the back streets of District 23. And these Inquisitors are just other backstreets vermin like himself, who he had to always defend himself against. Or, run from. Because usually in those situations, Meru would run from a fight. Because he knows that he's faster than he is stronger. And that's really what he wants to do right now, but also he's barely able to even stay on his feet right now. His vision is, like, starting to swim. Blood is probably beginning to pool out from, underneath him because he's bleeding heavily. I'm trying to think of what he would even do right now. Can he even... I don't even think he's able to do much of anything, because he's so injured that I can't imagine him being able to run.
Meru is still moving. Meru can probably fair escape from combat.
Would he, though? See, honestly, this also would be a point where he would try to call for Derfratius. But I feel like there's something stopping him from doing that right now. Like, he just feels like it's... I don't know. Maybe more out of fear, he may try to raise his gun and try to shoot because he doesn't think he can run. But actually, you know what? He's gonna call on Derfratius. I think he will, despite this fact that he just feels like something's off right now. I think he might raise his gun, get kind of scared about just everything, and in a panic he may yell out for Der Freyschütz. Because, I mean, that's what he's always done, you know? Whenever things get tough, he's always had Der Freyschütz to fall back on.
Yes.
So I think honestly at this point he's not sure if they're in, you know, in a completely different district than their corporation's in, but maybe their Freyschütz can still be called on. It's the last thing that's like that he can like in the moment that he knows that Der Freyschütz is there, that he can remember. So he'll call on him.
All right. So you call on Der Freyschütz. From behind you, the glowing blue circles begin to form as that gun pokes out, and it fires a shot. I would say directly from you. It looks like it can hit both of these two.
Let's go.
Me.
Come on, my
And
goat.
there's the sound of the magic bullet. This one drops dead. And the middle hammer, though they do not react, you can see a crack in their armor from where the bullet passed through.
Oh.
And then the circles close up again.
Awesome. Yeah, I think after that happens, like, Meru kind of, it almost kind of like breaks through his haze just a little bit of like where he was feeling like he was back on the back streets. But he's still so like caught up that he almost kind of stumbles backwards. Almost falls to the ground, but is able to just stop himself from falling.
All right. And as you go to stop yourself from falling for a moment, you feel a hand on you, steadying you almost.
Okay.
And then it's gone. And we go to Mix. Mix, this Inquisitor
Yep.
is not looking good. Did not do well
Oh.
against you. And you're in this duel with them.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's sort of that thing where, like, despite there only being like 1 or 2 rolls, like they are actively fighting, right?
Yeah, no,
Um,
there's a host of gunshots and bullets.
Yeah.
And stabbings.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I mean, you just don't quit. I mean, you're gonna die. And does the knight even respond?
No, they are focused on battle alone. And there's this, in the way they're fighting, despite the fact they're on the verge of death, it seems like they're so zealous about this mission of theirs that they just don't care. That they will not rest until you or they have stopped moving.
Damn it! And I will go ahead and roll black damage as before.
Go for it.
Hey,
Let's go.
Yep, that's
Meow.
This can roll well.
against...
that would be +4 egg black.
They're dead. They're dead. And Mix, would you like to
Wahoo.
explain what it looks like, both when you kill them and when the duel is won?
Yeah, so I think Mix just is like basically dancing around the Inquisitor as they like dodge the hammers and the nails coming towards them. Fine, I'll put you out of your misery. And then Mix just basically taking advantage of, because I imagine like the knight has basically swung down their hammer and is raising their nail to thrust forward, and Mix basically like forces themselves into the arms of the Inquisitor and like limits like their movement of their arm, with one hand, just like pushing against it, trying to push that hand to the side, and then just shoves the barrel of the gun underneath the helmet and just pulls the trigger over and over. And then pushes the now very heavy hunk of flesh off of them. And then as they're just like taking in, trying to catch their breath, suddenly this sword appears. That it's, if you've seen the sword that Snow Queen wields, it's the same one. It sort of descends from the top and falls to the bottom, right in front of Mix as it floats, the blade pointed down. And Mix holsters one of the guns, grabs it, and just plunges it into the ground. And suddenly the entire thing shatters as they fall down briefly and appear once again in front of everybody.
Mix, when you reappear, you see that there is only what seems to be the leader of this group and one other that are left standing. And Prior, it is now your turn, and then our fixer friend will be coming in.
All right. Prior considers his next move very carefully. Honestly, his eyes glance and he sees the fixer out of the corner of his eye, and steeling himself, he realizes he has but one chance to act. You know what?
Mm-hmm.
There's no way Prior can take them both out before they act again. So instead, Prior withdraws one of the standard issue Lobotomy Corporation in allegiance with K Corp healing ampule dispenser units.
Ooh.
Because I do believe we agreed that Kai holds most of the bullets, but he did hand one or two over to Prior because Prior also has the medical technique to dispose of them.
That is correct.
Unless I am incorrect, I do believe Kai that is. We did say that at some
Yes.
point. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, perfect. In that case, then Prior would like to fire a healing bullet at Meru. He knows that this will probably break his cover, but honestly, he does not care at this moment. And if Meru gets hit with another physical damage attack without healing, Meru is dead.
Yep. So, you may do so. I would say it's int plus medicine.
Difficulty 1 because Meru is not trying to dodge.
Yep. I assume Mara's not trying to dodge at least.
I don't think he can.
I don't think
Yeah.
he can either.
All right, then I will roll my int plus medicine. This... Do I want to try and roll desperation? It might honestly be worth it for the extra healing.
It might be, that might be a good idea. That might be a good
Because
idea.
I am an entrepreneurial, and I would certainly say this is a form of using inventions or gear.
I will allow that. I will absolutely allow that.
You know what? I'll throw desperation on. And you know what? I'll throw willpower onto that.
Oh my gosh.
Yay.
We gotta
Yay.
heal him up.
Okay. So that is margin of 3 plus the healing ampules do 2 healing on their own, correct?
Yes, yeah. That would be 2 healing.
So Meru,
What am I at?
you can heal 5.
So, aggravated?
It's a healing ampule.
Yep, healing ampules heal aggravated.
And we are now down to 4 of these bullets in our entire stock.
Okay. Wait, so what is my health at now?
Yippee.
You are actually back to full health.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and we have 4 more of those ever, because each one is worth a small fortune. So Prior aims the bullet, fires, and as it sinks into Meru, it's like all your wounds suddenly just revert. It's like it's instantaneous. Your skin snaps back together. No, it doesn't even snap back together, I do believe. It is simply like in the amount of time it takes for you to suck in a pained breath, your body is back to brand new.
Ooh. Alright.
Yep. As all those injuries heal. However, I will say those nails, despite the healing ampule, are still stuck in your skin.
Yes, Meru is up to 4 nails now, I do believe.
Ouch.
Oh
I
gosh.
actually think Meru... Yeah, no, Meru is at 4 nails.
I'm
Thank
a
you.
pincushion.
He really
No.
is. He really is. And Prior, with that, if that's your turn, which at that, when the healing ampule went off, the middle hammer does turn to look back at you, having seen that.
Prior puts the healing ampule gun over his shoulder and draws his blade with the other and says, "Sorry. I think it's about time that we make a clean break from our previous business relationship. It's not you. It's definitely me."
They just look at you with that mask. And then they speak and they say, "Those sodas. They did
Yeah.
something."
Yeah.
About time you figured that out.
Hmm.
And Prior readies himself for combat.
Oh.
Just in time for the fixer to arrive and not stab Prior, probably.
Yes! The fixer runs in. Now, so, grade 9 fixer, Andrew arrives on the scene, called, having found their way to Calw and trying to evacuate who they could. And the fixer sees, they did hear you screaming about being part of the middle, but they do run past you, seeing there's a bigger issue, though not without, like, a nasty look, I imagine, your way. And head for this Inquisitor here.
Prior pretends
And-
not to see the look with all, like, 7 of his eyes.
So the fixer sadly misses, but our grade 9 fixer does his best.
Hey, you know what? He's occupying one of them.
Yes, he is occupying one of them.
Oh,
And we return to the middle hammer. Meru. He sees you.
Uh-huh.
And he sees the fact that you are fully healed now. And says, "Frustrating. That must be one of K Corp's technology." And raises the sword. Because of Kai, and because of the fact that he did drink the soda, this is at a DC 4.
Uh-huh.
You have a number of 4 nails on you. So a hit will do
Uh-huh.
4 superficial red damage.
Right.
God, if he was still fanatic, oh my god.
Yep.
Yeah, you weren't coming to play this session.
No, I was giggling, kicking my feet while making
Oh, I
the
know you were.
Inquisitors.
I know you were. Okay, so with my desperation,
Yes.
Does that do anything?
You are currently in despair, which means you cannot use your
I meant
desperation.
desperation. I meant despair.
Yes, you are in despair. However, this is something to run because it is Dex Athletics. This is
Right.
like the one check you get that
Let's
isn't
go.
reduced. That said, oh, you're no longer impaired. I was about to say, you are impaired from health. And then I looked at your health and I said, nope, actually, Prior made it so you're no longer that.
Okay. Okay, so you said DC 4?
Yep, DC 4, thanks to Kai and
Right.
Prior.
Please. Please.
oh my god.
I want to get out of there so bad.
Oh my gosh.
You want to leave. And you dodge.
Let's go.
You want that Christmas so effing bad.
Oh my god.
The sword comes down, and you're pretty sure, had it hit you, it likely would not have been pleasant.
For sure. For sure. Meru just, he does what like I've said 50 billion times, he hates pain. He just felt some pretty bad pain. And he probably didn't even register that it was Prior who healed him. He just knows that he was feeling pretty bad and suddenly is feeling not bad at all, physically at least. So it was like kind of like he doesn't want to feel that again. So he was able to get a little extra, I wouldn't say pep in his step, but a little extra, I don't know the right word, but he's able to make sure he dodges.
Yeah,
Out of fear
a
more
little
than
extra
anything.
boost. A little extra
Yeah.
boost. And this Inquisitor here, the fixer's right there. You know what? I think they want to. I'm trying to see which one of you they'll decide to go for. You know what? They're going to decide, because Kai is in the way, that they want to get him out of the way so that they can purge the heretic. So Kai,
Right.
you have Inquisition coming at you. They're still fanatic, so
Oh.
it is DC 6. Dex Athletics Dodge.
Oh. I have no willpower and all my health.
Good news is you're not impaired because of your Cobalt Star.
True. I'm
Yep,
sexy.
so
at
you
the
don't
very
roll
least.
your Dex Athletics impaired.
Yep.
Okay.
And you have a number of 2 nails, which will be important to know for this.
Great. Damn. Well,
Well, they drive the nail into you. And... Or not the nail. They already have driven the nail into you. They drive the hammer into the nails in your
Oh.
skin. And they'll be dealing the margin plus number of nails. So that will be 6 damage, superficial red,
Not halved.
unhalved.
You might want to use Scars from a Wolf here. This might be a Scars from a Wolf.
Yeah, remember you have scars from a wolf if you want to activate that.
okay, sex. Yeah, no, that's real, actually. The way I was just looking at that earlier, wow, that's so crazy. Yeah, no, Kai's going to use Scars from a Wolf.
You'll only take 1 damage, that means.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, he's, he's been through a lot of pain before, and he would rather feel something familiar. And as he feels his back tear open and his scars grow in number, it's a familiar searing in lieu of most of the damage he would have received otherwise. It's agony, but at the very least, it's something that he's used to, and it doesn't affect him quite as much as it would have otherwise.
I will say, the nails are removed when it connects.
Huh.
So your nail stacks are reset. That said, you imagine it would have hurt very much
Yeah.
had the wolf's armor not protected you. And with that, Kai, it is your turn. It's only these 2 Inquisitors left.
I'm gonna have to go for middleman, no? Like,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah?
like, was it not said that I could use Desperation Die against him specifically?
You may use Desperation Die against specifically him.
And we're at I forget if it was 3 or 4.
Free. We're at free
Three.
desperation.
3. Okay. And what's the difficulty here?
Difficulty to hit him would be DC 4.
All right. So I have 10 die to roll. Yeah. Okay.
You actually have more dice than that. You
Oh, I
forgot
do?
to add in you forgot to add in your 2 dice for the fact that you're physically impaired, so you have
Right.
to roll 2 more.
Sorry.
Correct.
Meow. Let me just.
That's already gonna be 7
Yeah.
damage.
I'm just gonna do that.
8 damage.
8
Meow.
aggravated red damage. 5, 6, 7, 8. He's not looking good. I will let you know that right now. He's almost defeated.
Okay. Please.
As you tear into him, and you see that armor begin to shred, and half of the mask covering the face falls off, I imagine. Because you're just ripping into him, I imagine, right? Like, you're just going for...
Mm.
And Meru, it is your turn. You are healed, but you are still in a panicked state.
Okay.
And
How long does despair last for?
Well, what is Meru's drive?
Good question. What was it? We need to bring back up his sheet. I totally forgot.
No, you're good. You're all good.
Oh my god. Trying to find it.
I believe, was it envy?
No, it was pride, I think.
It was pride.
Pride.
Yes.
So when someone bests another character in a contest, that snaps Meru out of it. Rather say when someone bests the one that brought Meru low in a conflict.
You know what?
Oh, yes.
Would you consider what Kai just did? Besting who brought you low, Meru.
I think so. Yeah. I mean,
As you
'cause-
watched Kai
yeah.
rip into this Inquisitor.
Yeah. No, that's real. I would say that is besting the Inquisitor.
Then that would snap you out of
Right.
your panic.
All right.
Despair
We're so
no
back.
longer.
We're so back.
You're no longer panicking.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think when Meru sees Kai just slash into that Inquisitor, it's like he blinks and then he's back in, mentally in Calw. And he does remember that he did agree to do this mission. And he's not on the back streets anymore. He's here and he has to at least try to keep fighting right now because he can't run as much as he would like to. So I think he's going to try to follow up on Kai's attack and attack the middle hammer.
All right.
All right. Let's see. Oh, I totally forgot. I can just press magic bullet. And what was the DC again? 4?
Yep, DC 4.
All right. Do.
DC free now because he's been hit once.
Oh, DC 3.
Yep.
All right. I swear to God, if this doesn't. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that would do him in.
All right.
Wow.
So, how would you like to describe it?
I mean, I would say that even though Meru's been snapped out of his, panicked state, He's still probably a bit shaky. But he's just able to aim properly, so he's not gonna like aim at the wrong place. Like he's totally not done in the past. And he probably doesn't get like through the heart kind of a thing, but he definitely like hits this Inquisitor through. Actually, you said that when Kai hit the Inquisitor, you say part of the mask came off? Is that what you said?
Yep, half of the mask is showing, and you can see a burning eye staring at you. This bright blue eye that is just glaring, full of hatred, all directed toward you.
You know, I would say Mara aims a little high, and he hits right at that exposed part of the face. So the bullet, through the blue portal that forms, almost locks on that bright blue eye, and shoots right through it.
And the middle hammer collapses to the ground, leaving you all in the town square. I imagine with them taken out, it isn't hard to dispatch of that last Inquisitor.
The fixer and the other one, lock into a battle, and honestly think we just take a moment to regroup. Prior walks over and basically drags Kai behind the cover of a building, motioning the rest of them to follow. I imagine he says the rest of the Inquisitors will be there shortly. Kai, manager, you scarring yourself again. Bandages. Where are the bandages?
Shoot, do I know where the bandages are?
I imagine you probably have them on you, Kai.
Yeah, no, they've got to. I imagine that they're very bloody, and they're probably somewhere inside of my coat that I keep them tucked away, and there's a good amount of space in here. I'll kind of. Sorry, no, you go.
No, I was just gonna say no. As please finish your thought.
He'll. Kai's not doing well. He'll probably kind of gesture at an internal pocket inside of his coat, like moving it aside so that you can see where the bandages are.
Prior would like to try and tend to Kai's superficial wounds.
Absolutely. You can make that int medicine check. And as you're
I was gonna say, can Kai assist Prior?
Yes,
Yeah.
Kai can absolutely assist.
Fantastic.
As you're
Right,
tending to the wounds.
Yes.
Sorry, what were you gonna say about the successes?
I was just gonna say I'm rolling against difficulty 7, and every success though is, I believe, a superficial cleared.
Yes, every success is a superficial cleared.
I was gonna say I also have medicine.
Oh, would Meru is Meru
Oh my God.
assisting, or is Meru focusing on other things?
Actually,
That's what
Yeah,
I
I
was
think-
gonna say.
actually, I was that actually. Never mind.
Yes.
Never mind. I was gonna say,
Prior-
Meru might not be focused.
Yeah, Prior spends another point of willpower because it's Kai, and Prior's focus becomes all-consuming on making sure Kai is okay. And Kai can heal 4 superficial willpower, and that is the
You
healing
mean
for the scene.
Health, not willpower, I think.
I'm sorry, health. But yeah, sorry, 4
Yes,
superficial.
no, you're good. I just want to make sure because we have healing ampules that do willpower.
Yeah.
So Kai, you heal that damage as the two of you are ducked into that alleyway together. The Fixer manages to finish off that last Inquisitor, and then knows that there's going to be more Inquisitors coming soon. He survived this long without getting killed. He kind of waves to you all as he runs off into the night. And Meru, as the sounds of the battle settle down and you all start to hear more Inquisitors coming in, you hear what sounds like it might be... Oh my god! Well, actually, you first all heal another willpower point.
Let's go.
The sound
As one of the drones.
The sound
Thank
of buzzing
you.
drones overhead.
Yep, the sound
Wow.
of buzzing K Corp drones overhead gives you all a willpower back. Meru, you think you hear what sounds like your sister's voice. It's hard to tell amid the fights, but especially because while you're no longer in that panicked state where all you want to do is flee, you can't help but feel some of that lingering adrenaline, I imagine, from the fight, from the fact that you did almost die, and you do have those nails still stuck into your skin.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, Meru's willpower is he's still taking a bit of like willpower damage. So mentally, he's still not doing great. And he does not want to be here. He's still like, okay, that fight almost went horribly. We need to get out of here. So and his sister's been on his mind. He knows she's out there, and he was kind of hoping that maybe by telling, what was her name, Rennie? To let his sister know that he was alive, that maybe she'd start looking for him. So of course, the second that he thinks he might hear her, he's going to kind of take his mind off of the current focus, which was initially on the group, and he'll instinctively turn his head and kind of try to see if he can figure out where that sound was coming from.
You see a landfill of bodies. You're not sure how many are still alive, but it sounds like it might be coming from there.
I guess under his breath, Meru will he'll go like, shit, because he's worried, because what if she was there, you know? He doesn't know what she's been up to. Maybe she came here, maybe she did something like he did and got prosthetics. I mean, his are only in different parts of his body, not a full body thing, but maybe she decided to go down that path. I mean, what better place to go than Calw? So I think in that moment, he'll actually turn away from the group and he'll run towards the direction of the voice in hopes that maybe Vienna's over there.
As you start running there, I should ask real quick, Mix, where are you? Because Prior is tending to Kai right now. And you
Mix.
see...
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I know you know Prior's tending to Kai, and I don't know if Mix notices Meru running off, but please let me know what Mix is doing.
I think, yeah, Mix is basically taking stock of the situation. They're looking around. So I think they would see Meru is just about to run off, and... Where are you going?
I think Meru, he probably stops for like a brief second, and he just goes, I heard her. I gotta...
Wait.
But and then he just turns away and tries to go back to what he was doing.
What? Meru! Shit.
Meru, Mix, can you both make me a wits awareness check?
Her...
I think there's
What's
just a
the
wits... Oh, right, you don't have... wits awareness, DC 5.
I'm not willpowering that.
You're so focused on finding your sister. And Mix, you're so focused on trying to get Meru to stay with the group that you both don't notice until it's too late the towering form and the strong, cold metal hand that grabs on to Meru's collar and lifts him into the air.
Great. I think at that Meru he'll kind of like let out a bit of a surprise yelp, and he'll go, "What? Who are you? Let me go!"
You both see, standing there, a woman, not dressed like the other Inquisitors. She's not wearing a helmet either. She has long white hair that falls down her back, and those blue eyes resemble those of the middle hammer that you just fought. Her armor's covered in blood, and she sort of just lifts you up and laughs, like seeing you, and is like, "It seems we missed a heretic." Her eyes travel around and sees the middle hammer's body on the ground, and she sort of gives Meru a shake and says, "Did you all give Hans some trouble?"
I don't know what you're talking about. Let me go! And he's probably like kind of kicking his feet a bit, trying to just unlodge himself, which would be funny in any other context.
Does Mary want to make like a strength brawl?
Oh
Yeah,
my
Meru,
God.
would you like to make a strength brawl?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I can totally. I have 0 brawl and 2 strength. Yeah.
It is DC
I mean, hey, you
8.
can always try. You can
DC
always
8.
What's the DC?
No.
DC 8.
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh.
Her
Got
grip
one.
tightens on you
Oh my
even
God.
more when you struggle.
Great.
And hello, Raiders! Welcome in, welcome in. She looks down at Mix, and there's a light in those blue eyes. It's almost excitement as it trails over your body, Mix, and you really don't like how she's looking you up and down. Her gaze, thank you for the follow, thank you. Her gaze lingers a moment too long on your horns, and then that tail of yours. And she says, "You wouldn't be interested in joining us, would you?"
What do her eyes say?
Oh? What do you mean by that precisely?
Like you know how you can like look into someone's eyes and you can sort of see what they're thinking. You know
Give
what
me-
they are.
Would that be like an insight kind of thing?
Yeah, give me a wits insight for that.
Okay.
DC free wits insight.
All right. Where is my insight?
Oh.
Ooh.
You can't read this woman. You're not sure. You know her eyes look excited,
Mm-hmm.
but you're not sure of her intentions.
And then just to clarify, because you did cut out a little bit for me specifically, what was the
Oh,
first
no.
part of what she said?
The first part of what I said was that she looks excited, and that she's basically looking Mix up and down, her eyes lingering on your
Yeah.
horns and your tail.
No, I
Better
meant
part
of
of your
what she
person.
said, like specifically when she was
To
talking.
you. She basically said, "You wouldn't be interested in joining us, would you?"
Who are you?
I am the middle hammer, Greta. one of N Corp's Inquisition.
So, you're just gonna kidnap one of our friends and just expect... What, I'm just gonna kneel to you?
Kind of tilts her head at that, and she looks confused almost when you use that word. And she's like, friend, this filthy heretic?
He has a name.
We do not refer to it with names.
You... Well, you know, that's a lot of talk for someone who couldn't even... Who's not even someone who shall grip.
Her smile kind of widens at that. She doesn't actually look bothered. And you don't like the light that flares up in her eyes. And she says, oh no, I could never hope to be like her. But I will do my best for her, which means cleansing those, like this one here. And she shakes Meru at that.
You're insane!
I simply have a mission. I'm not the one sacrificing my flesh.
What do you call my horns and my tail, huh?
Those eyes rake over your body again, lingering uncomfortably long on those parts of you. And she just smiles and she says, the evolution of humanity. The flesh becoming even better.
Goddamn insane. Damn it. Cause like Mix is just frustrated cause like Fryer and Kai are in the back. And then Meru's over there. Mix starts to reach for Solemn Lament. So what? What's your plan here anyways?
Well, I'm planning to purge this heretic.
That's...
Oh, but if you want to yourself, you can.
You... Don't you have any goddamn empathy?
She kind of like hums at that and taps. She has Meru in one hand and the giant nail that she wields in the other. And she kind of taps it against, lifts the bandages that Meru's wielding and like presses it a bit into where the eye is and just sort of says, I find it hard to believe you would still emphasize with creatures that one really shouldn't. They're not even creatures anymore, are they? They're machines, tools. You're angry, I can tell that much. Listen, if you want to reconsider, come find me, alright? I'll be dealing with that heretic there. Just find the basement hidden in the House of Heresy.
What? Wait. You really don't think I'm just gonna let you go, do you?
She sort of looks at you, looks at Meru, and then lets out a whistle as you see more Inquisitors start to flood in the area. They're not attacking you yet.
You and like Mix like reaches and like taps the side of their face, but as soon as they do, they just feel this sharp like pain just like pierce through their head. Because they've already used it once. They can't just use it again so quickly. Damn it.
Nyx, a song begins to fill the air. At this point, I would say, Prior, Kai, you've probably finished tending to your wounds. And you all hear this song too, as all the heads from the trees begin singing the same song. The carol leaking through the vocal units of so many lifeless heads and landing on the flames below. And she grabs Meru, and Meru, you feel the nail jammed into your side, impaling you. You can fill your tracker with superficial damage for me.
Yeah. Just the wait. Like the whole like health?
The health tracker.
Just the whole thing?
Yeah, you can fill that whole thing.
Okay. Yeah, okay, I did that.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Ow!
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, no, Meru, he's definitely like... I would make the sound of Meru yelling out in pain. My throat won't let me. So just imagine Meru yelling out in pain. But I think he's probably the whole time that Mix and Greta were having that back and forth, he probably was like still like kicking and like trying to like grab at anything to like make her let go. But at that, he probably kind of goes limp. And kind of just goes quiet.
She grins, looks to you once more, Mix, and says, I'll be waiting on your answer. Oh, and I heard that big brother making a fuss in town earlier, too. Tell him I say hi, and that I miss our deals.
What?
And she turns her back and begins to leave, holding Meru.
You bitch! And, like, I think Mix will, like, try and fire Solomon at her, but I imagine it's, like, one of the other Inquisitors just blocks it.
Oh, not even one of them.
Oh,
As
she
you
does.
fire it, she, without looking, raises the nail and just deflects, and the butterflies dissipate.
Oh no!
Prior rounds the corner, grabs Mix by the sleeve, and says, "Run! Run!"
Meru!
Corpses can't help Meru. Go now!
Damn it! And yeah, Mix acquiesces and follows.
Yep, and you can all start seeing more Inquisitors flooding the town square.
Yeah. As we run, Prior's going to turn to Kai and say, "Kai, chop down that tree! Block a path behind us!"
And Kai listens to that second thought, and he's gonna, I assume, use his claws to slash at the tree just to cut it down behind them while they're running.
Yeah, you're able to do so. I won't even make you roll for that. You're able to slash down the tree. It's on fire. They are blocked off from being able to follow you.
And Prior tries to find somewhere we can regroup. His mind is swimming, but they failed completely and utterly. They have to go lick their wounds.
And as you all regroup, find a place to huddle together, and discuss what your game plan is, I think this would be a good place to take a quick 20-minute break before we return, if that works for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Intermission. Yeah. Thank you, our wonderful audience. Feel free to take this time to go make sure you're not missing a moment.
Yeah.
And we'll see you all.
Get some food and get some water.
Yes. we will return. Let me just put up the message. Be back in 20 minutes. There we go. And with that, thank you all. Thank you all, chat. Thank you so much, Raiders, who have come in. Very excited to continue when we get back. Hello! We are back, everyone! And, just repinning this. So, Meru has been captured by one of N Corp's Inquisitors, and these three have been left to regroup. The three of you find a robotics workshop, the one Meru had pointed out before, to hole up inside. The entire place is charred from the fire, and you can see bodies littering the area, both scraps of metal and flesh mixed together. There's no one left alive here. What do you all do?
Prior is trying to just stay focused on something. The situation has spiraled rapidly out of his control, and he goes through everything. Whatever technology doesn't have nails driven through it, which isn't much. The bodies hanging off the wall fill the air with this sickly, copperish metal scent of death as the blood rusts the metal that was on their body and on the nails driven through it. There's no one here alive. He's looking for any sign of records of what they came here for. Robotics experts, prosthetic information, anything, anyone. Any trace that this wasn't all for nothing.
And
Could I make a... I don't think that there's much to find, but could I make an intelligence academics roll to go through all the documents here and try and see if any of it points to any of the secrets they're looking for?
you know what? I'll allow that. You won't find any living leads here, but you may find something within the documents.
I'll just roll against difficulty 1, unless you have a different difficulty in mind.
That works for me. The higher you get, the more information you will have.
I don't suppose my specialty in wing protocol would help with this, because this isn't technically wings. This is an individual settlement, correct?
It is not technically wings. However, I will say, because no doubt wings may have been involved in some of this, I will give it to you.
All right.
All right. So, Prior, you find, I'm going to say, what is exactly on the documents. You don't have time to go through right now. But you do find some documents that have miraculously been able to, maybe the Inquisitors just didn't notice them. Somehow the flames, they were unscathed. You are able to find some documents. However, given that time is of the essence right now, you have a feeling you just don't have the time to read through them right now until all of you are back in a safe location.
Yeah. Prior gathers them up and clutches onto them like they're a life raft in this hellish water he's found himself in. He exhales with this horrible, groaning, heaving sense of fatigue. Stuffs it in his bag. There's nothing here. Nothing other than disparate pieces of paper. Blood, death, N Corp. And no one doing anything. We're not going to find anything for Ange here. Nothing that hasn't already been burnt and put on a tree. Merry fucking Christmas.
You hear the carols outside that just keep singing.
Shut up! Pryor walks over and he rears back like he's going to punch one of the corpses on the wall, and he stops his fist like a moment before it makes contact with one of the corpses on the wall, and he just sucks in a very not composed breath. I hate it. Music. It's always fucking music. Hi, how are your wounds? Mix, how are yours?
Kai is not even a little bit going to flirt with Pryor at this point in time. Obviously, he's doing very badly. I'm doing better thanks to you. I'm sorry for being reckless earlier. Thank you.
You trust me for battle strategy. I failed to provide an adequate one for that encounter. We were ambushed and everything went wrong. Do not put the blame on yourself. You and Mix both performed excellently, and so did Meru. I was out of position. I was unable to assist in time. And now it falls to all of us. I refuse to cut our losses. And I'm sure you would agree with me. We are not leaving Meru with them.
Kai's been nodding this entire time, but at that last part, outwardly goes, "Of course not. I just hope that we can get to him before whatever might happens."
Don't worry. They take their time. I know that firsthand.
Kai's just gonna nod at that because that's not a comfort at all. But but he gets the sentiment. Mix, are you? How are you feeling?
I'm I don't know. I'm tired. But physically I'm okay.
Nix, you remember what that woman had told you about coming to find her in the basement hidden in the House of Heresy? You know there's a certain estate in this town that belonged to a family that your family had connections with when you were younger.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, you have a feeling that that House of Heresy she referred to might be that place.
Mm. Mix. Thanks to themselves. They remember faintly. It was a house that their family would usually go to. The few times they were here for break, well, it was basically sort of like a winter break for Mix. They would hang around, and they vaguely remember that family. The son was the one that they would play with. Does a name come to mind?
You remember the last name Sinclair.
Mm-hmm. Mix thinks about it in size. There's a place here. It's an estate that my family used to go to.
Do you think that that estate is a place we can find a clue to find Meru, or help with finding Ange a body?
Maybe. If nothing else, it's where Meru's gonna be.
And that's all the answer we need. Pryor fights back his voice's urge to break, and he steels himself. Then it is the only place we need to be. Excellent work, Mix.
Do you all decide to head there?
Absolutely.
Not yet. Not yet.
Oh.
We can't make the same mistake we did last time. Charging in without a strategy or plan. Take the time, prepare your weapon. You should be able to make a dose for later use. Now will be our one time to make it. It will only last you through a single fight, probably, so you might want to save it until we need it. Which is to say that now would be a great time to roll your improvised gear.
Yeah. That's safety equipment?
Yes.
Yes,
Yep.
sorry. Myself, yes. Difficulty? Anything?
It would be difficulty 4 for you.
Okie doke.
Ooh, I think it's roll. Yes. It's actually 5 dice for you. Sorry. I think I set the macro up wrong. That was my bad. You can roll extra dice.
No, that's okay. Can I just re-roll, get rid of that, and re-roll?
I mean, you could just roll one. Oh, well, because it would just be
Alright.
one bonus dice on top of it. No worries.
Wow.
I would just roll your dexterity, and that would just be one extra die.
Okay.
And that's 4 successes.
Yep.
So you have a dose of your special melee drink that you can down when you need it.
No?
Prior,
Yep.
Kai develops his. Prior is meanwhile going to take a moment to dig through his own gear. He's going to consider what they'd really need for this fight. I can try and make something that would help us be sneakier. Something that would help us dodge better. Something that would make us better at fighting. It has to be something to make us better at fighting. Without Meru, we've lost a lot of our strength. It'll be up to you and me, Kai, to carry this fighting.
Kai nods in agreement. There's not really much that he has to say on that, just that Prior is right.
Prior inhales, and as he does, he is going to roll his gift from containment.
Yep, go for it.
Spend a point of willpower.
Good idea. Good idea.
Oh, actually, can Kai provide him an assist die? Because Kai also has craft.
I'll allow that if Kai's willing to, which I presume Kai would be.
I would literally do anything, yeah.
Okay, well,
Oh.
I'll still spend a point of willpower, but that's one more die rolled. Okay, that's
Okay.
huge. That gets me 5 successes. So, Prior produces these tufts of white fur he's placed on a keychain, and they're so cute. As he produces some hair tufts from Poda, and hanging it off the edge of his blade like a keychain ornament, he feels this unearthly strength shimmer over his weapon. And that is going to be for Kai and Prior, +2 dice to melee attack pools.
Yep.
And that's all of Prior's preparation, unless Mix would like to do something.
I don't know if Mix has anything they'd like to do, so I think we're good on that.
All right. Are you all prepared and are you all ready to head out?
ready as we'll ever be.
Then, with that, if you are all good to go,
Yes.
oh yes, I should double check. Is there anything else you all do before you head there? Before you head
No.
to the estate?
I think we just have to go.
All right.
Oh, actually, sorry, I did literally just say that, but Prior has worked with this mysterious individual who has now been described to him.
Yes, you have worked with her before.
Prior, despite the fact that there's a lot of his past he would like to forget, as he is reminded of things, they bubble to the surface whether he wants them to or not. Could he make an intelligence roll of some kind to see what he recalls of their capabilities and abilities?
Absolutely. I would say, I feel like that would be intelligence streetwise or intelligence. I'm trying to think, unless you have another one you would suggest. But
I don't think I have a good social role that would fit, so it would probably be, if it's streetwise intelligence, that would probably be the most reasonable pool. He does get a +2 bonus though because of his perfect memory.
that you do. And you're looking for anything you remember about what they can do, what their abilities are.
Yes. Any metaphorical nails in their psyche. Oh God.
Oh.
I want to
Oh
spend
my
another
God.
bit of willpower. I think this could be really useful information for us, though.
I will say the higher you get, the more crucial information you will have, and some of this stuff could really give you all a leg up in a fight against her.
3 successes. That's the best I can do.
Okay, for each success, I'll first give you just a little overview over her in general, and for each success, you get a little reveal, let's say, of what she can do.
A reveal, ooh.
You know Greta, is one of the middle hammers of N Corp's Inquisition. You know that she is a fanatic. She does not see anyone with prosthetics as human. She does not see what she does as evil. She truly and fully believes that she is making the world better. Of course, her definition of better differs greatly, I imagine, from all of yours, but she truly believes what she is doing is the right thing. That said, she does take a lot of joy in what she does, and that will be the first little thing I reveal to you about her capabilities. You know that whenever she's inflicting pain and inflicting suffering on those that have been deemed heretics, that she considers heretics, she can't help but laugh, and it tends to unnerve and unsettle those around her. You know that you have a feeling that her mind is either so far gone or she is so rational, it loops around to it just cannot be affected, that you have a feeling that any white damage you try to do to her will just not, that she will just shake it off no problem. And the last little thing that I will give you is you know that she takes great joy in purging heretics, and that the more that she kills and the more that she purges, the stronger she becomes. You have a feeling there are probably, especially if this is her domain and her area where she's brought Meru may not be the only one alive down there. And you have a feeling that may be something to look out for.
Prior reveals all this information as he uncovers it. We can flash back to them sitting around the table in the workshop, Prior going through everything he can scrounge from his mind about Greta. He does not say how he knows this, but the implication is hung in the air as high as those ornaments from the trees. These are not operations Prior is unfamiliar with. And though he himself was not N Corp, he seems very familiar with exactly how they work. And as he straightens his back and shares it, he turns to Mix and says, Fire solemn lament true and straight, but your second round should probably be placed elsewhere.
All right.
And
We can
unless
cut
there...
back to the burning estate, I think.
Yes, there is a huge manor burning and on fire. You all see crucified prosthetic bodies greeting you in the courtyard. Mix, you know this was once a fast, flourishing garden, but all that it is now is snow burning and nails erected tall with a variety of prosthetic bodies pierced by those towering nails.
Mm-hmm.
You all see that there are 3 dug-up graves, but Mix, you remember there being 4 members of the family who owned this place.
Mix briefly thinks of who might still be around, but, well, there's no point in thinking about it now.
Do you all enter the burning estate?
And Prior covers his mouth with his arm. The smoke stings his nose and dirties his eyes, and the crown feels hot upon his head.
Kai follows behind Prior, and doesn't necessarily have much of like a good sleeve to use as a mask, but covers his mouth and nose with his bloodied paw as best he can to try and breathe in the little amount of smoke.
Prior turns and hands Kai a handkerchief.
Aw. Kai will take it gratefully and squee a little bit on the inside about that, but this is really not the time.
I need your best, Kai.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
I'll be your eyes if you be my blade.
I need him so bad.
Prior does not acknowledge Kai's reaction as he turns to Mix and nods and says,
Let's keep moving.
as the self-proclaimed leader of the training team, even out here, I don't need to tell you what to do, Mix. You have this. Meru needs you. You haven't hesitated once. I trust that you won't again.
Mr. DM,
Yes,
I have a question.
of course.
Do I see butterflies around the other two?
Around Prior and Kai?
Yes, sir.
Not yet. But you do see a trail of butterflies leading into the manor.
Mm.
Do you follow them?
Yeah. And without a need for a handkerchief, seemingly Mix looks surprisingly fine, although through Mix's sort of perspective, I think we see there is a invisible pair of hands covering Mix's nose and face.
Yep.
Prior
Man.
follows closely behind and mutters to himself, "Those icicles probably feel really nice against their face right now." As he follows behind Mix.
You're all able, thanks to the trail of butterflies and thanks to both what Mix was told and what Mix remembers, you're all able to find the basement and the hidden tunnel leading down. It looks like it was recently made, and you imagine it must have been dug out by these N Corp Inquisitors. Do you all get ready to head into the tunnels?
Reluctantly.
Prior adjusts gaze, looks back, makes sure everyone's ego is ready, unsheathes life for a daredevil, and hanging it over his shoulders, he says, "I'll take the lead."
Kai will fall into step behind Prior.
Prior would like to, because this is a new scene, and they did have a chance to rest, he would like to reactivate life for a daredevil.
Absolutely. Feel free.
jeez. Oh, jeez. This is really bad.
The die are not favoring us today.
Prior
you
takes Prior takes 1 willpower damage, but it does activate.
I was gonna say, you're all looking really bad on willpower right now.
Or I guess I have to roll to see if it activates. Okay, it does.
Yes!
Oh, it does. Okay. The flames ignite behind Prior's head and along the blade, and though it quickly burns out, so just his hair seems to take on a wispy, billowing property. Crumbling armor lightens his steps, and he moves with a swiftness in front of the group that he did not before possess.
You all follow the winding tunnels, and as you travel through them, you end up finding yourselves in what you realize is an L Corp branch facility. You can tell from the walls around as they change, from the containment units you pass, although they are empty. And it seems that it was once an L Corp branch, at least. It's hard to call it that anymore, as the entire place appears to have been converted into a mix between a church, almost, and a torture chamber. There are candles lighting the place. You can see devices, contraptions, and bits of flesh. And while there are no inquisitors, at least not in this area, you can see the remnants of the work that they've done.
That's no good.
Prior runs his hand along the wall and brings it back, rubbing his fingers together. They stripped the paint off the walls. So this would have been our fate, I suppose, had Ange won.
Yes, it does look like the entire place has been sunken.
They were good people.
And we should be glad that the only ones we'll encounter now we don't have to mourn over.
You all hear mechanical noises and what almost sounds like a plea for help calling out for you. In one of what was once a containment unit. It looks to be. It's since been converted into more of a chapel. But you can hear those noises.
Prior will look through the port through the containment unit door.
On the other side, you see this.
Oh.
There are a number of prosthetic people bound by ropes, tied up, and caged. You don't see Meru among them, but you just hear these mechanical noises. It looks like multiple of their limbs have been chopped off. They're all kind of squeezed in there together.
I think they're silent for a moment, and then Mix just says, "Can't just leave them like that."
Prior is actually kind of snapped out of it by Mix's words, and this look of guilt passes over his face that he wasn't the first to say it, and he goes, "You're right. You're absolutely right. But first, Prior would like to make a wits awareness to make sure that there isn't an Inquisitor skulking beneath them that they would about to be charged headfirst into."
Absolutely. Make that wits awareness.
I think Kai can help, right?
I have an awareness.
Yay, I can't.
Yeah. Hey.
I need to fix that at some point.
At some point.
Difficulty?
Difficulty free.
And oh, I was close.
No, the Inquisitors aren't stealthy, with the exception of a few.
No, wait.
Oh my god.
I don't have willpower.
Oh
If I
no.
did one more
Shit.
point, I'd be impaired.
Hey, chat.
Wait,
Please.
wait, hold on.
No, Nia healed us for one.
Well, that was earlier. Was that? did
Oh
you
yeah, that
already
was
count
earlier. That was I think Pryor did heal then, right? Or did he not?
Nia's done it a couple times. Nia did it a few minutes ago while everyone was
Oh wait,
talking.
did what just happen?
It was a
Oh
couple
my
minutes
god!
ago, but
Oh my
yeah.
god, Nia, I missed that. Nia, you are wonderful. Yes, you can all heal. Was
Well-
that for willpower, Nia? I presume
Nia
you
did.
can all
We're
heal
so
willpower,
back. Okay.
including you, Maru, wherever you are right now.
Well, in that case, I'm gonna
Oh.
spend my willpower to immediately go up to only one willpower remaining because I do not want to fail this one.
Thank
That's a
God.
five.
All right, go.
Crit.
You know what? I'm gonna give this to you. Not only do you not hear any Inquisitors in the immediate area, but because of the crit, until you get to the first gate, so while you're exploring this entire area of the dungeon, if there would be an Inquisitor approaching, I will give you the heads up, but you basically know where all the Inquisitors are now. You will be able to hear their footsteps in time to basically get everyone to hide and wait for them to pass.
You know what Pryor does? Actually,
Oh?
because he knows he's not that perceptive, because he knows that he might not see them coming, Pryor grabs from one of the corpses in the hallway a prosthetic something, a piece of metal, a chunk, and he fastens it to his shoulder, and he fastens another piece to his arm. So someone looking from a distance would see what looks to be prosthetics on him, which for nothing there would mean he would get a warning.
Yes.
He tricks his own ego gift into working for his benefit in a situation it otherwise wouldn't. And with that knowledge, making sure he's going to discard these pieces before they move any further on, he does open the containment unit and head over to try and drop the cage from the ceiling carefully, lowering it down to the ground, and says, "Hi, get the bandages ready.
What are you
Oh,
doing?
we're gonna need more than bandage. We're gonna try and salvage. Their wounds don't look that grievous."
I will say Pryor looks at Mix. They've drawn solemn lament.
He looks over, and actually there's a look of empathy in his gaze, and he goes, "Only if there's nothing we can do. You know me. I may be optimistic, but I'm not cruel."
Mix relents. All right.
Thank you. And Pryor as he turns away, he actually squeezes his eyes shut, and this look of pain passes over his expression. That was really easy for him to compromise on. And he lowers the chain and gently brings the cage down to the ground.
The person, or the people rather, but there's one of them in particular who's talking. They all are making these like mechanical sounds of all you can describe as relief. And one of them, that one who is reaching out with the hand, the one hand that hasn't been cut off, kind of not aggressively grabs you, Pryor, but it's more like trying to cling onto you as if like to give a warning. And they're just kind of like, don't know when return. She, the woman with those bright eyes, that smile, that wicked smile, don't know when we'll be back.
Prior gently takes that mechanical hand in his and says, "Rest easy. Come tomorrow, she will bother no one ever again. But first, let's get you through tonight, okay?"
He makes a whirring noise of affirmation.
All right. Oh, this is gonna be a little brutal. Kai, if you can tend to their physical wounds, Mr. DM, sir.
Yes.
Prior's history. I've never actually considered this until this moment. Prior probably does know a thing or two about augmentations.
He would.
He's probably done a few of them as a mark of honor on others. Can Prior try and salvage some parts from the corpses to put these people back together?
Ooh.
You know what? I'll allow that. I would say that'd probably be an int craft, I imagine.
Yep. Because if Kai can, get them to a point where they can move without bleeding out, Prior can get them at least the limbs back so that they can get out.
Yes. All right. I would say Kai, give me that int medicine, and Prior, give me that int craft. DC isn't high because these people aren't. They're in bad shape, but they're not dying at the
This
moment.
might be a bit of a stretch because we are not in a high stress situation, and Prior is sure there's on Inquisitors. Can we both give each other an assist die?
Yes, absolutely. I will say that. You can give each other an assist.
Mix is just watching from the sidelines because they see the butterflies, but
I will say, there's actually not many butterflies in this room. You see a trail of them still, but in this room itself, the butterflies are slowly starting to dissipate.
Yippee.
yeah.
Difficulty
well-
for this roll is...
I'm gonna say, honestly, especially because you have the time and you have sufficient warning if an Inquisitor comes, DC 2.
Okay. Hey, I'll take that.
Same for the medicine int. Oh wow.
Yes, for both of you. For both of
Okay,
you.
cool. Okay.
Prior is far better at this than he should be. Salvaging the dead, he whispers, "Wait, waste not, want not," and reveals something that not a lot of people remember to know about Prior, and that is that Prior is far smarter than he appears, and far more capable of working with augmentations than one would think.
Yeah.
He puts these people back together, and because he has his pick of the cream of the crop, they probably end up with upgrades by the end of it.
That they do. They are able to go free. Now, the thing is, you can all ask them to... I'll give you all this, especially with the crits that were had. You can either have them wait for you all, basically in a safe area here, hole up somewhere and wait for when you're all coming out. Or you can just tell them to go leave now, but they do risk running into Inquisitors.
I don't think that's necessary. I think Prior can say, "This is still an N Corp, this is still an L Corp facility. I can re-engage the protection system on this unit probably. It wouldn't even be an issue. It was meant to maintain an abnormality. I don't think the Inquisitors would get through this."
That's right. I won't... I'm wondering,
Yeah.
you know what?
Prior could take half for 3 successes on this.
Yeah.
And he
Yeah.
already knows, he knows L Corp. He knows where the manual override lock is on the doors. He's probably done this a billion times before.
Yep. So you're able to make this a safe spot for them to hide.
Yeah, he teaches them in the case he does say in the case that we don't come back, he does teach them how to disengage the Emmanuel override, so he doesn't lock them in here if we all die.
That would be pretty bad. That would be pretty bad if they're just stuck here forever because of that.
Yeah. And as he goes to leave, he smears some blood on the inside of the portcullis window, so an Inquisitor looking in won't see anything.
All right.
To the Inquisitor, it just looks like one of the doors malfunctioned and sealed the unit off.
Yep. And with that, do you all continue on? There's also a whirring, these mechanical, you're pretty sure they're thank yous. It's sometimes hard to fully, even with the upgrades they have, because of, the full body prosthetics, but it's pretty clear that these people are grateful.
Prior can't rest on his laurels, but as he walks by Mix, he turns and says, "Next time we might not be so lucky. Thank you for being willing to do what might be necessary." And if Mix has nothing to say,
Yeah,
Prior
yeah.
will-
I'm sorry. I'm just thinking.
No worries. Yeah, if Prior sees that Mix doesn't have an immediate response, and he kind of turns away, and Mix can read this weird guilt on his expression, like he feels like Mix is beginning to surpass him, and he doesn't know how to feel about that.
You all continue forward, and as you're walking, come across... Oh, yes, please!
I was just going to say that, sorry, I think Mix did have a response.
Oh, yes, Mix! If you did have a response. My bad. I did not know if that was the end of the thought. No, please, please. Do your response. I love hearing your...
No, you're good. I don't have a response.
All right, perfect. My
I
apologies.
think Mix is just quiet, yeah.
Yes, please, my players, feel free to cut me off at any time if you have a character response.
But anyway, we do proceed onwards then in uncomfortable, apathetic silence that is probably causing high physical and emotional pain.
Want to do carpool karaoke? You all come across an old room with a clockwork mechanism. You see this long, bulky lever at the center of a machine adorned with springs. Do any of you touch the lever, or do you just all keep going forward?
I would hope none of us are impulsive enough to just pull a lever.
Yeah. Yeah, at least not yet. Might have to, though, I guess, if there's nothing else.
You do see the path does continue forward, but...
Prior would like to roll his, if he may, he would like to roll his craft with a specialty of L Corp tech to try and figure out what this lever possibly does.
Absolutely, you may do so.
Oh, sorry, I should clarify. Does this look like it's part of the L Corp facility, or does it look like it was modified on afterwards?
I will say, it does look like it was modified on, so I would remove the L Corp.
The specialty.
Yeah, the specialty for L Corp. But you could absolutely make that other roll. And I'd say it's a DC free to try to figure out what this is.
Absolutely. Prior does have the ability to take a minute. He will call over. He's like, Kai, could I get your expertise?
Absolutely. Expertise. Wow. I'm sorry, this is just me helping him out with the roll, or I'm so sorry if I missed
Yeah.
something. Okay.
No. Yeah, it was literally just providing an assist die.
Yeah, I think it was just the Kai
Absolutely.
assist dice.
Holy shit! Wow, Pryor's back in his
Wow.
element.
All right.
God
Goat.
damn!
My goat.
All right.
This is Pryor's melee pool is craft. This is again forgetfulness that Pryor is not a fighter. Well, perhaps once upon a time he might have been. But as his mind begins to churn, the other managers will see behind Pryor's eyes there is this scheming, almost ancient intelligence that seems to rise to the surface as he mumbles formulas he's memorized that are being brought to the surface, schematics he's only seen once, but that are imprinted forever in his mind. He has a perfect memory. Everything that has ever been made, he has looked at, he has torn apart within his psyche. And sometimes, if he's feeling nice, he put it back together.
Yes. And with your craft intelligence, you can tell that this lever operates a mechanism that it looks like, while you're tracing it over to see, there's something under the floor that will rise from it that it seems to activate. However, you notice that there are cracks in the ceiling above, and you have a feeling if the mechanism is improperly activated, something will come down from the ceiling.
With his crit, can he bypass whatever mechanism is the proper way and just try and see if he can hard activate it rather than toying around with whatever stingy trap? Basically, can he unscrew it from the wall and just find the floor mechanism behind it and just activate it? Just not even bother with anything leading anywhere else. They probably weren't smart enough to rewire. Like, he probably sees the wires going up and the wires going down.
Yes, that he can. He absolutely can do so.
All these self-proclaimed geniuses, trap makers, inventors, idiots. They're so sure that they know exactly how others will play the games they put in front of them. They forget that they're the ones who made up the rules. And when they're not around and he snips a wire, no one else has to follow it.
And with that, from the floor rises a small wooden chest. Do you open it?
Yeah, I mean, Pryor is not paranoid. He thinks that this was a hard enough mechanism to hide. His instinct isn't that it's a trap, but he will walk towards it and go to open it. And unless any warnings occur, he will see what's inside.
Yes, so you open it. Inside, and I will let you know, especially with that crit, you don't see any warnings. Inside you see, well, the first thing that you see in there is that there is a bundle, a very familiar looking bundle, actually. It is a coat, a navy blue one with gold trimmings that you recognize as the Magic Bullet Ego.
Oh,
And-
fuck.
Laid underneath it is Magic Bullet itself.
Pryor gently removes the ego and grimaces.
at the very bottom of the chest, you do also find a bundle of torches.
I'll keep the ego suit in my containment unit. Manager Mix.
Yeah.
In an emergency, do you think you are capable of wielding Magic Bullet?
I have so many damn abnormalities clinging to my body already. What's one more?
I don't know your compatibility. Your other corrosions may prove dangerous. But no one else here has the skill but you. Even with the natural granted abilities of ego, you're the only one with the mental capability for ranged.
Let me see it.
He will hand over the magic bullet rifle to Meru. Or Meru, a Mix.
Error.
Wish it handed to her.
Sex.
The Merrick's or
Mixru.
Mixru or
Yeah, Mix will take it in hand. Does Mix feel anything, even if it's subtle?
You feel like the ego weapon is almost vibrating, like it wants to jump out of your hands, like it's trying to get back to something or someone.
I think Mix whispers. It maybe even isn't audible. Maybe they don't even say it. At the very least, it's something that nobody else hears except for themselves and maybe those two entities whose firearms Mix has. But yeah, Mix will just like say, "You're in my hands now." And just sling the rifle over their shoulder.
All right. And you can still feel it against you. It's still almost twitching as if live. And you all continue onward.
Manager Kai,
Mm.
how many healing ampules do we have left?
I believe we have 4 total. Sorry, Mr. DM. Just,
Yes.
Is it split between the two of us? Like Prior is 1 and I have 2, or Prior is 1 and I have 3?
I think you have 3, Prior has 1 left.
Okay.
And I think there's also still the bottle of green liquid, if I remember
Yes.
correctly. So
Yes,
Prior's
we have the
got...
one we deconstructed.
Yeah, so Prior technically has 2 because he's got the liquid one, and you've got 3.
Yeah. Prior has one that he has to administer rather than fire out of the gun.
Yep.
Okay. I have a feeling we might need them.
I know it's unlimited supply, but I think you're right. I think it's worth using them in a case such as this. In terms
Do you
of
know how
going,
Do you know how
Sorry?
valuable these things are?
not as valuable as Mary's life.
I would agree. But the price on the black market certainly wouldn't.
Hmm.
I know people who would trade a mountain of writhing, living, flesh and blood people for half an ampule. Even in the nest, one of these bullets might be worth a family fortune. I'm just saying,
Mm.
watch your shots, and I'll watch mine.
Yes, sir.
Pryor speeds up his steps with the almost subconsciously with the boost from crumbling armor and continues to lead the way.
On you all go, and you all come across a large
I imagine
gate.
if he sees the Inquisitors in the distance, he'll ditch the prosthetic pieces he's attached to himself.
Yes, yeah, you have plenty of time to do that. Especially, again, counting your crit from before with the Wits Awareness. You see them in the distance. You all see this large gate ahead, these pointed fences and stone walls, and it looks to be the only way forward. But there's quite a few Inquisitors milling about here. It looks to be about 5 of them guarding the gate. How would you all like to deal with them?
Manager Kai.
Kai looks over at Pryor.
As much as I want to kill every last one of these bastards, I don't think we want to start a fight here. Not if we can help it. Technically, we've been invited in. You're better with people than I am when they don't already kowtow to my authority. Do you think you might be able to sweet talk our way in?
I'm not opposed to Kai trying, although if I remember correctly, it was Mix and Pryor that were invited in. So
I bet you they don't know that.
Okay.
Yeah, I will say it was specifically Mix was invited because Greta talked to Mix, and Greta told Mix to tell Pryor that she says hello.
Yeah.
And is doing business with him. She did not mention Kai at all. However, if you think you're up to manipulate,
we're part of Mix's retinue. I think that's perfectly reasonable.
You know what? Yeah, actually, if you want to spin it like that,
We're
You
also
can.
all of flesh.
you are also all of flesh, so they have no reason
Hmm.
to brand any of you heretics, with Meru not with you.
Of course.
He turns to Mix and says, if we think we have to manipulate our way through, you would be best. But if we can get by on a technicality, Kai has an extreme force of personality. I've seen him talk feral syndicate members out of ripping arms off.
It's fine. It's our best shot, anyways.
So I am going to say,
Yes.
Kai actually has several merits that might be helpful in this case.
Yes, Kai, you do have beautiful and influence. So you would be able to add. Actually, okay, I don't think your influence would actually help.
I was
here.
actually
Yeah.
thinking Kai's unseemly aura.
Oh.
Unless I misunderstand what that is, the corrosion and closeness to abnormalities might actually be a benefit to Kai against these particular forces.
Yes. Yes. So you would get to add 4 dice, Kai, because of that. Because it's an abnormality of flesh.
My goodness. Okay, so sorry, it's charisma and
Persuasion
persuade. Okay.
plus 4 dice.
I believe it would
Okay.
be. I believe a beautiful would be +1, and then
Oh!
unseemly aura would be +2. I believe.
My
Oh, plus
bad,
3.
yes. Plus
Oh wait, but we
3.
can both assist. Hold on. Can we assist?
Oh, you know what? Yes. Especially because you two, they know Prior and they see Nyx's corrosion. So yes,
Mm-hmm.
actually, you two both can assist Kai.
Yay!
So take another 2 bonus dice. So that's actually +5 total.
My goodness. Okay. Okay. Persuasion. Okay, so that's 12.
12, it's a DC 4 to convince these Inquisitors to let you pass without a fight.
It would be insane if I didn't manage this. Meow. I feel I'm sorry I didn't add the custom modifier thing. I'm just adding the die on. I'm not like
No, you're all good.
Okay. Oh my god, dude.
Oh my. Okay, well you got
Well,
it. But...
Joking. That's
You passed.
Okay.
You passed, and that's what matters.
No, but come on.
This is why.
like-
This is why you never take. This is why you never turn away every single extra dice you can get on a dice roll.
Yep.
Yeah. I just thought I
Okay.
had enough swag.
So I think Kai, unless you would like the DM to orchestrate it, you have the freedom to approach them with your argument.
I believe Kai will walk up to them, with the full confidence of someone who was invited there because technically he is, a part of the party that was. And somewhat formally he will say something along the lines of excuse me, Miss Greta requested an audience with my 2 compatriots, and I, as their +1, was wishing that you would grant us access. I believe that she has business to discuss with the 2 of them, and we want absolutely no trouble. Only to move forward in our working relationship.
The
Yeah.
oh, sorry. Does Kai have more to say to
No.
them?
He might just curtsy or something.
The Inquisitors guarding the door exchange a look. They look over you. They see your little ears poking out of your head. They glance over at Nyx and Prior. And they say, if she has willed it, then pass. And the door slowly, those grates raise, slowly creaking open as they move out of the way to allow you all passage through.
All right. So first step of many.
I have a feeling Kai's probably gonna do a second little bow curtsy thing at them as he walks in.
They don't respond to it.
Yeah.
They,
Prior keeps his eyes forward and his footfalls heavy, playing the role of a big brother.
and you all pass through that first gate. And we will cut to Meru. Let me just change the music here real quick.
Oh my god.
Meru, you wake up. In this little solitary confinement cage. When you wake, you find that your coat and your gun for your ego have been confiscated, and that your shirt has been removed, having your prosthetics on full display. The bandages wrapped around your eyes are still there, almost as if they couldn't be removed. You are in a room lit only by candlelight, but you're able to make out some of the stuff in this room. You can see that there seems to be a board with saws on either side. There's someone chained there, and their wrists are inches from the saws. If that machine were to whir to life, you're certain you know what would become of them. Above that contraption, you can see a cage hanging from the ceiling, and what looks to be a huddled form in there. And in the back of the room, you can make out an Iron Maiden with blood seeping out. That must have been recently used. From the ceiling, you see bodies strung up and hooked outside of the little cage you're locked in. And it's hard to tell of them which are still alive. What does Meru do?
Okay. I have a question first.
Yes.
Does Meru, when Greta was leaving with him, she what did she do? Did she jab the nail into his side?
Yes, you do not have a nail in your side anymore.
Okay, so it's just
You-
like a wound?
Do have a gaping wound from where it looks like it was pulled out.
Great.
However, someone has actually tended to your wounds. You can heal 2 of the superficial damage you've taken.
Whoa, that's great. All right. So when Meru first, I guess, opens his eyes, because I guess he probably passed out at some point. He probably initially freezes because he's in an unfamiliar area, and his natural instinct is to freeze and try to figure out as much information as possible without, drawing any attention to himself. But when he realizes that he's probably okay to move a little bit because he's in this little confinement kind of area, he starts, just kind of taking a gander at everything, and his eyes behind his justitia widen more and more as he realizes just what kind of predicament he's in. He probably shivers a little from fear, and then goes to wrap his arms around himself, realizes that his shirt is gone, and then kind of realizes that his whole along with his weapon, and his blood kind of goes cold when he realizes that he's completely defenseless.
Yeah.
And that's probably when he tries, kind of thinking how he can get out of here. He doesn't know where he is or what he would do if he got out of this little confinement unit, but he just knows that he needs to get as far this torture chamber as possible, because he doesn't like what these dots he's connecting are leading to. And while he's trying to figure out some possible way of escaping, he he does get one idea. He might be not able to defend himself, but there might be someone who can maybe help him out of here, you know? Just maybe. So he probably because he doesn't want to be too loud. Because he doesn't want to attract the attention of any, I don't know, a guard or someone, but he probably in kind of a low voice, because he knows Starfacius doesn't need him to yell to be able to, you know, to hear his call. He probably just goes, Freyschutz, can you help me? Freyschutz? And he kind of expects to feel that, like a hand on his shoulder or something, or some kind of guidance. And he just kind of, he waits.
You don't feel a hand on your shoulder. You don't feel or see those familiar blue circles forming behind you. You don't even feel that familiar sting of black damage done to you. But what you hear instead is an amused laugh and the sound of metal scraping against metal as a towering form comes into view. The marksman, who is here crying out for to save you?
Get me out of here. Who are you? Stay back.
She just keeps approaching. There is in one hand that nail dragging across the floor, and in the other is a set of keys that she sort of jingles in front of you. She unlocks the cage and instantly grabs you just with one of her hands, seizing your arm tight and squeezing it.
Meru immediately tries to yank his arm back. I'm not even gonna ask to roll because I know he fails. I know he fails, but he still tries anyway. And he just goes, "Let go of me!"
She doesn't do so, but she does grab you and basically whips around, pinning you against this wooden wheel here.
Great.
And she just says, I didn't properly introduce myself, no? I'm Greta, one of the middle handlers here. And I'm making sure this place is purged of heretics for when Our Lady, the one who grips, comes.
Heretic? I don't know what that is. I'm not a heretic. I'm a person.
She laughs at that. And there's this look in her eyes. It's a mix of amusement, but anger creeps in. She pockets the keys, grabs a nail, still a very large nail from the ground, not as large as the one that she's wielding, and shoves it into your wrist of your hand that is still flesh. Pinning the wrist there, right under that metal plate that you have on your arm, pinning that into the wood of the wheel.
Mer definitely yells out in pain at that. He can't stop himself. And he's, what are you doing?
You're not human. Not anymore, at least. Did it not hurt to attach these impurities to your flesh? And her hand creeps up. The one hand of yours that is flesh, and then pokes at and pries at with her sharp nails at the metal plate there, at the prosthetic that you had put in place. Did your conscience not scream as you rejected your humanity?
What are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean.
You can't pretend to not understand now. These things. And at that, she grabs your other hand, the prosthetic one, and holds it up, turning it around, and kind of slowly caresses it before yanking that arm against the wheel and pinning it in place with another nail.
Instinctively, Mirror tries to use his other arm because, to try to stop her, forgetting that it was already nailed into the wheel. And he hisses and has to stop himself because now he's properly pinned to the wheel. And he still finds it in him to glare at Greta underneath his underneath Justicia, and he goes, "They're not impurities. They're just parts. I don't get you."
Of course, something like you wouldn't. You've cast aside your humanity. You can't understand those of us who are still pure.
I didn't cast aside anything. A prosthetic hand doesn't mean I'm not a person. I don't. Just let me go.
She makes a thoughtful noise and then sort of like leans down, pushing up your pant leg a bit to see your ankle there, and jabs another nail in and says, "At least it looks like there's still some flesh down here."
What's the end goal here? What are you even trying to do to me?
Oh? She doesn't even look at you as she like moves to the other side of the wheel and grabs another nail, preparing to pin that one in place also. And she's just like, "I'm doing what I need to do. I'm purging a heretic like you. That's the end goal here. Maybe you can be spared if I remove all of those sinful parts."
Huh? Remove? You can't just remove them.
Oh? She jabs that last nail into your ankle, fully pinning you to the wheel now. And everyone, there's a really, really fun redeem we have if you want to spin him on the wheel, if you want to spin him around.
Oh my god. Spin him on the wheel? You're so evil. Sin is so evil.
Yes. Remove.
Sorry, Nia redeemed it immediately.
And she gives the wheel a good just spin around. Here, I'll
Oh my
let
god.
me rotate the little Maru.
This shouldn't be fun. This is not a funny scene, and yet.
Oh no.
I
She
wish
just-
I could redeem the wheel.
I could redeem the wheel.
Oh no, I could. Sorry. Let me shut up.
No, that's real. That's real. We all spin the wheel.
And she kind of just kneels down while you're upside down to like see you, grins, and then spins you back upright again.
I think Meru, he grits his teeth. Oh, does Meru still have his mask on? Or did they take the mask off?
Meru?
Because
Your
you know he has
mask-
Justicia.
Yes, Justicia is still on. Your mask has not yet been removed, and she actually moves forward and moves your mask down, basically ripping it off your face before she begins to poke at Justicia.
You know what? I think at this point, Meru's gonna kind of bare his teeth, and then he's gonna spit at her.
Let me just do a little secret roll real quick. Don't worry about this. Well,
That's
when
scary.
he spits at her, she spins
What?
she spins Meru once again. When that spit hits her, and as you're upright again, she jabs the giant nail of hers that she carries inches from your face. She doesn't hit your face, but you know when like something's coming at you really fast? I don't know if Meru would flinch,
Oh, he would.
but
Absolutely.
it digs into the wood right there behind you.
Meru, he's quite scared. He doesn't regret the spit, by the way. He doesn't. Because even though he can't fight back, he's still trying to fight back. He does have pride in him. And he probably tries to keep up a little bit of a angry front, because he's worried that if he lets himself get too scared now, then that'll just get taken advantage of, because clearly trying to reason with her wasn't working. But he's not really sure what else he can do in the situation. He's completely helpless otherwise.
And she seems quite aware of this fact as she keeps poking the bandages up. How does Meru's eye that isn't prosthetic look?
I mean, his two eyes, they look pretty similar. The prosthetic one just being more clearly like almost kind of like when you have like pixels and stuff like that. It's more pixelated. So his normal his biological eye, you could say, I guess. It's like, do you want me to describe how what it looks like, or like how the emotion in it?
Ooh, both.
Okay.
How it looks and the emotion.
Okay. Well, it's this bright pink, a similar color to the pink in his undercut and the little stripe on his hair. With little bits of lighter pink and purple in it. And it's blown pretty wide in like a mix of anger and fear. with a very his pupil is quite small, as he's just staring straight at her, and it's kind of flicking back and forth as he's trying to scan the area around him, her, trying to, because he's trying to figure out something he can do to get out of this. But it eventually just settles on her face as he tries to kind of look into her eyes, trying to just understand, because he just does not understand, honestly, why this is happening.
Her eyes simply hold conviction in them as she approaches you again. And she grabs your, now exposed that she's removed the mask, chin, and kind of tilts your head inches from her own as she's looking into your eyes and says, they look very similar. Is that eye socket still flesh and blood? Because this one keeps glitching out and doesn't seem to be. We'll have to remove that.
No, don't. You can't do that.
But we need to. We'll have to remove all of these, actually. And she grabs his one prosthetic hand and then kind of traces her fingers like up his arm, like particularly like where the lines are, the blue lines that run through him, and then gives him another little spin on the wheel. Oops. Not that way, but...
Meru, he's probably starting to get a little dizzy.
Oh, most definitely.
But he probably just one more time tries to struggle a little bit, because he's thinking now, okay, well, if I can get the nails out from the wheel, then even if it's hurting me, I at least will have my limbs freed. It's not working, but he tries to do that again. And sorry, I keep laughing about the spinning. He probably he almost calls out for their Freyschütz again, but after the first syllable, he kind of stops himself, because he knows Freyschütz isn't gonna help.
She catches notice of that. The moment you get out the first syllable.
Yeah.
She just kind of, she's grinning. She's clearly, and she goes, no, don't let my presence stop you from calling out for him.
Stop toying with me, okay? If you're gonna do something, just do it.
How about I show you a demonstration of how I deal with the heretics here?
Demonstration?
She nods, and she walks over to, in the corner here, the machine with the one person pinned down on the board. And you watch as she activates it. A grin on her face. There's the sound of saws and screams as this person's wrists are sawed clean off. And then she shuts the machine down, bends down, scooping up the prosthetic hand off of the ground. It's good at pretending to scream. I found most of you are. And she kind of dangles the metallic hand that she's fished off the ground in front of your face. You can see there's still flesh attached. It looks like the hand itself was a prosthetic, but there was still flesh where the wrist was, though she didn't seem to care when cutting it off.
You're a sick fuck, you know that?
Insults won't save you from the heresies you've committed.
Okay, whatever. Are you done?
I feel we're just getting started, no? After all, we have so much we need to get rid of. She carelessly discards that metallic hand, just tossing it across the room. And once more, she grabs your prosthetic hand. I think we need to get rid of this, don't you? You still do have one real hand left, so maybe you can be saved. And when she mentions the real hand, her fingers interlock around your fleshy hands ones.
Cute. That's really cute. Meru, he's very clearly trying to keep a brave face on right now. His heart has completely sank because nothing is working. Yeah, he really doesn't have anything he can do right now. But honestly, before anything else happens, the only thing that gives him any sort of comfort is the fact that he realizes that his sister very much is not here, and he's so grateful for that. He you know, him thinking she was around is what got him into the situation, but he's so glad that he was wrong, because at least she's not here, and it's him and not her. So that he kind of holds on to that at least, and keeps thinking to himself that whatever happens, he's simply going to have to handle it. Even though the idea of going through whatever pain he's about to endure absolutely terrifies him. There's nothing else he can do.
There is not. You can see there is excitement in those eyes trailing down your form. She lifts the nail that she has and just begins to trace its tip over the lines of wiring through your body. Like down your, not digging in enough to draw blood yet, but down your neck, past your shoulders, and then down your chest until she gets to the plate in your abdomen. That's getting removed first. And she starts to dig the nail underneath the prosthetic plate that's been put in place.
I would say Meru, he bites down really hard on his tongue to stop himself from yelling out in pain. Because he's just trying so hard to endure this. His pain tolerance is quite low, but he's trying very hard. Because he's gotten the impression that the more obviously in pain he seems, the more satisfaction it's giving her. So he's trying to not give her that at the very least, so he can feel like he has some sort of control, even though he really doesn't have any.
She seems the tiniest bit disappointed for a moment, that glow dimming for a second, before it reignites as she jams that nail in, removing that prosthetic in your side, and not caring what flesh she tears while doing so. You can take 2 aggravated red damage.
Okay. A question about, so does that just mean I have 3 superficial and 2 aggravated?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. All right. Got that. God. She's so twisted.
She's also, I should mention at this point, because I never really did mention her exact height. We all know Meru is 5'4". She
Yeah.
stands at 6'4".
Jesus! She's taller than Prior!
Yes, she's taller than Prior.
Oh my god.
And she's just looming over you, digging into that prosthetic, removing bits of flesh with the metal. I imagine Meru now has like a gaping wound
Oh
just
yeah.
in his side.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because that plate was put in there after a particular surgery he had as a tween.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She draws back the bloodied nail. Discards the prosthetic. And grabs your prosthetic hand next.
Meru, he's breathing quite heavily now. He's using so much of his energy to not completely just basically start crying, because that hurt a lot. So much so that honestly, I say that I would take a point of willpower.
Yeah, you can take a point of willpower.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm helping you out right now. Because I just think he's trying so hard to not just start breaking down that he will take mental damage from that. So I will take a point of willpower because it fits. But yeah, he's still breathing very, very heavily, and he's probably like trembling at this point from the pain. And his eyes are wide as he stares over at where his hand is being targeted now.
Yep. She is prodding at it with the nail. Almost instead of just chopping it off, like slowly trying to pry it off. And as she's doing so, you notice that her eyes are on your face the entire time. And she kind of just tilts her head to the side, like she's observing a specimen, and says, "You know, so many of them tend to cry when this happens. I know they can give themselves tear ducts, though, that are artificial. It's a disgrace. The way you all pretend to be human. Acting as if you're in pain.
I am human. I'm just not giving you the satisfaction of seeing my pain."
She just makes a interested sound at that and keeps looking up and down as like, I wonder how hard all these wires will be to remove. Are they wires? There's so many mechanical parts, I can't really tell.
Meru, he opens his mouth to respond and then just kind of turns his head away in a clear refusal to answer.
Well, I suppose I shall continue then. And Meru, you feel, as we fade to black here, that nail just starts digging into your prosthetic hand, removing it from your body.
Great. Great. Yeah. I think as it fades to black, I think at that point, Meru, he's not letting her see his face, but he probably does. A few tears probably do slip out with that. But he tries to stifle a whimper. I don't know how well that works at this point, but he still is trying, at least.
Let me see if she catches those. That smile widens on her face.
Damn it. Well, I guess it fades to black at that.
And we return to the rest of the party, who have found themselves deeper in the L Corp branch, having made it past the first gate.
Oh, okay. Now to not address any of what just happened.
Right.
Fire steels himself as they've made it through the gate. It's not clear whether he's speaking to himself or everyone else when he says, "I'm sure Meru is fine. We just have to be slow, methodical. We're no help to him if we don't arrive in one piece."
As you say that, you all see at the end of this corridor the path is alight with flames brighter than those candles. And as you get closer, you all realize at one point the floor is just on fire.
Oh, well. Okay. That's not good. Yeah, Mix just stares. So,
Yeah.
I'm making it
Prior-
easy on us.
Prior reaches down and inspects the coals and embers and goes, "I admit, if this is some kind of trap, at least it's not subtle."
Prior, and honestly the rest of you, I just imagine Prior probably spots it first. You see that there is a door at the end of the hall, and there's something written on a sign in the wall next to you all, which is hard to see in the dark, but the fire makes it more evident. And it reads, "Prove your humanity, and through weakness and separation, sear a path with mobilization."
Jesus. They've only gotten crazier with the years.
Well, we're getting across.
Prior sits back and goes, "Well, if I had lumber, a fire extinguisher, and several hours, we could do it the easy way."
Oh, we don't have that time. Maybe we can scrounge up something. Make a path with some metal. Some of the scraps we left back there.
I don't think there's enough. And plus, the problem is the metal is prosthetic grade. It's thin. It actually is meant to be conductive. The idea is you can still feel warmth through it. It'd be like wearing saucepans on your feet before diving into an oven.
I hate to be a pessimist, but I think the idea is having to walk on this. So is there, at the very least, a way to lessen the blow of that?
Prior sits back and inhales and exhales and says, Manager Kai, you are the medical expert of all of us. Whatever you would know about burns, probably more than even me. We can put our heads together and see if you can think of anything that might help.
Mr. DM, sir, is there
Yes.
anything that I can... Is there anything that I can do beforehand, or is this kind of a Kai does something stupid and then deals with the consequences later sort of situation? Like...
My question
Mm.
is what you think Kai would do. Because if there is something you think Kai would do beforehand, you can let me know, and I'm happy to give you a role for him to do that. But if you think that Kai would do something stupid, then absolutely go ahead and do something stupid.
I simply don't want to fully impair myself if I go and do something stupid is my thing. Kai's got 4 points of health left. Or I guess, technically 3 of them are aggravated and not, or not
Superficial.
superficial. Yeah, superficial. I don't want to run across essentially hot coals and then be just like completely unable to do anything after.
I will say,
hmm.
if Kai wants to make a int medicine check to see what Kai knows with hot coals and burns.
Okay. Sounds good. I mean, is there a DC for this, or am I just kind of rolling it to?
DC free.
Okay. Oh wow. Nothing, I guess.
I mean, you've got the willpower.
I mean,
Do you willpower?
Okay. Sure. I
It's
was
up to
gonna
you.
say.
Was that with the assist die from prior?
Oh no, it wasn't.
Add an assist die from prior.
Okay, I'll just I'll just roll one die by itself then.
Yep.
Okay. Wow.
That means if you
Okay, yeah.
spend willpower, you're definitely gonna pass.
Okie dokie Loki. Washow. Okay.
All right, that's a success. You know that pacing is part of the secret to walking on hot coals. If you go too slow, the coals will have a chance to burn your feet. But if you go too fast, your feet will sink deeper into the layer of ash and increase your chances of being burned. So you have to walk swiftly without rushing.
All right. You know, that's all I can ask for in terms of knowledge. At the very least, I know how to do this without burning my feet off.
I would say to be able to enact it would be basically to see how much damage you take. It could be a dex athletics or a dex performance.
Let's see. Athletics is better for me, so I'll do that.
May I make a suggestion before
Yes,
you roll?
please do.
Because Kai succeeded on there, could he potentially do a dex medicine to now use his medical knowledge that he has been able to apply to this situation?
I like that. I will allow that. You can make a dex medicine check.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Prior.
Hey, you're the one who succeeded on the roll.
And what's the DC for this?
DC is... So regardless, you are still taking a bit of damage, but
Yes.
DC free to not take the full damage it would be.
Okay, so I have 6 die. There's no extra. I used to. Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
I cannot assist you with walking.
No,
on
I
the cold.
figured. Yeah.
No,
No,
you can't have assistance here.
Yeah. Okie dokie. Oh.
Oh no.
I could spend my last point of willpower.
It might honestly be worth it.
Yeah.
I will let you know now there's a set amount of aggravated damage I have you taking if you fail versus a set amount if you succeed.
Yeah. Okie doke.
Oh.
Just made it.
All right. So, Kai, do you tell them before you start running across the coals? And 2, how does Kai do this?
I don't know that Kai is going to explicitly say, "Hey, I'm gonna run across the coals now," but they can tell by the fact that he, you know, since I'm going swiftly but I'm not running, he's gonna sort of make, not quite like a runner's position, but like, you know, like when you're stancing for a fight of some sort, you know, one leg in front of the other, and sort of take off, kind of getting whimsical with it because, you know, that's in his nature, and he's going to sort of skip across the hot coals that are searing through his feet right now, because frolicking is the best way to travel in between walking and running. And also you can hear him going like every time his foot makes contact with the ground. It's
Kai.
yeah.
Oh no, please finish.
No, I was just gonna say, you know, is it a thing where just like he makes it to the door and opens it, and there's like a shut off thing to, you know, not make it so everyone has to walk across the hot coals, or does everyone have to go somewhere else?
You see that on the door on the other side, so as you're making your way across the heated floor, and you can all smell the rancid stench of the burning flesh, you see that there is on the door a lever that looks like you can pull.
All right. Then Kai will skip over to the lever and yank it, all while going like, "Hoo, ah,
You see the road, and you feel the road quickly cool underneath you. And a red seal appears on an altar that rises from the ground before the door swings open.
Kai, feeling proud of himself for not totally messing that up, kind of grins and bears the huge burns and blisters that he has surely inflicted upon himself, and holds the door open for Pryor and Mix.
Pryor
kinda gestures
immediately darts across the gap between them and runs up like he's about to clasp Kai on the shoulders, and he hesitates at the last minute before simply reaching out and pointing a finger into Kai's chest and says, "A little warning next time would be appreciated."
Mix follows after.
Kai is a little embarrassed because he thought he did a good thing.
Pryor
And-
has the wherewithal to sense it, and he goes, "No one else could have done it but you. But for half a moment, I expected that door to open up and Big Bird to be on the other side."
I'll say something next time. Sorry. Thanks.
He goes from poking Kai on the chest to placing a clasped hand on his shoulder and says, No, you did well.
Let's keep going.
Yeah, Pryor looks like he was going to say something, but it mixes words. He slams his jaw closed and just nods and says, "Right. We don't have the time to be sentimental." And he lets his hand drop off of Kai's shoulder and sort of brushes by him as he keeps marching behind Mix.
And Kai, your feet are burning. Those little like paw pads from the Big and Will Be Bad Wolf. You take, instead of 4 aggravated red damage, 2 aggravated red damage. However, because of your ego, you do convert aggravated to superficial. So you're only taking 2 superficial red damage.
Okay. All right. Kai did not say anything when Pryor was clasping his shoulder, but it kind of put more weight on him, and it made his feet hurt, and he couldn't even get butterflies about it. Because he was like, ooh, yeah, this, ow. I don't think Kai's thinking very much. But he'll follow Pryor and Mix since they're going onward.
And you all continue on, where you find another locked door. There is a closed gate that you all come upon. And you see an unpleasant looking chair as the only thing in this room aside from the gate and the bowl that is placed on the gate. There's also an inscription above the closed gate that reads, "Prove your terror and fears. Fill this vessel with tears." What do you all do?
Oh, nice.
So this is the famed rights of N Corp, then. How they break people before they build them back up in the Inquisition's image. Pryor traces his fingers along the bowl and then along the chair, and he frowns. I don't know if I have tears left to shed. let alone for any right.
Right. How does it even work? I mean, how do they force someone to cry?
Nyx, would you like to inspect the chair?
I think they will.
You look around. You see that it's very unclear just what this rite is. It looks like the chair has something to do with it, and you imagine that bowl, like when you sit in the chair, or if you were to sit in the chair, not like, not when you're doing it now, but as you're inspecting it, you see it looks like whoever is sitting in the chair, the bowl is lined up to catch their tears.
That chair's gonna do something. I don't know what it does, but... Looks dangerous. I guess if we have no choice, someone's gonna have to sit down.
Perhaps they're utilizing an abnormality. Perhaps they're utilizing some kind of indoctrination technique.
Maybe.
I could probably resist it, whatever it is, but I think that would defeat the purpose. If we actually want to get away out of here, someone needs to succumb to it.
Damn it.
Nyx, there's a figure behind the chair that's beckoning to you.
Fuck you. I'll do it.
Pryor doesn't really respond to what he thinks is an expletive directed towards him and nods and says, "Your mental corruption levels are the most normalized among the three of us right now."
Well, probably if we have to force it, well, it'd be down to me and Kai, and I'm not gonna make Kai do another one.
Thanks. I could probably fill the bowl with tears right now if I wasn't in the chair. But I don't think that's the point.
And Mix just sits down.
Nyx, when you sit on the chair, you hear screams filling the room. You're no longer in this room. Pryor and Kai are both in coffins. There's nothing here anymore except you, the screams, and the sights that assault your senses. You have worked at L Corp for quite some time. None of what you've dealt with there and seen there, none of what you've witnessed on the back streets when traversing through L Corp's district can capture what you experience in this room. And the whole time, that shadow is just looming over you.
So that's it, huh? It's my penance. Is that why you're here again? Jessica? Tried my best.
I love you. I love you. I love you.
Right. 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 Okay, fine. So this is how you're gonna fucking play it.
I love you. I love you. I love you.
You just keep hearing that voice. There's multiple voices. But among them, it's Jessica's voice. It's your brother's voice. It's the voices of the butlers who used to serve you. And it's Meru's voice.
Yeah. Yeah. So you're gonna force it out of me, huh? You goddamn piece of shit! You goddamn. God damn it.
It's holding the bowl. And
You.
at that, it doesn't say anything. It just, you hear the fluttering of the wings. You see the tears that you're staring back into.
Fuck you.
And then you hear a click.
Oh. Now you open the door, huh? So now you fucking and Mix will grab the bowl and just slam it and smash it against the wall.
The moment it smashes against the wall and the water spills out, you see a cluster of butterflies dissipate. And Kai, Prior, you've witnessed Mix's reaction. Nothing in the room has changed for either of you.
Prior doesn't have the words for what has just happened. He sensed nothing. Maybe besides a sharp change in the air. He looks to Kai. This is more than an inspirational speech can do in this moment.
Let's go.
Oh no.
Hey, Mix.
Yeah,
You make me a willpower check.
of course. Gladly.
Oh.
Is that willpower or is that resolve plus composure?
That is willpower.
Oh
Ooh.
boy.
Well, one success. Oh
Mix.
no. Yes.
You take 2 aggravated white damage.
Ooh, I am impaired now.
Well,
And the gate
Nice.
swings open.
Make sure you collect the seal.
Yes, you see the blue seal.
Yeah, Mix will grab it.
Kai has a red one.
Prior sets his jaw in place and marches ahead of the group.
Who is the last one to leave this room?
I mixes out, so it's not. It's not
Okay,
them.
yeah, then I guess it's. I was gonna say Kai would linger behind however long Mix does, but yeah, if Mix is just out of there immediately.
Yep. All right, then nothing is seen.
Something would be seen. Okay.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I just wanted to see if Mix is the last one or not.
Well, I mean, if you want to show something, then Mix can be the last one.
I'll say, if Kai's lingering until you leave, I imagine, Mix, you just see as you're leaving, there's just that familiar shadow. Like it's bidding you farewell.
I think Mix just walks ahead and just mutters goodbye.
And you all continue onward to the next room. Like the 2 before, this room is almost empty. Except for the large gate with a passage written above it that reads, "Only those who repent may find motion. Forn yourself, atone through flagellation." And this giant chair filled with spikes that sits in the center.
Hey, can we go back to the coal room? Well, managers, you've put yourself through enough. I suppose among the rest of you, I am the most physically fit currently.
Hmm.
Okay. Prior inspects the chair, walking around it several times before he sharply inhales. Mm-hmm. It's my professional opinion that there is no way this isn't going to hurt. Prior is silent for a minute as he seems to be gathering himself.
Not that Kai wants to interrupt, but he will sheepishly tap Prior, and if he snaps out of his thoughts at all, will ask, "Is there anything that we can do that you'd like us to do? I know that this is your trial to face, but if you don't want me here or us here to see whatever's about to happen, I don't know.
My penitence has never been a private affair. But I admit, I'm not against stacking the deck in my favor. You may say no, as I know that your supply is limited. You wouldn't happen to have any L Corp on you, would you, manager? Just a few drops. It might make bearing the pain a little bit easier.
I mean, Kai does, because he's an addict, so...
But is Kai willing to give up his stash, is the question.
Kai is willing to give up his stash for Prior. I mean, not all of it, but, like, yeah. If he's... I don't know, how much... Let's see, when I said how much when I said how much Kai brought of Enkafelin on his travels, it was like in his little box. He packed, roughly, I think it was like 2 to 3 weeks worth if he stretched his supply. He's probably not using it too much, so I would want to assume that maybe as like, Mr. GM, you can totally give me like an actual number of the little bottles he might have on his person.
I would say you said he has like 2 to 3 weeks worth of bottles. Maybe you've got like, you're not drinking them too much. Does 10 bottles sound fair? Maybe
On my person right now?
Oh God, on your person? No, you probably
No.
Oh, that's what you meant. I feel like
Yeah.
maybe you've got like two on you at the moment.
Okay, Kai can give Prior an entire bottle of Enkafelin then.
Yeah, that's about as much of a dose as Prior thinks he'll need. It's just a little something to take the edge off. That's the funny thing about Enkafelin, My body barely reacts to half the shit I put in it. This stuff never loses its edge. Bite, he says as he pops the cork on the bottle and downs it in one fell swoop. Immediately feeling the thorns tighten around his head as he succumbs to an old vice.
I shudders a
Meru.
little bit.
For Meru. And as he opens it, his eyes are narrow, sharper, clearer than they have been in a long time. For Meru, for the corporation, for Ange. I must do it, because I alone am capable. This is my throne, and I am its king. Welcome home, big brother. And Prior, like he has in his club many times before, seats himself at the center of the world.
Prior, the Enkafelin dulls the pain. but it is agonizing as those spikes impale into you. And there's no eyes to meet. Gaze can't help you here. As you sit in the chair, the spikes impaled through the armor and into flesh. And then a rumbling as the door opens. And you can take 4 aggravated red damage.
No one but me. This pain belongs to me. I control it. No one else.
One of those little K Corp drones that has been flitting about that Mix was able to hack into. And literally, is this healing for physical or for willpower?
Thank you.
There's no bad answer at this point.
There's really no bad answer at this point. These poor department heads need it all.
I don't need health.
They can have some HP. I think both Kai, Pryor, and Meru need that. I mean, Meru's not here at the moment, but
Fine.
It heals and aggravated, right?
yes, it heals and aggravated.
Sick.
Yeah,
Okay.
whatever the highest level damage on your tracker is.
Sanity means nothing. HP.
It's okay. Physically, I'm fine. Emotionally, I'm a wreck.
Pryor removes himself from the chair. And you know what? As he does, he says, you're gonna need to bandage me. And without missing a beat, Pryor begins to strip Gaze off of him so that Kai can wrap his body in bandages. And as he does, Kai, you note Pryor is missing something from his body you used to see him have. All his markings, all of his tattoos, they're faded on his body in a way that they shouldn't be.
Kai obviously is going to run to Pryor and bandage him. Just coping with everything that just happened. But that is strange. I don't know if Kai would ask about that, but absolutely he's going to say, Sir or Prior, are you when I heal you, are you going to be okay? Are you can handle what? Okay.
I will be okay. This is well within my capacity to handle.
All right. The tattoos are not something that he's going to mention right now. He might bring it up later, though. I just feel like there's more pressing happening matters at hand, perhaps.
As soon as he is quickly bandaged, so Pryor does not bleed out inside his own ego gear, he quickly dons Gaze again as quickly as he lost it, feeling the strength and power return to his limbs.
The
Uh,
frown.
yes.
The throne
Prior,
is drenched in your blood, and please,
Yeah.
please go ahead.
As the throne is drenched in Prior's blood, he looks back upon it and knows that he's done far worse to people than this chair has done to him. And he's not sure if it's solace he takes in that, or some wish that the throne was worse. And Briar retrieves. I assume there is another seal.
There is an orange seal as the gate swings open.
Proof of passage. We've performed their rites. I don't know how many more we can survive. Let's keep moving. And no matter what, we don't stop.
You all continue forwards, where you come across this site here. There are hideously transformed N Corp Inquisitors standing guard at the gate. They almost look like abnormalities, but not quite. And it's hard to tell if these things were once human or not, but you can see the armor and the seals that they carry on them. When you all approach, they don't appear to be hostile, actually. And they kind of look up from where they are on the ground, these four-legged beasts, and start to go, only exceptional ones are allowed in this place. To pass, prove yourself worthy.
Friar looks at them with this horrific dread building in his gut. They almost remind him of that woman in the alleyway. Is this some kind of extreme corrosion?
If you're asking them, they do not respond.
Prior's asking the room, and the silence is his answer.
They start to scuttle about a bit impatient, as if they are waiting to be presented with something.
Are they still? I suppose this is what exists at the end of their rites. Prior presents his badge and says, with an air of authority, "Your trials have been passed, and now it's time for us to pass by you."
They see yours, and they look toward Kai and Mix.
Kai will also pull out his. What was the word that you used for them again? I'm sorry.
The seals?
The seals. Kai pulls out his seal from the prove your humanity rite of passage, and I suppose displays it to the Inquisitor-esque-ish beings.
They nod.
Kind of.
Sorry, I did not mean to cut you off there.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
Mm-hmm.
They look toward Mix.
Mix. Just. I don't know if there's really anything they can say.
They're simply waiting for the seal.
Yeah. I think they just give the seal.
And these abominations is the best way to describe them. They let out a wail and say, "You may pass," as the gate opens and they scuttle out of the way. Letting you all through. And you all figure that they are not hostile. If you all need a moment to catch your breath, you have a feeling you're not going to like what's behind that door.
Oh, right. I didn't ask, but did drinking the Enkenfalen heal any of Prior's willpower?
Yes! Drinking Enkaphalin heals 2 aggravated willpower.
Okay. Prior is slightly more mentally stable, even if he is physically messed up, and he is going to look between them and go, "We might need to use a sanity ampule on Mix. Maybe we need one for you as well, Kai. That, or you could dip into your own supply."
I think Kai would rather dip into his own supply.
All right, so that's another long dose of Enkenfellen gone.
I will say, Enkaphalin does have the drawback. Now, this is more a role play than a mechanical, but you don't. The pain is sort of dulled. So, you know what actually would make sense is if it would make it a bit harder to. I'm trying to think because I didn't have mechanics prepared for Enkaphalin, but make it a bit harder to do any focused tasks.
-1 penalty, dice penalty to anything that would require focus.
Yes.
Okay.
Works for me.
You said it was 2 aggravated willpower. I don't have any aggravated willpower damage, so
It would
just
be your superficial willpower in that case.
okay,
Yep.
cool.
And then
Figured
for
as
me, how much willpower do I?
I think we might want to shoot Mix with a straight up sanity ampule, just
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
Mix is missing all of it.
Yeah,
And-
I have 2 aggravated and 2 superficial, and that's it's all of
Yeah.
my willpower.
Prior will assist Kai in administering. Actually, we can use the ampule that Prior deconstructed, so that since we actually have a moment to use that one, so Prior and Kai can administer that to Mix. So Kai can roll with +1 assist die to administer the ampule.
Yep. Int plus medicine +2. I think the +2 is the healing, actually. So it's int plus medicine.
And with an assist die from Prior, what was
Yep.
the DC?
The DC is 1 for a healing ampule, I do believe. Or was it 2 for a
Okay.
healing ampule?
It is only 1.
Okay.
Right, because the target isn't dodging or resisting.
Yeah.
Yep.
I guess there would be a dice you'd have to roll if they were trying to dodge your heal,
Yeah.
which actually might be relevant if they're panicking.
Yeah, if they're panicking, that would be relevant, but it's not relevant at the moment. Because I imagine Mix is not trying to dodge the healing.
Yeah.
So sorry, I'm rolling 8 dice. If I think
Should be, correct?
That's yes.
Yep.
Okay, sick.
Hey!
Oh.
So, Mix, you feel your mind snap back to its proper focus.
So that's all of it.
Yes.
That's all.
That is.
Hey.
You heal all of it.
All right. Prior looks between the two of them and says, I'm pretty physically messed up,
Mm.
but I will be safe so long as I am careful. Using a third bullet would leave us with just 2 remaining, and it's a long way back to the facility.
And I mean, can Kai? Is there time to just administer, regular medical help? I also could use a little bit of healing because I've got 5 aggravated damage on my
5 superficial.
Superficial.
superficial. I'm sorry, I don't know why I get them backwards.
No, you're good.
When I'm
I-
speaking.
Would say there's probably not time to tend to aggravated wounds without supernatural healing properties, like the K Corp ampules or the healing bullets. Superficial, you would have time to bandage those up, but you do all know that you have spent a lot of time already.
Yeah.
Mm.
I don't think we can afford any more. I think we just have to push in with what we have.
All right.
All right, we're wounded, we're injured. All right, well, Mix, Prior turns to Mixed, and despite the pain on his face and the scars on his body, he says, well, I guess you're going to be the one who has to take the hits for us, huh? That was a joke. Please don't get your legs crushed again.
Mix just drugs. Yeah, well.
Sorry, I'm in a bit of a giggly mood. Ah. Sorry. Let's get this done.
Yeah.
And are you all prepared to head forward past the gate and into what's beyond?
Prior swings his blade around, sheathes it with a little poda on the back, and he turns to Kai and says, now would be the time to administer your safety equipment.
Mm-hmm. Let me just do that super real quick.
You know what? Actually, because this would be heading into a new scene, correct?
Yes, it would be indeed.
In that case, Prior is going to recollect the poda, and he is going to instead attempt to create a gift again, because in this particular case, he thinks they're all going to need to dodge because he saw that this person is scary.
Yep. Dodging is good. Dodging is very good.
I am going to throw desperation on this because I want to get at least 3 for all of us.
All right.
Or 5, 6. That is a margin. That is hit the difficulty in a margin of 2, which means Prior instantly produces it, and he has enough copies for everyone. He withdraws these jetted fairy wings, which he has placed like a butterfly tack through that you would use to like taxidermy a butterfly to the wall, almost fashioned it like a pin. And as he hands one out to Mix and hands another out to Kai, and pins the third one to the front of his own ego gear, you feel this lighthearted thrumping from it, and you move with the grace of a hummingbird, and try to ignore the sensation of tiny hands grabbing at you like they want to pull you away somewhere. And everyone can get a +2 bonus to their athletics rolls.
You will need it.
Wahoo.
Plus Joe, yay.
And with that, Prior has the blade drawn, it's still empowered, and he is going to press in behind everyone else.
All right. And we are going to cut back to Meru.
Oh boy.
Meru, you're not sure how long you have been alone with this woman in this dungeon. You, at this point, can see that there's the prosthetic plate from before that was over your abdomen and from where your surgery was done. That's discarded on the ground. Your one hand has been removed and also just thrown away among the scraps of metal in this place. She has pried up some more of those plates, been working at one of the ones on your arm, taking her time with it before removing it. And she now looks to your eye and kind of grabs your chin, forcing you to look at her. What state is Meru in at this moment?
So Meru, he had tried really hard to fight against the pain that was being inflicted on him. Because he didn't want to give her the satisfaction of seeing his pain, like he had said. But there was only so much he could hold back before he kind of started to break. So I would say like by now he's honestly mostly limp on the wheel. Like I would say there's like tear tracks going down his cheeks. I'd say his body, honestly his body's probably covered in like a mix of like sweat and blood. But like cold sweat from like fear. And he's probably not like crying, but he's probably muttering like kind of mostly incomprehensibly, as he's forced to stare at Greta with this wide-eyed, dazed look of someone who's like clearly in shock. And the only words that can be made out are the words please, where, and most concerningly Freyschutz. And while that's going on, I want to say parts of his body, like most notably where his wrist had met his prosthetic hand, are sparking because the wirings were cut. So, and honestly, that arm, where is that arm now that the hand is cut off? Is that still on the wheel, or was that down now?
You've got one arm freed from the wheel.
Okay, well he's not using it.
Unfortunately, I don't know
No.
if you can use it.
No, he's not using it. He's just kind of he's not even like fully with it right now. He's very just in shock.
Hello, Raiders. Welcome in, welcome in.
Welcome, Raiders. Meru is on the wheel.
That's it.
That's it. He's on the wheel. I appreciate
Sorry,
you all
please go back.
tuning in.
Please go back to describing how Meru is being slowly picked apart like a frog in a science lab.
Oh my god.
Yes, she seems amused and just looks at your eye. I imagine it's glitching out pretty bad at this moment, if I had to guess.
For sure.
And she raises that giant nail of hers. And prepares to strike it down. A smile on her face as she says, "This is what you deserve." And
I think it's almost unnoticeable, but I think there might be the smallest little nod at that.
she prepares to thrust it down. And I imagine at that moment, there's the sound of the gate that flies open.
You. Meru.
As Mix gets the attention of Greta, Pryor is stanced behind Mix, blade already drawn in his grip, point at the ground for now. And he drags it along the stone floor, already ready to thrust upwards and stab forward. His face is set, and as his eyes dart over Meru, nothing there continues to narrow at Greta, and gaze does not leave her eyes.
We're here like you asked.
Halts when she hears you all enter, and does step back from the wheel for a moment. And her smile widens at the sight of you all. She looks over each of you. Mix. Her gaze lingers once more, looking over your horns down to your tail, and says, "You actually came." And then those eyes flicker over to Pryor. Pryor, the look in her eyes is one of someone who, now you might not consider her this, but she looks like she's seeing an old friend as her smile and eyes light up, and she goes, "Pryor, It's so good to see you again.
Greta, I see time hasn't changed you at all.
Nor does it ever change you. You look the exact same. Oh, and you still have that dog following you around.
Prior grimaces and elects not to give in to her japes as he opens his mouth, curling his lips back, and says, I'm hurt. I thought we had a business arrangement. You don't mess with my family. And I gave you what you wanted.
Hmm? But I haven't messed with your family. I mean, I do miss our business arrangement. You just up and disappeared. But, isn't this the kind of thing that you're always selling me? And she looks at Meru and, goes to grab his hand, the fleshy one now, once more.
There's a sharp ringing sound as Pryor scrapes the blade across the ground and raises it into a stance and says, Don't touch him!
Oh?
You might not have changed, Greta. And hell, maybe I haven't either. But if you lay a finger on him, it will be my vengeance you have to deal with.
He doesn't look like he's from the middle, though.
Ignorance of one's allegiances is no defense.
She just kind of sighs at that and grabs the nail and just says, I don't get why you're so defensive. Isn't this the kind of sort that you'd always sell to me in the past?
Sir, who I was and what I did. And Pryor realizes he's caught between a rock and a hard place, and he's already let too much slip.
Oh?
I may not be a big brother anymore, but you more than anyone should know. I can do worse than kill people who piss me off.
That's true. You'd make for a really good inquisitor if you're no longer a big brother. She just seems excited.
Pryor's chest begins rising and falling. His cool is being chipped away at the corners. The Enkenfelon is not helping him keep his calm and mind in check. You think it's so easy to hurt people?
I mean, they're not people. Oh, please continue.
Affection has always been your weakness, Greta. It's why I was able to use you so easily.
She's gonna make a roll at that, actually.
You think you changed anything working with me? I sent you dregs, and you let platinum gold run the streets. Just like everyone else, you fell victim to me. You stepped into the spider web, and I hung you from the rafters. You know, I'm a little sad that you left, because I thought you would have been a prime fucking cut of meat for the butchers.
Her smile has dropped at this point. When you
What's
say
the
that.
matter, Greta? Huh? What, you thought? You thought that maybe I'd come join your little team? You want to know why I liked N Corp so much in my back streets? Because if I scooped one or two of your little inquisitors away, I could guarantee to the real people I had to serve that they were getting meat, fresh from the bone. You were cattle. You were a farm. And you walked right onto the dinner plate and sent your people to collect. What? Did it never bother you that sometimes when I sent you to go get some defective product, that sometimes your inquisitors didn't return home? Did it never cross your mind that I was selling your precious inquisitors under the table? You weren't my partner. You were my fucking product.
There is a nail that goes whistling past your head.
That's right. Only one person is responsible for suffering. Everything you did, I enabled. Everything you think was your choice was my plan. So if there's anyone here, Greta, who's really saving and protecting people, if there is anyone here who is really purging the weak, it was always me. You were a fucking puppet on my strings. And now I'm gonna cut you loose. Because you've served your goddamn purpose.
Enough of this blasphemy. N Corp has no place for you. Or the used goods you keep beside you. Or this heretic of yours.
I was going to say, if Pryor's words were distracting enough, could that have given Mix and Kai a chance to move into position?
Yes!
Awesome. Also, welcome, Raiders.
Yippee.
Raiders,
Hi.
welcome in. Thank you for the follow so much. She is fully zeroed in right now on Pryor. Meru, I don't know how aware Meru is of everything that is happening. But this entire time, she has been smiling. She has been seeming completely unaffected by everything. His words have gotten under her skin, and she has actually moved her attention away from you to just focus on him. Kai, Mix, what would you like to do?
There's nobody else in this room except us?
You don't see. Actually, are you looking around at anyone else but Meru right now? I assumed your attention was on Meru.
I mean, if I can see like people, other Inquisitors around, I would say it's pretty fair that I could see like people, like other Inquisitors who are around Meru. That's mainly what I'm asking. Like, is there people obstructing us from Meru?
No, it's.
I
What were you
will
gonna say?
I was gonna say, however, if Mix is looking around, Mix did get the we can flashback. Pryor did give Mix the tidbit that she gets more dangerous the more people she kills.
Yep. I was gonna say, you don't see any other Inquisitors around
Okay.
at the moment. But you do see, if you are looking around, there are people hanging from hooks in the ceiling. There is someone strapped to a board with saws who is missing both their arms. There is an Iron Maiden, but it's closed.
Mm.
There are a couple people impaled on nails that seem to still be alive. And there is someone up in a cage.
Well, Mix is going to make a beeline towards Meru and try and free him if she's just gonna conveniently forget that we exist.
Oh, she is, at the moment, the problem is she is a very single-minded woman.
Uh-huh.
Her single focus was on Meru. Prior has pissed her off.
Ooh.
Actually, let me give her a quick roll to see if she even notices you all. No, she kind of knows you're both there, but she's no longer paying attention to either of you.
If Mix is going for Meru, which I feel like, was kind of that is the predetermined path. I know that, you mentioned the whole she gets more dangerous if she kills people. Is there any possibility that I can help anyone else quickly? Or at least move them or something?
You know what? I'm trying to think what the right roles would be to try to get people out. I would say make me a... Okay, this is kind of a weird role. Instead of a deck stealth, make me an athletic stealth as you are trying to move fast and get as many people as you can out of the vicinity.
Athletic stealth?
Yep, athletic stealth.
So technically, the module doesn't let you roll two abilities together.
It doesn't. Okay, never mind then. In that case, don't worry about that. Instead, you can just roll me dexterity athletics then.
Okay. I was going to say, there's the +2 athletics?
That would apply to this. It applies to all athletics rolls.
Yep.
Okay. And what's the DC?
I would say for each success, you're able to get one person out of here. There are a total of 10 people in this room.
Okay. I believe it's 6 die that I'm rolling.
Yes, it should be 6.
Okay, 6.
I should say 10 people in this room that are, civilians that
not
need
us.
help. Yeah.
4 is a good start.
Yeah.
4. All right. You're able to get 4 people, basically free them from the nails that they're pinned to, or at least usher them off the ground to get them out of the immediate area.
Mm-hmm.
You're still probably going to have to deal with escorting them back after, but they're at least, honestly, you could probably hide them in the solitary containment cell.
Fantastic.
So that they're at least hidden from her view. So if she starts going for people, she's not going to be easily able to get to them.
Okay, so sorry, it's obviously the person on the table. I presume not the people hanging from hooks on the ceiling. That seems like a little more of a, yeah.
You can get the person who's on the table, and you can get free of the people pinned to the ground, I would say.
Fantastic. Okay. I will do exactly that, and I will put them into the solitary confinement cell, and, at least I got some people out of more harm's way. Though they're not looking too hot at the moment.
So you've got them out, and Mix, you are approaching Meru, correct?
See, that makes me think that there's gonna be something in the way. But yes, Mix is making their way towards Meru.
You're able to make it to Meru. I will let
Hey,
you know.
what's the but? What's the but? Come on.
No, the but's you're able to make it to Meru.
Well, that was really easy.
The but is that she is preparing to attack prior, but you are able to make it to Meru before combat begins.
Okay. I mean, as long as she has forgotten about me, I mean, easy enough. We might as well get him out. But yeah, cool.
Mix feels Butterfly Man drift over their shoulder, and they whisper, "Give him a spin, it'd be funny."
Exactly.
Real. But no, you do, as you approach Meru, however, see butterflies clustering there, and Meru looks in horrible shape at the moment.
Ah.
I don't think Meru
Is he
has
even conscious?
He is conscious, but I don't know for how much longer.
See, I was like, okay, Mare can help us, but now I'm like, oh wait, it was really fucked. Okay, okay, all right. This is. I'm gonna have to think about something. All right, keep going, keep cooking.
No, you just see. I don't know if Mix has ever seen Meru without, you know, the magic bullet gear on, and especially as exposed as Meru is in this moment.
Yeah. I mean, I'm imagining, it's Barrow's injured, like without any kind of gear, just like, yeah, really. I mean, exposed is the best way to say it, and like really fucked up, and that kind of shakes Mix a little bit.
And there are butterflies clustered about the wheel.
Gotcha.
What does Mix do? And what does Meru do, actually, if Meru even knows that Mix is there?
Well, I think Mary didn't necessarily recognize that the rest of the group had shown up. At first. I think as Mix approaches, though, he's still kind of limply hanging off the wheel, basically. Still muttering the same things he had been muttering over and over again. But I think as Mix gets close enough, Meru kind of, for a brief moment, his eyes kind of like flick over to Mix, and he's able to narrow his eyes a little, and he just goes, Mix? As he just is able to get a brief moment of recognition.
Yeah, Mix just stares and basically evaluates in a couple seconds, like, okay, Meru is conscious. Meru is very badly wounded. Meru is probably, even if he is able to fight, he probably won't be able to fight. Even if he is able to fight in this specific instance, it's probably going to take him some time. And Mix needs to get him to safety. So Mix has basically now decided on the plan, which is get Meru off the wheel, drag Meru to a place where there's cover on the side of the room, and then join the others while Meru recovers as best he can. So that is their plan.
All right. I would say if you're trying to get Meru off the wheel, That would be a Dex. You know what? I'm trying to think what would be the best roll. I feel like to do it as gently as possible, that would probably be a Dex Athletics, unless you have a different suggestion.
That's fine. What's the difficulty?
DC free to not make his wounds worse as you're getting him off the wheel.
Reminder, you get 2 bonus dice to this, but it doesn't matter. You already hit difficulty.
Doesn't matter.
Yes!
Doesn't matter, but that's true. I'll remember that. So yeah, basically, how is Mix, like, I guess my first question is, Meru tied to the wheel? Nailed to the wheel?
Nailed to the wheel.
yeah,
There
okay,
are
so
nails
basically-
in his wrists and ankles, both.
Basically, yeah, so this is Mix basically just prying. Honestly, as smoothly, but also as quickly as possible. Causing as little damage, and then also being able to, like, grab. Like, I imagine at this point, Mix is, like, has, like, had some bandages, and it's just, like, as soon as they pry off one nail, immediately, like, just wrapping it around, makeshift bandages using just random cloth or whatever, and just tying it as quickly as possible, and then pulling another one out again and again, while I'm sure, like, before all this, they just kind of just like sorry, and just shoved another piece of cloth into, and, like, maybe even a handkerchief of theirs into Meru's mouth, to muffle Meru at least as best as they can. But yeah, as soon as Meru's off the cross, I say cross, the wheel, might as well be a cross. As soon as Meru is off the wheel, Mix will, like, grab them and hold them, and their next plan of action, unless I guess they'll start to drag them over to where there's some cover, but yeah.
All right. So, Mix, you have Meru and are dragging him to cover. Kai, you are getting those people into the solitary containment unit so that they are away from her gaze. And Prior, she is approaching you, her nail drawn.
Prior raises his blade to his face, and for a moment he looks at his own eyes in the reflection of the sheening metal, and he's more afraid of what he sees in the reflection than what approaches him. And then he pulls the blade into a forward stance and faces the fear. And gets ready for the future.
All right, and we are gonna kick off initiative.
All right.
So, she lets out this hideous laugh that bubbles in her throat. And all of you in the room can make me a DC-free willpower check.
Oh boy. Willpower?
Yes, willpower.
Prior wraps the chain underneath Gaze, and as he pulls his sleeve back, it's revealed, still shining and metallic. And as he does, he raises his leg up and stomps, gesturing to Kai, and says, "Don't falter! I will see it coming! You strike true! You made me a promise! Keep it!" And Prior will not fail Kai as much as Prior trusts that Kai will not fail him. He is going to thwart on himself and Kai and go down to 1 willpower remaining.
All right.
Whoa.
Meru, you take a point of superficial white damage.
That's fine. Ow.
And Nix!
Mix, can you
Mix is-
make me that willpower check?
I think Mix,
Mr. DM, sir,
yeah,
Mix will be
ran to
back
the
in like
bathroom.
a minute.
No! No, that's okay. It's all good.
They said really quick, so.
No worries, we can resolve that roll after. Because she has something
Damn.
else that she does on her turn. She just lets
boy.
that out every turn. First turn and every turn she does damage.
Oh boy.
Prior, her eyes are on you. And she is going to use Sin Skewering Nail
Oh.
as she rushes forward and digs that nail, or at least tries to dig it into you. And you can make me a DC 4 Dex Athletics. And if Mix can make me a willpower roll, that would be amazing.
Absolutely.
I believe you have +2 to your athletics.
Oh,
Incorrect.
Gosh.
Prior has a +2 from his wing beat, but with his
Yes!
empowered crumbling armor, that's +3 for a total of +5 to this dice pool. She comes in with an intent to kill, and Prior moves so fluidly. He is a liquid while she is a blocky, rigid solid. Where she moves in straight lines, Prior's body curves. And with a grunt of effort, the ego weapon crashes against the nail and sends it flying wide as he steps around her entire body. And as he walks behind her, he begins to laugh himself. You never had ambitions, did you? Content to be a dog, so you looked down at everyone else who you saw as rats.
That's false. I serve the one who grips. I am part of this greater mission, unlike you who always indulged in pleasures and hedonism. Don't pretend like you aren't just as disgusting as me. You know everyone can see it, don't you?
I made my peace with what I was. But didn't you just admit to yourself that you wanted to be just like me? How does a dog say she's as disgusting as I am, unless she knows deep down she's not as loyal as she wants to be?
Her eye twitches. And there is a sharp...
Where's that laugh, Greta?
Oh, she's pissed. Oh, her knuckles are white on the nail. A whistle is let out throughout the room, echoing. And you imagine that something may happen at the end of the round. And that was her turn. We'll go Prior, Kai, Meru, Mix in order. So, Prior, you are up.
Prior would like to, rather than make a combat roll, he would like to make a persuasion composure roll to continue to convince her to focus on him. He's
All
going to
right.
continue to draw at the edge of his psyche. He would like to make a social attack against her.
Absolutely. I imagine that this would be actually. I'm trying to think because I don't have a DC for this. But I feel like, you know what? DC free.
Absolutely.
Her mental state is
It was cute how you always saw yourself as so good for the movement. How you always saw that everything you did was for the bigger Inquisition. How warm and laughing and smiling you were, because you thought the pain you inflicted meant something. And it did. To me, who couldn't give less than 2 shits about what you wanted. Four successes.
all right. She is focused on you, and she will take. Now, she's immune to white damage, but
That's fine. I
She's
just need
not-
her focused on me.
she's not immune to taking some damage. She will take a point of aggravated black damage as your words. Actually, you know what? Not black damage. She'll take a point of aggravated pale damage as your words
Fire.
rip into her.
Pryor is a leader, first and foremost. And he was a big brother before that. He's an inventor, a creator, a designer. And knowing how to build people up begins with knowing how to break them down. And feeling high on life. Feeling someone who for so long he had to look at like an equal, despite his disgust at her. There's a growing feeling in that pit inside of him. Chains wrap across the entrance to the bottomless hole in his heart, and he feels alive. He should be the one laughing at pain. And as he laughs uproariously in her face, he feels that this is natural. He is doing more than serving penitence. He is inflicting retribution upon someone who deserves it. That's the end of Pryor's turn.
All right, Kai, before you take your action on your turn, one of the people that you have hidden inside the containment unit or the solitary confinement, like little area, kind of tugs on your sleeve and says, "Here," and passes you 2 healing bullets. I was able to hide them in my prosthetic. She didn't notice. She's not always very aware. I was gonna try to escape with it if she left the room, but I feel like you could all use it more. Especially, their eyes kind of dart to like around the corner where Meru is, and they're like, she did a number on him.
Kai takes the healing ampules and looks this poor person in the eyes and says, "Thank you so much. I promise we're going to get you out of here. You don't know how much this means. Your sacrifice is not in vain, and all of us are getting out of here alive. Thank you." And, if it's okay to take my turn to do sort of the same thing as last time, after tucking the healing ampules away, to try and get more people out of Greta's field of vision.
Absolutely.
Although it might be, understandably harder since the rest of them are up on hooks.
Yes. I will say, the ones you haven't freed yet, you freed the ones on nails and you freed the one on the board. There are still 5 up on the hooks. And then 1 who's in the cage. And you imagine that's going to be the most difficult one to get out of there.
Okay. And I...
It'll be a DC 5 this time, Dex Athletics.
Okay. +2 athletics. DC 5. Woof.
Yep.
Alright. I hope I can at least get something. Ah, man. Can I willpower?
You can.
Pretty please with the cherry on top.
Oh, you can. You absolutely can.
Oh,
That
no,
was
sorry,
one-
not you. No, that's me asking the dice gods to roll me good. No, that's just me manifesting.
The chains rattle as you try to get them down, and her eyes for a moment dart. And you see that she knows what you're up to now.
Oh, good.
And you would be over here right now, because you've run over to help them there.
Yes.
Meru, it's your turn.
Alright. It's gonna be a pretty quick turn, because Meru's not doing shit. He's barely conscious. He honestly, he's just probably right now just is like completely limp in Mix's hold. He's struggling to stay conscious because he's just in so much pain that it's overwhelming. And he's probably breathing very shallow, rapid breaths. And it's very like pale and clammy. So he's not really doing much right now.
In that case,
Yeah.
Mix.
Ugh.
And if Meru
Yeah.
wants to do something after whatever Mix does, Mix, what would you like to do?
Well, one thing I would like to say that at least when we position ourselves for cover, I think Mix would have enough foresight to do it like in a place where it's not like they're shooting in like if they're shooting, it's not gonna like there's not a chance where they would hit like Prior or Kai. So it's like to the side or something like that.
Yes. Yeah, you know what? You can all be down here, I'll say.
God damn. This lady is dangerous.
She is. Her attention is fully on Prior at the moment, but you have a feeling that may change.
I'm really wrestling with something in my mind. I guess I'll ask the Mr. DM.
Yes, please do.
Mr. DM.
Yes. I am listening.
Listening and learning. Um, can Mix take advantage of the whole situation? Look, Make us of the mind that we need to take down this lady like now. Okay. So, uh, in a bit of desperation, because especially with the stuff that Pryor has told them, which is the more that she kills, the stronger she gets. We have to do this fast. Can Mix potentially use for their first attack? Their first attack in the battle and their attack this round. Can they use Magic Bullet?
Yes, actually, you can use Magic Bullet. You would roll. You would not get all the benefits that Meru does from using Magic Bullet. You would roll.
Now there's some cool visual stuff I want to do if it's okay with you.
I am all good with that. You will roll. I will let you know your composure resolve. You don't get any other benefits though.
Okay.
Because this is not your gun, so you do only have 4 dice to shoot it.
So here, I will say, Mix. It's the sort of thing where like Mix is suddenly, it's almost like, again, this is the sort of exchange that happens in like a moment, but to Mix, it's happening. Everything is sort of going much slowly. And Mix just sort of like stares at Meru, who is, breathing really heavy and still really injured and wounded and trying to, basically fully regain consciousness. And Mix sort of stares, and then they look to their side. And on one side of them is the funeral procession. Who sort of is standing and looking towards Greta. And then on the other side next to them, almost like they're leaning against the wall, arms crossed, is a figure that Mix is not so familiar with. And Mix, lets out a tisk and grabs Solemn Lament and takes out the magazine and grabs a bullet, puts the magazine back into Solemn Lament and holsters it. And doesn't look at the unknown figure who is clad in the same outfit that Meru usually is. But Mix does say to them, if you want to go back and help me out here. And they will, it's a purely visual thing, it doesn't have to actually do anything, but they will insert the Solemn Lament bullet into the Magic Bullet rifle.
So, only thing on that, because this is Ego, they don't actually have their own bullets.
That's fine, but it's a cool visual thing. So.
Oh no, it's very cool. I just want to correct on that because I believe Ego itself, because it's extracted.
Oh, absolutely.
There's not physical bullets.
But it looks cool.
I would certainly say that Mix sees the butterfly land on the rifle.
Exactly.
Yes, you can see the butterfly land on the rifle though. There's just not any bullets to take out of one gun and put into another gun.
Either way, it looks cool. But
yeah, so the butterfly, the butterfly
lands
lands
on the
butterfly.
They put in sort of the butterfly bullet, quote unquote. And actually, that is a good idea because like the butterfly is sort of on the tip of the rifle. They aim and whatever Derfashitz's answer is, we'll figure out. But
Durfacious is ignoring you. It's just standing there.
Well, no, I figured Durfacious ain't gonna say anything, but we'll figure out if Mix hits whether or not Durfacious is okay with this. All right, so rolling. Could I still roll firearms? Cause gun.
Yeah, it would be, if you're firing Durfacious, it would be Composure Firearms.
Well, we'll figure out what happens here.
Yep, you would have no other bonuses, though, because you are not...
False. Because I have Child of the Galaxy, who has been my goat.
That is true. You would have Child of the Galaxy's bonus.
Yeah.
So that would be 8 dice.
8 dice. Unfortunately, no other bonuses, which is fine. Look, Durfacious doesn't love me yet, but we'll see. What's the difficulty?
The DC is DC 5.
That's not as bad as I thought it would be. I thought it was gonna be like 6, but I'll take it. Can't use any desperation dice here because inquisitive. Could I maybe get a bonus because she's focused on prior?
No.
Actually, can I suggest something?
Yes, you may suggest something.
Is it possible for Meru to actually give a little like bonus dice because he has firearms? Would he be able to maybe like after like get like a little bit of a stabilizing moment where he's able to kind of lift his hand up and help steady the gun?
Meru did not take an action this turn.
That is true. You know what? I
Like
will
maybe
allow
like
that.
he notices Durfacious and like actually in the corner. You know, the same Durfacious he'd been calling out to for the past however much time. And it kind of for a moment not snaps him out, but like kind of like refocuses him for a second.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, there we
I'll
go.
allow that.
So back.
So that give what? What plus
one
one?
bonus dice. So
Thank
9
you.
dice.
We're so back. All right. Okay, I will roll.
Goddamn.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Wait. Okay. Wait. Willpower.
You can. Actually, no, I was going to say you may want to watch your willpower, but then I'm like, you don't have any willpower missing, so
No, you can just stop. We don't have any willpower.
don't worry. You're fine. You can use your willpower.
I will. Okay. Damn it! No, that's fine. I still got a really good result. Shall I describe? I guess.
Yeah, so you're firing, just to check, you're firing magic bullet?
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
So I think the way it looks like is, I mean, we've seen Meru fire magic bullets so many times. I don't think there really needs to be a description as to like what the action itself looks like, but what it looks like when the bullet leaves. Instead of the sort of usual, sort of like, circle, I guess, right? You know, like the magic circle that appears when...
Yeah, the blue circles that appear around as the bullet flies.
Yeah, so instead of that sort of being sort of a normal blue circle, it instead becomes sort of like almost like monotone, right? It's like grayscale, this sort of black and white as you see like butterflies begin to like float around, and then as those start to expand, those, I think there are three, if I remember correctly, there are three that appear. Two small ones in the front and back, and one big one in the middle. The middle. But as Mix aims, they slowly take in a breath, and then bam, fire, and the bullet that flies does sort of have that blue trail, but also has these butterflies that follow it, and hopefully does some damage.
All right, what that's gonna do. So you fired magic bullet, which has a +4 aggravated modifier. It would be doing 6 damage, except for the fact that she halves that.
That's fair.
So she is taking 3 damage.
Hey, 3 damage is 3 damage. I will say, because this is not a, this is not Mix's regular ego here. Immediately they like seize up, and they're like shaking a bit, as they immediately like just not collapse, but they like lean forward, because I imagine they're like kneeling behind cover as they like slump, I think is the best way to say it. I imagine this like feels terrible, like headaches and like maybe even like a nosebleed, just like not, because I mean this isn't something that makes us attuned to, but you know, does a lot of damage, so.
Yep. And after you fire it, that figure in the corner of the room vanishes.
Yeah.
Mr. DM, sir,
Yes. Yes.
I just sent you a quick DM.
Oh. Let me, Oh! Right. When you fired magic bullet, what angle were you hitting from? Because Pryor did not draft last turn.
That is why I asked if we could like basically be on like the side, like around, like if we're in like.
Yeah, if you
an
two are down here, I
area-
moved you here because your legs were getting cut off.
How do
But
I- how do
like,
you- oh, there we go. Like basically, like here would have been the idea.
Not like in the air, but like around.
Not in the air,
In
but
the air.
like
Okay,
you know,
around-
like
yeah, you know
on
what?
this
You two
side.
can
Like
be-
if it's
you
a
two can be over
top-down
here.
view, like if it's a top-down view, we're on like the north, while Kai and Pryor are on like east and west.
yeah, that works. That works. That absolutely works. That way you're not killing
That's
Pryor.
why, that's why if you had said we're behind like one of the others, I was like, okay, no magic bullet.
Okay.
No,
okay.
you're good. You're good. I figured that was the case.
makes- Yeah, it makes more sense for you guys to be there anyway, because it would have been moving away from Greta rather than in the direction she was going.
Yeah.
That was really cool though. Thank you, Mr. DM. for
Yeah,
letting me
no
do
problem. No problem. I like that a lot. My only thing was the putting the bullets in, but definitely like with the
Yeah.
guns themselves, I like the butterfly flying onto them.
Don't worry, Chad.
Magic
I
bullet.
forgot the bullets aren't a thing. That's my bad, but we're good.
But yes, Pryor sees the bullet. He hears the sound, and for a minute he looks to see Meru, only to see Mix, and it only hardens his gaze further. The smile actually drops from his face for a moment as he remembers snapping back into focus as to why he's here.
Yep. And at the end of the turn, they answer the call. You see from the darkness these inquisitors emerge. they don't look like most of the Inquisitors that you've met so far. They're actually Mix. All of you know nothing there very well. Mix especially. But you all see these Inquisitors, their helmets removed, who seem half human and half nothing there. As they answer her call.
Mm.
And there are 3 of them.
Oh, 3 of them.
Yep.
Oh,
3 of them.
how cute! Yay! Aw, the Skrunklies.
They have just entered, so they do not do anything on the turn they enter. But she does get to act again. She did not damage anyone because she missed prior. So
Goat.
she is not laughing this turn. That said, she raises her nail. And I remember something that she's able to do. Now that she has realized, especially seeing Kai come closer to where she is and knowing what he's up to, she first uses Skin Skewering Nail on Prior again. So you can give me another DC 4 Dex Athletics.
Oh boy. Prior is happy to tank these, but he has a feeling he's losing her focus. He knew it wasn't going to last forever. He only hopes it was enough. Oh, fuck.
Oh.
Oh.
I gotta spend my last willpower.
Oh my god.
I can't. On all those dice! Okay.
Oh, okay.
It is a crit.
Alright, go.
Which,
Prior sees her come in, and as he does, for a moment, his foot falls underneath him, and then all the eyes snap onto her, and he lets out a single and he moves faster than the eye can follow. Is that corrosion creeping up his cheek? No, there's nothing there. He's behind her again before she can even react.
she lets out an annoyed tisk and then whirls on Kai, going to stab with the nail again.
Oh, great.
Prior, because you crit, if you want, you can make a Dex Athletics again, this time in Kai's place. So that
Please, Prior is already behind her, and as she sees him he sees her go for him, he steps back in front of her and obscures her entire vision, bringing his blade around and attempting to basically hammer her nail into the floor with his blade, stopping her from raising it up. See? This is what someone does when they actually care for their so-called dogs. They protect them. Unlike you, who they always sent to me as a ready sacrifice, because they knew how worthless you were to them.
her knuckles are white on that nail as she drives it. And do you want to make that Dex Athletics to see
Absolutely,
if she...
I'll make that at -1 dice because that is my second dodge roll of the round.
You dodge.
Much more narrow this time, but as she brings the nail forward, Prior is basically nose to nose with her. He hammers that nail into the ground, placing his body directly in her reach. She may be taller than him, but it means with every step forward, he drives the butt of the blade into her stomach. Barely, it's not enough to harm her, but it's just enough to stall her breathing, throw off her form. She can't laugh. But Prior can, right in her face, gazing up into her blue eyes with his muddy brown. And nothing there is watching her fail.
She clenches her teeth, furious.
What's the
And-
matter? I see your white-knuckled grip. You losing your grip, huh?
You can't last forever.
I beg to differ. All those years and I'm still the same. All of yours. And your flesh is slowly getting weaker. Is your breath catching? Are those wrinkles at the edge of your eyes? Your flesh is failing you, Greta. Unlike mine, I am the perfection. I am what they wanted. Not you. Never you. You're not special.
Shut up. And she throws out her hand, not holding the nail, and says, Inquisitors, activate the tools. And on their turn, after you all act, they will activate, one of them will activate one of the tools of torture. Prior, I believe it's back to your turn. She is face to face with you, shaking with rage. She's not having fun anymore.
I'm gonna let you in on a little secret, Greta. I told you I do worse things than kill those who piss me off. So I'm gonna enjoy seeing you lose your grip on that nail. And then I'm gonna drive it through your chest. And with that, Prior, without turning away from her, takes the latch off of his sheath, pulling his sheath out. He spins it in his offhand, and he turns and he would like to throw it at the Inquisitor, going for the torture device.
Absolutely.
As it whizzes through the air, his ranged projectile.
That's gonna be a DC 5.
Absolutely. Absolutely, that is going to be an athletics plus dexterity with all my empowerments.
Yep.
Against difficulty 5, you said?
Yep. DC 5. Okay, so they're just... How much damage? How much damage does this thing do? But also, I'm pretty sure you just take them out.
I believe we determined it was a +0 pale ranged attack that Prior gets 1 of per combat.
Yeah, you take that Inquisitor out.
Prior, you've never seen Prior like this. There is no hesitation as he spears this Inquisitor through the chest, killing them in one blow. As he hucks the sheath with strength he shouldn't have, that you've never seen Prior have. But then he's back to Greta. I keep my fucking promises. And I keep my goddamn vengeance. Come on. You passed the trials, right? I want to see you cry.
Her eyes flicker to the Inquisitor that has gone down with a single hit, and back to you. And that already pale skin seems to pale more.
You do know something, Greta. I haven't swung at you once.
Are you too afraid to hit me then?
He looks around at all the torture devices around them and says, "You and I were always kindred spirits in one regard. I like to take my time, and I have a lot more of it than you do."
That male just keeps trembling from anger and from that encroaching fear. And Kai, what would you like to do, seeing this?
This is a lot. Oh man, I don't think I can roll good enough to get all those other people out of the way. I mean, I've got good athletics, so I could probably make it over to one of the arbiters just to try and take, you know, a secondary enemy out so that Pryor can focus on, you know, Greta. No?
You could also fire a healing ampule at Mary.
Right, at Meru. Oh my god, no,
Yeah, Meru is in bad
I
state.
meant to like 2 turns ago. Oh my god, yeah, no. Sorry. Yes, that. Oh my god. Guy who forgot. Yes, absolutely. I want to and need to fire a healing ampule at Meru. Whoa, god. And I'm sorry, that's
Int and medicine.
In
plus
medicine.
medicine.
And is it just difficulty 1? I mean, Meru's not
Yeah, sure. Each success you get is a point of healing.
coolio. Okay.
Plus 2.
Sorry, plus 2?
Oh no, that's after. That's after.
Oh,
this
God,
additional
okay,
plus 2.
okay.
Yes. Just to roll your int plus medicine.
Could do
Right.
better than that. Man. I mean, like, I can spend my last point of willpower on that, I think.
If you want to.
I want to. Yeah, I want to.
Go for it then.
God damn it. Ah,
Alright. Well, Meru
They don't
still
like-
does heal for 5 damage.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Quick question: where am I on the thing?
I think
Yeah,
Mix is
Meru's-
blocking you.
Oh,
Okay.
There we go.
there we go.
That's enough. That's enough to fully heal Meru.
Yes! Meru is fully healed.
So I should have done whatever. That's
Oh
great.
shit, you know what? I should have realized that before. You can take back that willpower. That was my bad.
Okay, no,
Um,
I mean,
I
you know.
should have said something. I was kind of too busy trying to find
I
Meru on the map.
was going to say, because the healing ampules are technically body and mind, could the extra healing carry over to the willpower track?
Oh.
It could, but I don't think there was any extra healing because Meru's health was all filled up.
Yes.
Yeah, all his boxes were filled. He had some aggravated, some superficial, but I imagine that he probably wants all that health healed. And the healing ampules would prioritize that first. And Meru, it is your turn. That said, Mix does still have Durfation, so you would need to grab it from Mix if you were
Yeah.
going to fire your gun.
I don't think
Alright.
Mix is gonna be like, no, this is my tablet.
Real.
So I would say Meru heals except for the parts that can't heal. Like his prosthetic.
Yes,
That's
your
gone.
prosthetics are still gone. You are missing a hand. Both of your arms have chunks missing, and your abdomen, which everyone can see right now. I just realized because you are not wearing ego.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's great. It's nice. I think Meru, he's still kind of out of it, but because he's not in so much like overwhelming pain anymore, he's not like in complete shock anymore either. So I think after that whole thing with Mix firing magic bullet, he kind of he tugs on Mix's sleeve and he just goes, "Give it to me. Give it back."
You fight. You're missing a hand.
I can do it.
Fine. I'll be your other hand. And Mix will hand Magic Bullet, although, and obviously this would be a firearms assist, but they will, because, Mare doesn't have another hand to, aim the rifle.
Honestly, he could balance it on his arm and use his other
That's
hand
fair.
to like shoot. He could do that.
He could. I will let for fluff if you still want, and for
We can do it
flavor
either
if
way.
you still want Mix to get their
Yeah.
turn.
I would say he could do that. I just think it's probably still less accurate. So just for the sake of helping out Meru, they'll do it.
I'll let you for free have a little flavorful. It won't have any mechanical
Yeah,
benefits,
it's
but
fine.
just a little.
No, that's the
Serving
flavor
as
for
barriers
giving
of
an
your
assist
hands.
die for firearms, if that's possible.
Oh, if what's possible?
No, this was if this but would I be able to assist Meru on any roll considering?
You could assist, but that would mean forfeiting your own turn.
Oh shit. Damn.
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm
I was
saying-
gonna say Meru can do it himself technically.
Yeah. I will
Okay.
let as flavor for free. You can do like the cute little thing of like Mix helping Meru shoot. I just won't convey a mechanical bonus for that.
No, that's fine. Well, in that case, Mix will still do it to be nice. However, Mix the player wants their own turn. So
Yeah, it's for the
But-
best.
yeah.
Okay. Let's see.
I'm just drawing a little line if you're trying to figure out. Magic Bullet can hit her without hitting Prior or Kai.
Excellent.
You can't go for those other Inquisitors.
That's
though,
real.
Without risking.
Okay.
If-
Let's see. What's the DC?
The DC to hit her is DC 5.
Okay.
I don't think anyone has come at her yet. No, they have not. So, yep, DC 5.
Okay. Well, I know she has black damage, but who cares? Someone's got to do chip damage. And I don't think I can hit any of the Inquisitors without it being awkward. Yeah. Okay. Let's see.
That hits her.
Go.
You would be doing 5 halved, so she would be taking 3 damage.
Wahoo.
Wahoo.
And you want to describe firing Magic Bullet, especially now that you're down a hand.
Yeah. I think Meru, he he probably like stares down at his missing prosthetic, and he grits his teeth, but decides he's not going to dwell on that right now. And with Mix's help, magic bullet will be aimed, and he's probably, I'm trying to think of how he's like positioned right now. Like, is he just kind of like sitting on the ground? Like, I don't think we ever established how exactly he's like, was he placed on the ground? What was going on there?
I think that is up to you and Mix for if Meru was standing or sitting. You can fire regardless, but
Yeah. I just wasn't sure what Mix had done, because Meru before wasn't really in a state to do anything.
Wait, done in terms of what?
When Mix had taken Meru off the wheel,
Yeah.
and they got them to like a safe spot, did they like place Meru down on the ground? Like, what happened there? Just so I know where Meru's positioned.
My idea was basically there's cover that's high enough that's like, it's basically like a small wall that like we can like peek over. But yeah, like you're basically like slumped against the wall.
Okay.
And so that's where Mix put you.
Okay. All right. Yeah, so I guess from his spot on against the wall, he will simply fire. There's not too many ways I can describe magic bullet being fired besides magic bullet gets fired. As per usual. And he probably, because the aim's not perfect, probably gets her in like the good like shoulder blade area.
yep, she's hit in the shoulder. And at this point, Prior, I will let you know because you see something. Meru, you notice her glance back at you, but Prior, since she was looking right at you, there's some idea. There are gears turning in the back of that head. Don't worry about it. Mix. What would you like to do?
I think it's time for me to take the offensive, so I'm gonna shoot.
All right.
Now I have my proper bonuses, thankfully.
And do remember, you know your second white damage attack will be ineffective against her.
Yeah, so just black.
Yep. However, there are 2 other Inquisitors over here that you can fire at.
That's true. Do I just unload in those Inquisitors? I think I do. I think that's the best bet.
Ooh, yeah, just get them out of the way.
Yeah, so I'm gonna shoot the first Inquisitor on the right, the one closer to me. And I'm gonna do black damage for the first one.
All right.
And then I will roll.
Ooh. Oh, fuck.
Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah, that definitely hits.
What's the DC?
It was a DC 5 to hit these guys.
Then that is 5. That is 5 aggravated black.
5 aggravated black, and they take that normally. That one's just dead. If you want to describe killing that one.
Yeah, so basically, Mix, having given back magic bullet to Meru, they take a deep breath and, looking back at the familiar gun in their hands, close their eyes, and then turn and duck above cover and points the first solemn lament towards the Inquisitor on the right and just bam, fires. And the bullet strikes true, right straight into the Inquisitor's body, as butterflies begin to pour out of the wound, and the thing slumps over. And for my next trick, I would like to shoot the other one.
Yes, I will say, before you can shoot, the moment that Inquisitor goes down and there is one left standing, this one does do a reaction as it lunges forward, flailing wildly.
Ooh.
And all of you can make me a DC 6 Dex Athletics.
Oh shit.
Gotcha.
Uh,
Do we get
Greta
benefit because Meru and I are behind cover?
I will say it's a DC 5 for both of you. Kai and Pryor are making it at DC 6.
Thank
Yep.
you, sir.
LMAO. Oh, 1.
I'm gonna reroll. Reroll.
Wait, actually, I
Um,
might have to.
Greta hasn't acted this turn, correct?
She has acted this turn.
Okay. Okay. So we are
Fuck.
Right, no.
Okay, that was really bad.
Pryor acts after Greta. Correct? I'm just determining whether or not he has a penalty to this. Has he dodged before his next turn?
Yes, he has. Greta acts at the start, then all of you act. So Pryor does Pryor has 2 penalties actually because he took it for Kai.
Yes, but did he have his turn between then and now? That's the question.
Oh my God! Wait, you're right. Pryor does not have a penalty. He did get to act between. My bad.
So
Pryor,
that
you
does
have
mean-
no penalty.
That does mean he'll have at least 1 penalty against Greta, but
Damn.
God damn!
Damn.
Their successes.
That's my goat. That's my
Okay.
goat.
That's my dodging goat. Yeah.
Oh my
may I
gosh!
say, with 10 success critical, may I say that as it flails at him between him and Greta, his focus doesn't seem to be on her at all. But as the eyes on his face turn to look at the danger, he looks at Greta and says, "You were always blind." And he blades off at the last moment and lets it charge right by him and into her.
Yes, I'll allow that. She will take the damage instead. She has DC 5 to dodge, so she's only taking a margin of 1. But all of you,
Wait, Cinna.
yes.
I just realized something.
What's
I
that?
don't have my ego suit on.
You don't. You don't have your ego on.
You might want a willpower reroll.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to impair myself.
Mm-hmm.
It
We're
might be
doing-
worth it.
We're doing good. We're doing great, even. We're fine. Watch this. I'm just gonna get 2 crits. Close.
Hey, that's now down to a margin of 2 failure.
All right.
And I'm impaired.
So, just going through to see, Meru, you are taking 4 superficial red damage.
Oh, I just got that back.
Kai, you are also taking 4 superficial red damage. That said, I believe Kai is slipping into the berserker mode.
Yeah.
I don't want to be that guy to poor Meru, but is that 4 superficial for someone with bare skin contact against it?
Damn.
Yes.
That is right. You don't have any
Tell me what
armor
it is.
on.
Tell me what it is.
I would say, instead of 4 superficial, it's 4 egg.
Ooh.
Okay, ow. Okay, we're back to on.
I'm sorry. We're just so used to having ego gear that we forget that these things kill normal people.
Yeah, normal people do die to these.
Yeah.
It's fair. That's fair.
Fine, it's fine. Yeah, the bird tries to like get up and immediately gets like whacked, like smack against the wall.
Oh my god.
But not the wall he was against, but like the back wall.
Oh my gosh. Mix,
Yeah.
you are taking 5 superficial red damage.
That is halved. Is it
That's-
superficial?
Halved.
Yeah,
It's halved. Oh yeah, Kai, you should have yours too. I just realized.
Okay,
Um,
so it's 2.
So Kai's only taking 2.
Okay.
Halved rounding up or rounding down?
Round up for damage.
Okay. All right, we're fine. We're chilling.
Prior's fine.
Night of Despair,
And-
my goat.
She
I think that's just a point of damage to her.
is just taking 1 point of damage.
It builds up. It builds up.
But honestly, it's also just the emotional toil of Prior literally just toying with her.
Yeah, she takes 1 willpower.
She hates. Honestly, actually, she's gonna take another point of pale damage. Prior doing that to her, Prior's very existence is pissing off this woman. And that said, this thing has just rampaged. Mix, you still do have your second shot.
Yeah, I do. I do. Now the thing is that I want this thing dead, so I'm just gonna try and shoot, and we'll see if I hit. Hopefully, it's DC 5 though, so yeah, it's fair enough.
So the shot.
I mean, as this thing is rampaging around, I imagine it's very difficult to get a beat on it.
Yeah.
No, you try to shoot it and it just is able to move out of the way in a way that you feel it shouldn't be able to.
Exactly.
Just rampages around. And she, I believe it's back to her turn. She has not dealt any damage yet, so she is not
Nope.
laughing. And she looks at Prior, and at this point, she's realized that there are other people in this room aside from you. And she's also realized how you feel about these other people. And she's just going to look at you and say, I'm going to take them all from you. As she raises her nail, spins, and uses this. All of you can give me a DC 5 Dex Athletics. At least Kai and Nix can, because Meru's in the back there.
Thank God.
You said, sorry, DC 5?
Yep, DC 5 Dex Athletics.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, sorry guys, I couldn't distract her forever.
Well,
It's okay, you're so hot. Okie dokie.
well, you know,
Meow,
DC
meow, meow, meow,
5,
meow, meow.
it'll be fine.
Okay!
Oh fuck!
See, you got the luck.
Okay.
God damn!
Wait.
All right, I'm
Yes.
using willpower.
Yes.
Please.
He could be about to style on her in the funniest way possible.
We're so
Yay!
back.
Wahoo!
Yes.
She
They are
goes to
so
lunge
back.
with the nail to skewer the both of you. And just misses. I just imagine you're both able, and I imagine that Mix is kind of able to grab Meru out of the way as
Yeah.
she just charges with the nail and completely just does not skewer any of you upon it. She is now behind all of you, though. But,
Damn.
oops, I was trying to move Meru and I moved her. Me rearranging the little tokens. But yeah,
The minis are mentally ill in the head and mentally sick in the head.
they are. But she knows this time that she can't order the Inquisitor because it is rampaging. And she looks at Pryor, and the smile has returned to her face.
Pryor's
Pryor-
face is mostly hidden. His eye glazes out from the darkness cast beneath the thorns on his head. Attempting to harm those a big brother considers his. The penalty is pain, followed by immediate execution. Is it Pryor's turn?
It is Pryor's turn.
Pryor
And
steps on the ground, and unlike you might expect it to crack, but it doesn't even make a sound. He pushes off of the ground, and his body blurs as he moves with striking speed. I will say, she did disengage from Pryor. I know this system doesn't really have disengage mechanics, so I could say, could Pryor get a bonus to attack her because she moved away from him on the last turn unprepared?
yeah, I will allow that. I will allow an additional
Perfect.
+1 to hit.
Pryor bursts forward, and strikes true. He is going to make a melee plus dexterity roll, plus his life for a daredevil bonus, plus his plus a bonus for that, and he's hitting difficulty 5.
Yep, DC 5.
Perfect. Now, as he blurs through the air, towards her, his eye burning, he is going to just strike with everything behind him. You know what? Pryor takes a point of aggravated willpower damage. He wants her gone. He willingly pushes his mind into the breaking point. Well, that is still 4 aggravated pale damage.
And she takes it as normal. 1, 2, 3, 4. And when you
Plus
strike...
The extra box gone from being a pale damage attack.
Yes, thank you. When she does that, you see that at this point, there was blood on her before. Not her own. Some of it, you imagine, was Meru's. You all see now that there is more blood staining her that has begun to be her own, and her face has fallen into one of rage, annoyance, and fear.
Pathetic. You said I was hiding who I was, that I was trash. Look in a mirror. This is what you truly are. Not a leader, not a loyalist, not a dog. You're a scared little girl playing pretend to try and grasp for some small ounce of control in a world that has forgotten you, in a world that moved on without you. So keep trying to tear at those prosthetics. Keep trying and failing, because in the end of the day, the city will not remember your name, and the one who grips doesn't know you exist. I am the greatest person who will ever know your name, and when I am done here, I'll forget it again.
You're lying. She'll be here soon, and then all of you will be cleansed.
He doesn't get the attention of a response. Pryor doesn't care what someone beneath him has to say anymore.
And before we go to Kai, all of you hear the sound of footsteps that comes running in. You're not sure how this
My God!
this grade 9 fixer made it down here,
Noted.
but they did. As Faniel enters the scene.
We attract
Looks-
the greatest grade 9 fixers in the city. My God.
These are actually the best grade 9 fixers. These are Roland level grade 9 fixers we've got in our city. Faniel enters the scene, sees what's going on, looks to all of you, and says, I'm here to help. And Faniel will act before the Inquisitor does. Kai, it is your turn.
I
mean, you could just delete the last Inquisitor if you wanted, or you could honestly lay into Greta.
I think I'm gonna lay into Greta.
Hell yeah. We're done. We're done playing around.
Yeah. No, this bitch needs to die so bad. Or this young woman whom I respect as a person don't like very much.
Pryor grabs Life for a Daredevil by the hilt and pulls it out of her gut with a squelching sound.
Oof.
And pointing to the wound, he says, I marked the spot for you, Kai. Tear it apart.
Holy shit. Kai is going to go ham. At least I really hope he does. Okay, wait. Okay, so in terms of the attack, there was the whole specialized gear thing.
Yes, you have. If you
yeah.
if you hit Claws of Cobalt, you click everything except Gift active.
Okay. Thick. And what's the difficulty?
I mean, if you want, you could, if Cinna still allows it, you could deal 1 point of superficial to your tracker and roll with everything.
I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
Yippee!
I'm sure this will have no negative repercussions on Kai's, mental state.
Oh, whatever. Oh, who cares? It's,
Pryor demands perfection.
Oh. Kai's blood is not in his brain, if we're being entirely honest. But, Kai 110% is going to take, that last bit of superficial damage, and I think he's just gonna make a nice, clean little cut into, maybe a jugular. Not super deep, not like enough that, his artery's gonna completely, collapse or whatever and blood's gushing out, but he's very, very injured. And it didn't take much to get him there. With that being said, now we're going to have a lot of fun hurting this woman.
It's DC 5 to hit her.
Okie dokie. Okay. Manifesting.
You can click everything active. Oh, this is Kai at his strongest. The
Yes!
dog cornered.
Okay, just manifest with me, alright?
Faniel! Are you giving them sanity or health healing? Holy shit!
Yippee.
I mean, you probably want to save your last point of willpower.
I was gonna say, if you're healing sanity especially, then I will absolutely... then I will use willpower, if I'm being entirely honest. It's up to you, Thaniel. What do you think?
All up to you.
Half of
Also,
us, pretty much all of us are sanity impaired.
You're all listing sanity.
Sounds good to me. Go.
Sounds good
Thanks,
to you?
King.
All of you heal a sanity.
Alrighty. Then I'm willpowering.
Alright. Oh god, this is gonna be disgusting.
Nah.
Hey,
That's
something.
still...
that's a margin of 4, plus you deal 5 aggravated. That's 9 aggravated red.
It would be. She does take aggravated red as superficial. But that is still 1, 2, 3, 4... How much is that again? Did you say 9?
9
Yeah.
superficial red in this case.
Oh god. Okay, 1 sec. Let me just make sure I'm tracking this right. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh god. Well, she is definitely impaired at this point. As I imagine, you rip into her.
Yes. Exactly where prior... Oof, what pulled? Oh, God. Sorry. Brain. Exactly where prior pulled his sword out of her, Kai absolutely tears into her insides. Glad she's impaired, because would be pretty shocked if I dug into someone's already stabbed through entrails and they were like, "Pff, tanked."
No, she is not looking good. And it is Meru's turn. Meru, you cannot fire without doing a strength firearms, however, because she is right behind you.
Oh, okay, cute.
You might want to take a minor action to scuttle to somewhere else.
Am I allowed to do that?
I will allow that.
Okay.
Yes.
So I will say, Meru's not doing too hot. He's he somehow is able to will himself to his feet, no matter how badly that hurts, considering he had nails through his ankles earlier. It's probably adrenaline that has allowed him to somehow get to his feet so he can move. What's the best place for him to move to that will allow him to shoot without hitting any of his allies?
I mean, I think if you're along this back wall, you might be able to shoot, because this is kind of isometric, you might be able to shoot downstream.
Oh yeah, you could hit the Inquisitor. I don't think you can hit her
No.
without hitting Mix and Kai, because they are standing
Do I
right in the
go,
way.
like, here?
Yeah,
Is
you
that
can
what
go
we're
over there. Yep.
Okay. Well, I guess Meru will, how's this, Inquisitor like, were they injured at all?
Completely uninjured.
Yes, this one is
perfect.
completely uninjured. It has not been
Great.
hit yet.
Great. Alright, what's her desperation, by the way?
Your desperation is still free at the moment. Actually, I think 4 is appropriate.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
Mary's
the situation
been
did get
through
more
it.
desperate.
Mary's been through it especially, and the rest of them had to go through the trials.
Yeah.
So
Actually, first. May I
yes,
Stetia?
you may.
Alright. Let's roll. What's the DC?
This thing's DC is actually DC 1.
Well, we better get this.
It's almost impossible to miss for this thing.
Listen, with my luck, you never know, but we're fine. We're fine. Alright, so now we can add Justitia.
Yep.
Cool. Remember wants this thing gone. It's not because he's, like, angry. It's more because he's scared. Because that thing almost killed him.
It did, and it
Um,
is looking at you.
Yeah, what did you say the DC for this was again?
DC 5 to hit this thing.
5. Okay. Alright, let's see.
Well, that's killing it.
Perfect! Perfect!
That's most definitely taking this thing down.
Alright, well, we will be doing that. I think Meru, with the... somehow, even though his, like, grip is super shaky, he's able to balance, like he was thinking of doing earlier, balance, Magic Bullet on his arm near where his wrist is, because he can't grab it, because he doesn't have a hand there. And it's kind of more just probably because he's able to lock on with Justicia. He's able to kind of track the Inquisitor's movements, even with his like shaky grip. And he's able to fire. And is, you know, the bullet goes off, hits the thing in what's the best place to hit this thing? I don't know, the face. And makes it fall to the ground, as Magic Bullet tends to make things do.
As it ribs on the ground, you hear,
Goodbye.
Well, good riddance.
and Mix, it is your turn.
Well. Okay. See, the thing is, I'm closest to Greta, and I don't like that.
You are closest to her, and she is a ragged state at the moment. She looks horrible, and she looks more animal than human.
Well, it ain't over till it's over. That being said, I think I want to shoot.
All right, go for it.
Difficulty is what? 5?
DC 5.
Well, we'll see. Ooh. I mean, I might. Should I use a willpower here? Is that worth it?
It's up to you.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I need to hoard that in case she tries to hit. The first one I should have said was actually it doesn't even matter. The first one would have been black damage, and since the second one's ineffective, then there's not really.
Yes.
I'm not gonna roll that. But you know what? I guess if I am permitted to take a minor action after my attack, I would like to at least move like over here.
You can.
Okay, cool. Then that
you
is
can
my
move
turn.
back. And it is Faniel's turn.
Yes.
As the grade 9 fixer comes in and looks to all of you and says, "Are we fighting her?"
Yes.
Right. The grade 9 fixer runs in to fight her. Let's see how... What are these grade 9 fixers made of? Goddamn.
I go?
They're from the
What?
same office as Bartholomew.
Goaded.
My God.
Daniel
My
is...
God.
To be fair, he's the grade 9 fixer who came down here to rescue
Daniel.
people and made it to this point.
Real.
My goat.
is true.
My goat.
Faniel comes in
Grade 1 fixer.
with his sword. They need to promote these fixers. Oh my
The
god.
HANA Association's gonna have some work cut out for them when they gotta
They-
work on
No,
these
for
grades.
real.
They
Honestly.
really are. And does free damage to her, which all her damage is already superficial, so does free aggravated damage to her. And then kind of gets back a bit. Says, "Alright."
I feel this fixer might just be about to be immediately deleted for the first time. Tragic.
Yeah, wait, I just realized. Yeah, they're all... Get back here. Hey, you're all in a line.
To be fair, Meru probably isn't in a line. Meru's like closer to the wall. It's more perspective. But yes, the three of us are in a line. There's a
Yes!
two-way line forward and a three-way line down.
She is pissed. She's going for the freeway line. As she grabs her nail, spins it, and you can all tell she is on her last legs. She's not doing well, and she seems ready to take as many of you with her
Oh my
as
gosh.
she possibly can. As she walks over, she flips the switch as the saws whir to life. And she is going to first. And if Daniel, our grade 9 fixer, will make a Dex Athletics check. Prior mix, I also will need a DC 5 Dex Athletics from both of you.
Yep.
Well, our grade 9 fixer is safe.
Jeez.
Well,
As expected of Thaniel, my goat, of course.
absolutely. My
Real.
goat.
We all knew that. We all knew he'd live, obviously.
Dex plus athletics.
Yep, Dex plus Athletics.
That's crazy. Damn.
As Thaniel, as Greta comes at Thaniel, if I may flavor Thaniel's success as well,
Absolutely.
Thaniel sort of rises into a block, and as Pryor moves faster than the eye, he actually, with this stunningly cold intelligence, knocks Thaniel's weapon, so the nail bounces off of his weapon into Pryor's grip, where he can deflect it wide over both of them.
And while you manage to deflect it over the both of you, it does strike Mix. And Mix, you do take 2 aggravated red damage.
Halved?
Actually, that would be halved, wouldn't it? Because of your eco. It is, halved
Night of Despair, my goat.
to 1.
Oh. My heart froze. I was like, wait, is it halved or is it already halved?
You have nails inflicted on you. And she then... Oh, what is she going to do? That is a good question. You know what? 3 of you having been skewered, she doesn't care at this point. She does not mind opening herself up. She wants that heretic dead, even if it means that she's not dying here. So the next attack's against her. All of you will have +1, as she has forsaken any self-preservation.
Wait,
Uh-oh.
I just realized something. Did we still have the +2s?
Oh,
Your dodge?
yes!
Your dodge? Yes.
I've never added those.
Roll another 2 dice. Hold on. You might be able to protect yourself.
Let me. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize until now. I'll just make a generic roll.
No, you are all good. Just roll those 2 extras.
Gotcha. Okay.
That
I
would bring you to
avoided.
5.
Phew.
Heal that 1 egg.
Yep.
Mix, you think you've been struck, and Greta even seems sure you've been struck. But as you look down, it's just splatterings of blood.
Woo! My gosh.
And she is... You know what? Hey, Meru, do you want to make a DC 8 Dex Athletics check to not get grappled?
Wait, is that like an attack or just like being...
No, just to grapple you. Just to
Okay.
grapple you. You're not getting attacked yet.
Okay, because I was gonna say, you said Dex Athletics?
Yeah, Dex Athletics, DC 8, to not get grappled.
Okay. Alright. So, how does martial work again? Does this
You can
count as
add.
something?
Yeah, this would be a physical conflict. You can add those 4 bonus dice.
Okay. DC 8. We're so back. Watch this. We are impairing ourselves.
It can happen. It can happen.
It can happen.
It's
It can
110.
happen.
We just need 110 or 3 successes. That's a 10 crit!
Meru is scared out of
God.
his mind.
Yeah.
He's scared.
She goes to grab you. But this time, you're ready for it.
Yeah. With every ounce of the energy that he has left, he fucking books it. It's like you know what? She probably didn't get to the augments that are on his feet.
She did not, no.
Like she may have nailed his ankles at one point, but she was so focused on everything else about him that she probably didn't even notice the augments on his feet. So he's able to, which heightens his dexterity. So he's able to quickly slip by her before she is able to grapple him. And he runs, I don't know where he gets to. Maybe over can he run down here?
Yeah, he can run over there. And she
It's like cat and mouse.
sees you fleeing. And she's like, this heretic will be purged if it is with my dying breath. And you can hear the saws whirring from the machine she's activated. You can see she flings that Iron Maiden open, filled with spikes.
Oh, that's what she was gonna do to Meru.
But she didn't catch you. And Prior, it is your turn.
As she throws her hands open, as Prior sees what would have become of Meru, something breaks. In that moment where Meru was going to get caught, Prior's hand was extended, and he was praying, begging for anyone to intervene. But no one will. Not for Meru. Not for Prior. Not for anyone. The only one who can intervene is Prior himself. He charges. Prior would like to forsake all defenses into an all-out attack.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. I get 1 bonus dice for off balance. And I was going to say, there's not technically a system for it, but could Prior sacrifice his ability to dodge for a bonus?
I'll allow that.
All right, what would you say it would be?
The bonus. So, because you're forsaking your ability to dodge, I will say this. You get a +2 bonus, but she does get to counter.
Prior accepts that.
She will hit you back at DC 1, basically when you hit her. Oh god!
Prior takes another point of willpower damage.
Welcome in, Raiders! Welcome, welcome!
Pryor charges at
Oof.
Greta for 10 critical pale damage. I guess the question is, does she get a rebuttal if there's not a Greta left?
No. You charge in, and the nail goes to, holy shit, hello, Raiders! You're witnessing an execution! You go to charge in, and the nail drops from her hand, and please tell me how you'd like to do
Absolutely.
this.
Pryor blurs towards her, and there is something guttural from the back of his throat. My family! My vengeance! And as he comes in, first, life from a daredevil comes low and slashes across her chest. There is a tearing sound as he lances surgically into the wound that Kai opened up. As the nail drops from her hand, Pryor releases life for a daredevil, and as it spins in the air, he catches the nail she dropped. Bringing it behind his back, he swings it like a bat, taking her out at the knee, dropping her onto her back. And as he does, he spins it effortlessly, like it weighs nothing, like it's a pen in his hand, raising it above his head. He screams, I keep my promises, and drives it down through her chest. With strength he shouldn't possess, he brings his arms up and hammers the top of the nail down, down, down 3 times, driving, impaling her into the ground. He catches life for a daredevil, brings it above his head to chop her head clean off. And at that moment, he lets out a guttural, pained scream. Blood pours down Pryor's head, and he drops his weapon as the ego gift strangles his skull. And before he can deliver the punishing blow, Pryor drops to his knees, blood pouring down his face. Greta, alive, but nailed into the ground. Pryor still stolen from him his chance to take a life.
And what do you all do?
It hurts. It hurts. Get it off of me. Get it off of me.
That's done.
My crown of thorns just keeps tightening. All of you are in this torture chamber that was once, and now you probably all notice it, on the wall. That very same symbol in that room where you always had your meetings. In Meru's control team department. Greta is nailed to the ground, still alive, but unable to make any noises. But these, gurglings of blood. You all see Pryor clutching at the crown as it seems to dig in ever tighter. Meru is in horrible shape. All of the prosthetics that she ripped off him, discarded on the ground. Kai is covered in blood, both his own and that of the enemies he's been fighting. And Nyx, you see butterflies just floating about this room. What do you all do?
I will say, I think, to be real, Meru's passing out. I think he's collapsing.
X
think he-
catches Meru
Oh.
before he completely falls to the floor.
That's real.
And Mix will turn over to the fixer.
Yeah,
I know you've got.
Daniel! Sorry, please continue, Mix. Please
I
continue.
know you've got places to be, but can you at least help me take them all out of here?
The fixer looks very concerned at what Pryor just did, at the state he's in, at the unconscious Meru. Daniel's just kind of looking around, back and forth between all of you, like trying to figure out what's happening, and then says, yeah, we should hurry and get. And Daniel starts trying to help get the people down from up there. And does a wide berth around Pryor, and then realizes that she's nailed in place over here. I just moved her
Yeah.
a little so she wasn't where Kai was, and then kind of doesn't want to go near her either, so just sticks to the wall and starts getting down the person in the cage up there.
Mix will stare at Greta. Are the butterflies around here?
They are. They're clustered there.
Is the figure behind her?
It is. With
God
the
damn it.
coffin open.
Mix sighs. And then... So part of me really wants to leave her there, but I think Mix, we'll flip a coin. Yeah, okay. Mix will, if no one interjects, then Mix will pull out Solomon and just shoot her.
Does
I don't think. Well, does anyone interject? Is the question. Does Kai? Kai's the only one in a state to.
Nope. No, Kai does not.
All right. Then, Mr. DM, as Pryor is sitting on the ground, feeling the weight of the thorns on his head, he has a memory. It bubbles like all the rest of his sins, pulled to the surface by something and someone that isn't here. A woman, not covered in blood, younger, with bright blue eyes, and a perfectly pressed N Corp jacket. And she's whistling. And it's not much for Pryor to say. He likes it. She knows how to carry a tune. She's malleable. There's a few things about her that are expected. But there's potential. No one really ever gave her a chance to be anything different. Pryor sure wasn't going to. She was everything he needed for his plan. He didn't need her to be better, no. He wanted her to be worse. But the way she looked at him, it was almost as that. She thought he was a friend. And almost sometimes, when she'd start whistling, he'd smile. He never told her that. He should tell her that. Pryor opens his mouth. In the midst of his delirium and the thorns closing around his head, but the sound of solemn lament cuts off any penitence he no longer deserves.
Mix. What you see. The corpse slumps into the coffin, which slams shut. The rest of you. Well, not Mary, as Mary was unconscious. But the rest of you just see the body go limp.
At least have the decency to finish what you started.
I've
All
never
right.
been a very decent man, Mix.
Yeah, well. Let's get out of here.
There are some people that are back in the not containment unit, like the solitary confinement. What?
Yep.
Did Thaniel also get those people out? Was there ever any chance to I don't know. I
Follow up.
didn't necessarily have much to say to them, but I do want them to be safe since I kind of promised that we would all get out of there alive.
Yeah, no, Faniel has rounded up the people, and they are all kind of creeping out, like kind of trying to see if it's over. Sort of in disbelief. The ones who are strung up are probably that are still alive are probably too out of it to really know what was going on. The ones who are back here didn't see any of the fighting. They certainly heard all of you. And they don't want to be anywhere near Pryor. They're kind of like all huddled back. Oh, yes, sorry, please go.
No,
please go ahead.
Pryor rises from his knees. There are no prayers left to finish. She's a corpse. Fixer,
Yes.
get them out of here. I'll lower them from the chains. We'll
He
follow
nods.
behind you. And Pryor will, with Pryor's high dexterity pool, I imagine he could very quickly. Pryor's very adept at climbing chains and getting people down.
Yeah, he is.
I imagine he can take half and easily free the rest.
Yep. You are able to free them. I believe Mix was the one carrying Meru.
Yeah. At this point, Mix looks to you and says, "We need to leave."
There's one last thing we have to do. The Fixer can lead the way.
The Fixer
We'll meet up with you in a moment.
nods, and heads off with the people. Faniel and the people you saved, just to save you all the stress and the worry, the ones back in the containment unit will be added to that group. You're all able. I'm not going to have you all, fight your way out of the dungeon. You all know the path at this point.
And I also remind everyone, don't forget Meru's discarded prosthetics.
That's one of the reasons Pryor stayed behind.
Yes,
Yeah.
please. If you all have more to do here, Faniel and the civilians are now safe. You all have a moment. You know that the one who grips is on her way to Calw, but I have a feeling you all won't be staying here very long.
Pryor removes her badge of the Inquisition. He grimaces, but he has to be pragmatic. Trophies are a sign of status. Secondly, Kai.
Yes. Healing?
No.
Okay.
No, I can bear these wounds for a while longer. We have to get out of here first.
Hmm.
Gather up all of Meru that's missing, if you would kindly.
Absolutely. And Kai will get to picking up, Meru's discarded hand, and I believe a plate from one of his arms and his abdomen. Was there anything
Yep.
else?
Nope. It was just the hand, the plate. Actually, no. It was the plates from both arms,
Plates from
the
both arms.
hand.
Okay,
and the abdomen. It was those three.
gotcha.
She was going for the eye, and she didn't succeed in taking it.
Prior
Alright.
then turn to Mix. Say, and Mix, there's something only you can do.
So,
You recognize this room, don't you?
someone.
They've stripped most of the technology from this place. But you know that the real important stuff is in the walls. I'm wondering if you can reconnect this facility to the network. Give Ange access to any information they might have here.
I can figure something out. Not gonna take much time to do it, though.
That's why it has to be you. No one else can hack as fast as you can. If I am wrong and we can't find anything, but if this is the meeting room, I imagine they stripped all the screens. They probably tore out any wall consoles, but as Pryor knows, all the real important stuff in Lobotomy Corporation is behind the walls, where the abnormalities can't damage it.
Yep. Mix, you can make that global access roll and
Thank you.
connect this facility back to your branch one.
What is the difficulty?
It would be a DC 4.
Cool. Oof. I'll use a willpower. Why not? Oh. Doesn't work
Oh,
out.
hold on. Pryor, I was going to say, Pryor could make a roll to potentially assist here because
Oh,
he could provide equipment because this is technically, I would say, this is a new scene.
yes,
I would imagine.
yes, this is a new scene.
Right.
You
So,
may
hold on.
provide equipment.
Pryor can try and provide some equipment here. Yes. You can roll another 2 dice.
Well, let's go. All right, let's. All
That's
right, I
4.
do succeed. Yay.
All right.
To be fair, it
Um,
probably would be tough just because, I mean, this place is pretty.
Yeah. Pryor has to take out a wall panel and then, oh wait, this is going to be horrible.
Please.
Pryor takes out the wall panel, but they don't have an access point. Pryor grimaces, and there's the sound of metal being removed from flesh as he jury-rigs together an access point out of the prosthetics from those who are no longer going to be using them.
Yep.
Mix will plug in their tablet and create a small access point, a hole in the firewall for Ange to siphon off any information that she can. Little back door.
All right. She would not risk contacting you all here, but
Yeah.
you have a feeling. You foreknow Ange very well. She was probably made aware as soon as Mix connected that she now has another access point. She just knows better than to be making her presence known.
Yeah. Mix will, having done that, once enough time has passed, Mix will then close it, shut it off, and then disconnect the tablet. Make sure nobody can find any traces that they were there. All right. That should be it. We should go now. Before more of them show up.
You're right. There's nothing left to find here. Let's regroup.
And do you all meet up with the Fixer and the rest of the civilians?
I think we do.
Mm.
But as Pryor is getting closer to the entryway and those drones again appear, he can't help but snap all of his eyes towards one and say, "Got what you were looking for? Huh?"
It's just staring into you, almost like an eye.
No matter where Pryor turns, he can feel it on his back. And I think we exit the L Corp facility. Because, there's nothing else of value here. I mean, it's not like there's anything in any L Corp facility that valuable. Just sunken rocks and buried abnormalities.
I won't make you all roll stealth checks to leave town, just because the Inquisitors are probably a little bit disorganized given what has just happened.
Yeah, two of their middle hammers are dead.
Yes, two of their middle hammers are dead. So they're a little bit, especially because they're getting ready for a certain someone and her crew to arrive in Calw. As you're all getting ready to leave, you all do hear this noise on the horizon. And have a feeling it might be time to head out of Calw.
I don't think there's much chatter. Yeah. Pryor, for once, has nothing to say. He gets into the RV when Mix asks. He goes to the window seat he always sits at and stares out the window without saying a word, dotting at his forehead with a handkerchief, trying to clean the blood.
Mix will gently place Meru down in one of the beds and tuck him in. And then looks over at Kai and says, "Could you just check up on him?"
I won't leave his side.
Thanks. And then walks over, realizes that they still have magic bullets slung over their shoulder. They take it off, look at it, mutter, "You're a real piece of shit, you know that." And then just toss him with the other weapons and goes over to the driver's seat, starts up the RV, and
I suppose, department heads, are you all headed back to K Corp's nest?
yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
No
Mayor's
response
passed
from
out,
Meru
so
as he's
I'll say yes,
passed
sir,
out.
for him.
There's me.
RV, I imagine, is quiet, unless one of you would tell me otherwise.
I will say, Mix is, not. He's just angry when they look at Pryor Because a lot of stuff was revealed in that fight. Mix is kind of pissed. But they don't say anything. They'll just occasionally like call back and be like, "Hey, you guys okay?" And whatever grunts or answers they get, they'll just nod and keep driving.
And I should ask, to finish us off, as you all leave behind this burning town, I suppose, do any of the department heads have anything else they would say to each other? Do any of them have any closing thoughts on the situation?
Doesn't really count as saying something to anyone, but Kai actually isn't leaving Mix's side. He's, leaned over the bed, uh, watching him rest and periodically checking his forehead.
You mean Meru, not Mix?
Meru, I'm silly. Yeah.
You're
You'll
good.
have that sometimes. My fault.
Has anyone actually like help heal any of Meru's injuries?
Well, that's what Kai is doing, I'm assuming.
Oh, okay. 'Cause
Yeah.
I thought he was just tucked into bed. I was like, wait a second, he was bleeding out.
We'll handle
Mix
injury
put you to
healing.
bed.
We'll handle injury healing post session or at the
Real.
beginning of the intervallo.
Yeah. Yeah.
But no, please
Mix,
continue, Kai.
Mix put you to bed, and Kai is, checking your forehead because I assume that you're burning up, because usually people who have very traumatic injuries, go into shock after the adrenaline wears off, and then they get really high fevers, and he's just making sure that you're not anymore. Obviously you need medical attention, but that you don't accidentally cook your brain while the rest of your body is already kind of falling apart. And, normally he would be fretting over Pryor significantly more, but there's just someone who is maybe taking up a bit more of his attention at the moment.
Pryor doesn't like the reflection he's seeing in the mirror at the RV. But more than that, he doesn't like that the one time anyone chose to intervene, it was to stop him from finally putting an end to some of this suffering. But what's done is done. And forgiveness is a virtue. Sometimes old friends do have disagreements. Sometimes they fight. But friends look out for each other. And this is probably just a fluke. This time Pryor will forgive his old friend. This time.
That crown, it's still so tight. And does Mix have any closing thoughts?
Mix just looks at the rear view mirror. And instead of smoke coming from the town, they see a large column of butterflies flying into the sky. And Nyx just looks at it. And then looks at Meru. And do they see any butterflies?
At this time? No. For now, they are gone. But you have a feeling. You may be seeing more of them in the future. Around all of you.
Nyx sighs and they just keep driving. That's all they can do. And so they just keep driving away from the town and all the butterflies.
And you all head back into the nest. Calw proved to not have what you needed. In fact, it seemed to be a lost cause. But, at the very least, Pryor was able to retrieve some documents from that shop that Meru spotted. And Nyx, you were able to hack in and briefly connect Ange here. As for what she'll find, I'm sure the next time you all get to talk to her, once you leave District 11, of course, she may have some updates for you. And lastly, those civilians you all were able to help, with the help of that fixer, have gotten out of Calw. Who knows where they are now, or if they'll even end up surviving in the future. But at the very least, you've bought them another day. And with that, this is where we're going to end our session for the day. Or rather night, because holy shit, it's 2 a.m. over here. Oops.
It
Hee
happens. It happens. At least it was Saturday. Well, now it's Sunday, but
A
In and
cute
out.
little 9-hour stream.
Quick session.
Super chill. Super normal.
But yes, reminder, everyone. Well, first of all, chat, thank you all so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you all know how much I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Ram. Thank you so much, Koneko. I'm so glad it could be. Yes, everyone can go sleep now, literally. You are so right. Chatters, lurkers, that quick stream, exactly, Nia. Nia, thank you for handling those shout outs, by the way, and everything. All
Nia's
of you,
goated.
thank you. Nia is goated. All of you,
And if
chatters,
you want to see, yes, not to cut off your congratulations, but if any of you want to see more of this, maybe this is your first time dropping into our stream, or if you're a longtime viewer, we appreciate you so much. But you can go check out Cinephon's YouTube channel for the previous recordings of the last episodes, as well as our intervalos, and that's where you'll be able to catch the next intervalo, which will continue this adventure off stream. As we all lick our wounds and prepare for what happens next.
yes. I'm very excited. I will have a date out soon when that will be posted. And everyone should know too, I hope to have a schedule coming out soon for our future sessions. Also, Ram, the car meme was fantastic. I love it. If you haven't, for anyone who hasn't joined the Discord yet, actually, we'd love to have you there. If you haven't posted it in there yet, Ram, I'd love for you to, or I can post it in there after stream. But yes, stay tuned for what happens to them all next. What channel? I guess the Lobotomy Corporation channel would probably be the best one. That or art, because it is a work of art. But yes, no. Chatters, lurkers, appreciate you all so much. Raiders who came in, it meant a lot to me. I know I can't talk to everyone during these streams, but I hope you all know how much we love reading your comments and how much all of you are appreciated. my players did such a fantastic job. Please, please, please go follow these 4 if you haven't yet. They're all so incredible, and I'm lucky to have them at my table. And I hope you're all excited for the next intervallo and for when we announce the next streamed game will likely not be until January, but we are hoping to be able to do streamed games more often beginning in January. So
Every single day,
not
24/7.
New
24/7.
sessions daily. 12-hour sessions, 12 hours sleep, no eat,
Yes.
no food, no eat.
Oh my
no
gosh.
eat.
No, but we will genuinely be trying to do more than once a month stream sessions. We'll be trying to aim for bi-weekly. So get excited for those. We will not be doing 12 hour a day every
12
day.
hours
yet.
daily.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
The fandom is growing, guys. Eventually, we are on our way.
Yeah, there's nothing there to miss.
Look, all I'm saying, guys, I'm begging one piece of fan fiction. That's all I need.
Oh my
No,
gosh,
please.
genuinely, I hope you all know. Oh, thank you for the raid. Thank you. Arcto, welcome in. I hope you had a wonderful stream. We are just finishing up here. I also apologize. Ads just hit. But yes, no, we welcome fan fiction. If anyone ever wants to write. Yes, we have a writer in chat. Oh my gosh. I would give my soul for fan. I love fanfic writers. I love fan artists. If anyone ever wants to do that, please know that, please ping me because I will boost it to the world. And we will all cherish it. Not saying you have to. This is more just if you decide to, please know that we are very, very happy to see it. Hello, Hero Pawn. Oh, Opon. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. Also, Arcto, what were you up tonight before we finish? And yes, we're gonna grow. Thank you so much, Ram. Thank you.
Hero upon Ricky.
Currently in Agile. No! I'll wait till Agile before we raid out. No, I am so sorry, Arcto. And your community.
Also, if any of you hear any weird sounds from my computer, my cat has decided to lay her entire body across the keyboard right now.
No, that's real.
No.
That's
Hi,
real.
kitty.
Oh my
I
gosh,
am that
Ram!
cat.
Thank you for the
Hello.
sub. Thank you. I really
No.
appreciate it. It's not a randomly generated placement on your to-do list. I'm so excited, literally. I'm so excited. Thank you so much, Pseudo. Have a good night also. I hope that all of you here do. And oh my gosh. And I also, yes, get your coffee ready. Indeed. Kitty, we love Sarah here. Throws ads away. I know. I'm very sorry about ads, everyone. I know ads are tough to deal with. I'm going to look per raider, though we'll wait till ads are over to rate out. But seriously, thank you all so much for coming again. It really means a lot.
No. Cat, don't eat my hand.
That's real.
no.
She's a
Can you
little
give her a little
abnormality.
kiss?
She's a little poda. I'm not putting my face anywhere near her jaws.
If you
right
want some cool clips, by the way, we do have our lovely DM here does post little clips of our sessions on TikTok, so follow him on there.
Yes.
I don't use TikTok for anything else except for to look at those.
Except for I run a tabletop role-playing game
Oh my
set in
God.
a robotic
Oh my God.
corporation
Oh my God.
universe.
Okay.
Robotic corporation universe.
Well, here are the TikToks if you're all looking for them. Oh, wait, maybe I don't have TikTok.
And
I
it used
have
to
a
be
TikTok.
Iran.
There we go. And
Yeah.
there we go. Listen. Everybody enjoy your blood while it
real
lasts.
Cine fans know.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
We love Senna.
Oh, I
Real
love you
Cine.
all too. I love all of you. I love all my players. I love all my community. I love everyone here so much.
We
They
love you
started
more.
to outsource. I love you almost. Fighting you,
Damn.
headbutting you.
No, well, that hurt. You gave me a nosebleed.
No!
Hmm.
And you know what? Who is streaming tonight? We can go give I some love. Let's go raid out to I tonight, it looks like. So I'm gonna get ready
iTunes.
to start the raid.
Oh. Man, I haven't hung out around archivists in a while.
They're
Thank you
so
all,
awesome.
Our lovely
No, I like them a
audience.
lot.
Yes,
Thank you,
you
everybody.
all. Thank you all so much.
Ah,
And thank you, Arcto. It was a wonderful stream. We're about to end. But thank you so much for raiding in. And yes, thank you all for joining us tonight so much. All right, let us raid out. Good night, everyone. Thank you all so much for coming.
Also, Cinna's streaming tomorrow. You should check that out.
I am streaming tomorrow at 8 p.m. EST. If any of you want to stop by, I'd love to have you there. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Vix.